Pretty green eyes, so full of sparkle and such light. And let me remind, she chose not to cry, but it's alright. For your lover has come home, by your side I'll always stay. You'll never have to be alone. Never have to be alone. You never have to be alone. Pretty green eyes, so full of wonder and despair. It's alright to cry, for I'll be there to wipe your tears. And in your arms, together we're in paradise, and it's so nice. You never have to be alone. 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 Pretty green eyes, so full of sparkle and such light. Let me remind, she chose not to cry. It's alright, for your lover has come home, by your side I'll always stay. Never have to be alone. Never have to be alone. Never have to be alone. Pretty green eyes, never have to be alone. Despair. It's alright to cry, for I'll be there to wipe your tears. And in your arms, together we're in paradise. It's so nice. Never have to be alone. It's so nice. Never have to be alone. It's so nice. It's so nice. Never have to be, ever have to be, ever have to be alone. Never have to be, ever have to be, ever have to be alone. Never have to be, ever have to be, ever have to be alone.
Maybe we can join the crowd. Life is cool without sound, where the crazy people meet on the street with no name. If you wish upon a star, here's the place. Club Bizarre. Come together in the dream. Maybe we can join the
record it on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, and we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Do you think about the days when we sat down smoking wine and drinking haze? Or was it the other way? Was it the other way? Swing round, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show, recorded on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much. Swing round, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show, recorded on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Do you think about the days when we sat down smoking wine and drinking haze? Or was it the other way? Was it the other way? Swing round, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show, recorded on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much.
Okay. What the hell? Why does it say I have 87 viewers on Kick? What in the world is going on? We got a lot of new updates right now. We're streaming live on. Well, there's a few things. My hair looks retarded. Whatever. There's a few things. Let me see, huh? Oh, wrong one. There we go. So, I don't know who's here right now, but I have rebranded again. We are now, so we actually have 3 names that we use now. 4, I guess, maybe. So we just have Nate. We use Nate. And then for the live streaming sites, we use Nate Live. Okay. We use Nate Live. And now on Kick, Kick, I'm still waiting to get. There's a guy that has a Nate Live account, and he only has 6 followers. I emailed Kick to see if I can get that username. So that will be good if I can get that. So we're still Nate IRL on Kick, but Nate Live on D Live. On Rumble, we're... It's actually easier if I just use this. On Rumble, we're Nate Live now. Nate Live on Rumble now. On YouTube, where we're now streaming also. I need to actually add YouTube to Power Chat. How do I do that? Link. Okay, I think it's on Power Chat now, I believe.
Test.
Okay, it's working. Guess I'm a mod on my channel. We're on YouTube now though. We're gonna stream on YouTube now. Just because why not? What the fuck, why not? Feel like there's no reason not to stream on YouTube. Not like I'm banned or anything, and I got like 200 subs on there. I don't know from when, but we're gonna start streaming on YouTube. We're trying to stream on YouTube. So yeah, we got the YouTube, and that's Nate Live now on YouTube. It's not Nate Live because that was taken. So we use Nate Live and Nate Live now. Nate Live and Nate Live now. Those are like my 2 I'm using on stuff for like usernames. And then we have a new thing here, my Substack, which I'm just gonna stream on it and have the stream archive there. I don't know if I could get paid subscribers. Oh, I have this video of Dave Blunt's on here for testing.
Niggas talking shit in the comments, but they broke and unemployed. And can't talking shit, but I heard he like lady boys. Yeah, can't fuck with transgenders. He might be a gay nigga. He might be the type to find out she's a man and stay with.
But the cool thing about Substack, so the video shows up here. I don't know how many people are actually going to watch the live on Substack, but I need to stream on there because then it uploads it to the podcast feed. And when you have it in the podcast feed, why does it look like that? When you have it in the podcast feed, you can use it in an RSS feed and shit. But yeah, I don't know. I've just decided to make a Substack, and it's called Nate's War Room. So that's the next thing we're using. So we're stealing from Steve Bannon for stuff like this, stuff like the Discord, the Telegram.
Big 76 viewers, dude.
I know, I'm popping. For stuff like the... What's up, though, Vogger? For stuff like the Discord and the Telegram, they've been renamed to Nate's War Room. Of course, viewers are always real. I have 1 viewer on every other platform. Of course I have 73 on Kick. So if I can get some paid subs on my Substack, which I don't know if I will, but it's like $5 a month, then
83 now. Sweet.
maybe I can get more Honestly, I would want all my kick subs to go to Substack. Because if I can get subs on Substack, then I would be pushed to do like premium content. Not like, that sounded bad. Not like sex content, but like, you know, I don't know. I'd go stream IRL. I go do stuff. Maybe I become a YouTuber. Who knows?
N8, how's it going?
Yo, what up, Chicago Cub? I'm just going over my rebrand. So if I can get subs on, I highly recommend subbing on Substack.
Stop begging, bitch.
If you're a sub on Kick,
We should get
well,
acquainted.
honestly, there's no reason to sub on Substack right now. If we're talking about, because the reason to sub on Kick is the AITTS, which also on the website now, which I'll link in the chat. On the website now,
HT
I have a list of all of the AITTS commands here that you can see.
live.
You don't have to go to some other paste bin or anything now. You can just go to my website and then you click the AITTS commands and then boom.
Summa cum laude class of 2004.
Class of 2004. Oh, nice. So you can see all of the AITTS commands here. They're available for all subs and mods, which honestly I should probably take it away from mods. I might do that. On Kick, Rumble, and D-Live. What I really want to do is get Power Chat to do something where they update it, where subs, their stuff auto comes through like how we do it. Yeah, I know you, Chicago Kev. I know you, man. The subs TTS auto comes in like it does right now. And so like any sub that types in the chat, it will automatically play. But if you're not a sub, it won't automatically play. I think I want to get, so then basically if you're a sub, you always have TTS, or you can use the chat commands to have different voices. And if you're not a sub, I don't even have to hear your shit. I might do that, honestly. But Power Chat needs to update for that to be the case.
Right on, man. You were a great guy in Nashville.
Did we meet in Nashville, Chicago Cub? So I think that's basically all the updates. We didn't meet. Oh,
No.
well, maybe next time.
Just on stream.
Bitcoin's crashing.
Yeah, brother.
That's awesome. We love to see Bitcoin crashing, right? When I bought all at 90K again, and I should have just not bought. I mean, I should have just kept listening to myself, but I decided to rebuy all at 90K again. So I'm down like 15% since my rebuy. But I'm not too worried. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too worried. Even if Bitcoin goes to like 60K, I'm still not that worried. And honestly, I'm okay with what I did, but I should have waited longer. I don't know why I never listened to myself. It's just always better to just have a bag to buy low.
My Bitcoin is down as well.
Well, don't sell. That's the worst thing you can do right now is sell, I think. I would just wait it out.
25 carat.
We might be doing a late show soon. I don't know. Support, by the way, I added other ways to support. Cash App, Venmo, Strike for Bitcoin. So now, more ways to support. Very cool. Socials, that's just the Telegram. So the Telegram, the name changed to Nate's War Room. That's the Telegram name now, I believe. Yeah, Nate's War Room. And then
No.
same with Discord. Yeah, don't sell. Nate's War Room. And then that's what the Substack's name is called too, Nate's War Room. So that's all the updates.
What's your cash app?
Stack's name is called too, Nate's. What's my Cash App? My Cash App is right here. It is on the support page, and it's Nate Patriot 98 right here. Nate Patriot 98. I even opened a business Cash App. So I have a business Cash App and a business Venmo now. I wonder if anybody's ever gonna watch on YouTube. But we're on YouTube. What's going on? Are they protesting? Dude, the left is so weak. Absolutely just so weak. Jamie. Oh man, what is there to do? What's coming out? What's came out? Can't watch anything on Substack. This actually, I highly recommend. I highly recommend. I highly recommend Mystery Grove's latest article here. I'm not gonna open it because I don't want to. It's paid content. Is it paid content? I think it is. Is it paid? Maybe it's not paid content. Is it paid? Let me open it in. Oh wait, it's not even paid content. Never mind, I can play it. Or I can show it. This is a good article. This was a good article here from Mystery Grove. Basically, he outlined and articulated. I don't want to go over it fully. Maybe we should. Maybe we could listen to it with the Substack player. But basically, he outlined a lot of the issues going on right now with the right-wing influencer, podcaster, people, Candace Owens, etc. How do I see the one where it has the... Where's the player? How do you get the one with the player? How do I get the player? Oh, there we go. I wonder why they make it it's only on the substack.com but not on people's Substacks themselves. Honestly, we should listen to this, but I'll just tell you, I'll just implore you guys to listen to it on your own. It's a good article though. What else is going on? What's going on Twitter? What did I do on Twitter today? Oh yeah. I pissed off a bunch of Wignats with this tweet and got ratioed by the Wignats. Hitler would have gone to Epstein Island. Honestly, if you don't understand that, then I don't think if you don't understand what I'm saying there, I get it. It's kind of a little bit esoteric, but the retarded Wignats just totally ate it up. I did get ratioed by them though, but whatever. Oh yeah, this is from Tim Dillion. Very cringe, I'm not gonna lie. And I put here, I tweeted about it, or I commented on it, but here's the video.
It's fundamentally cruel and inhumane, and it doesn't take into account any specific considerations for people that have been here a long time, people whose children have, you know, are citizens and have been here a long time.
Check your cash.
So when you do these
Money
random
with
raids,
emoji.
they
Money
provoke
bank
a
emoji.
response that is you know, justifiably, you're going to provoke a lot of anger because this is barbarism.
It's barbarism. Check Cash App. Yo, appreciate that, Chicago Kev. I got you with the dab right now with the fiber. Hell yeah, man. Chicago Kev with the fiber. Yeah, I like that actually. The Cash App. Get the Cash Apps. I'm glad I finally did that. Added the Cash Apps. But I got you with the dab right now. But like I say here, the podcast bros are folding like cheap suits. None of these people were ever right-wing or immigration restrictionists. They are just pro-Trump, or they were just pro-Trump because it was trendy. Which is so true. I mean, it's like, honestly, I feel like I was psyoped a lot of 2025 and felt like I was psyoped by a lot of these influencers, but it's okay, you know.
Great to hang out with you tonight.
Yes, sir. Why does it keep saying? Okay, there it goes. What's going on in this Twitter space? But basically what I'm trying to say is I'm done blackpilling. In 2025, I was so blackpilled, and then with the Trump, with criticizing Trump all the time and stuff like that, and I feel like I was just really blackpilled in 2025, and I was mainly blackpilled because of the content I was consuming for the most part. I still am like in between in some things when it comes to, you know, the Trump admin. I think overall there's been a lot, but there has been some bad stuff too. But the thing is, the problem is like a lot of these influencers are really only here to like highlight the bad stuff. They're not here to help or like have any skin in the game, really. They just want, you know, to increase their clicks and views, and it's not really about like actually, you know, changing America for the better. I guess that's a simple way to put it. And then also I've been very just like totally rejecting of the JQ crowd now. It's just totally gone downhill. It's a bunch of kookery now, the JQ shit. And I am very critical of Israel still. I mean, and Jewish people, and honestly, the Jewish religion too. But these people that like Jake Shields, like Dan Blazarian, like all of these freaking influencers and podcast bros, these people got red pilled like maybe the earliest or the latest October 7th. The earliest, they got red pilled in 2025 from like Fuentes edits on Instagram, you know what I mean? So like these people just can't be trusted, and just it is what it is. They can't be trusted. They need to be excommunicated and basically just call them fucking Democrats or libtards at this point, because a lot of them are doing stuff that is no different than libtard influencers or libtard mainstream media. Like they hurt Trump and the admin in a lot of ways more than the mainstream media, a lot of these influencers. And this goes, it's kind of like, I'm kind of like broad brushing it here, but really, I mean, I'll just give one example. Recently, the Nick Sortor guy, who I like Nick Sortor, think he's all right. Think he does some good journalism out there on the street and stuff. But when the thing came out of the shooting with Alex Preddy, he tweeted something out like, "Oh, why are the officers being put on leave," or whatever the hell. Like there's basically all the right-wing influencers drummed up this big fake campaign that Trump was turning his back on ICE and stuff, and everybody was going to throw ICE under the bus, and then we're going to have amnesty and stuff. Like, and there's like the right-wing influencers were pushing this, you know what I mean? So obviously that wasn't the case. It's just, if you looked it up, in any officer involved shooting, the officers are put on leave. Like that's just like DHS policy. Okay. And then you have the same thing with the Greg Bavino stuff of him. They're saying, oh, they're demoting him and all this stuff, but he didn't get demoted. He just, like, he was in Minneapolis for extra support basically, and he just went back to California where he's actually stationed or whatever. So those are just like two examples of like recent things, but it's like everything. Anytime there's something, it's always the right-wing influencers out here making a muck, drumming things up, making things worse than they actually are, and then in a lot of ways doing the Democrats' job for them, And then this even stems out further to like the Candace Owens, the Candace Owens fucking, I don't even know what you want to call it, mind virus. And anyways, there's just so much to it. And I think I've really had a lot of thinking in the last 2 months, ever since, like the last 2-ish months, 3 months, on all of 2025. And that's basically what I've come to. I feel like that's what a lot of people in 2026 are going to be coming to as well, is like this realization of these so-called MAGA influencers being more of hurting Trump and the admin more than they're helping, basically. And that's because, and they do that because they don't have any real like responsibility or like anything keeping them in check basically. And the only thing that fuels them are clicks, views, and money, with the right-wing influencers. So if it's trendy and fashionable to shit on Trump and the Trump admin for something that is honestly probably not even worth it to shit on him about, then the influencers are going to, just run with it because it's getting clicks. And I mean, I think there's also, you don't want to be like too complacent either. There's a lot of people that are not these JQ conservative influencers that may not be doing this stuff, but are still like captured or like sketchy or whatever. So it's kind of like on a case by case basis. But at the end of the day, it's ridiculous what's going on with like the Jake Shields and Dan Bilzerian shit. Let's just check Jake Shields' latest tweet. Let's see here. Jake Shields' latest tweets. Jeffrey Epstein, that's not new. Hey Grok, after RFK's wife was hung, he dug up her body. How common? What? Like, he's retweeting Midas Touch, by the way. Midas Touch is a far left, anti-Trump publication. They're very anti-Trump. And he's retweeting them. Like, that's where this JQ shit will lead you to.
https
You'll fucking be retweeting that shit.
youtube.com/watch?v equals
What is this?
2ks. I admire Trump in many ways, but
Oh yeah, I saw this. We might watch this, but honestly, a lot of this shit was kind of boring. But yeah, this is the full Bannon Epstein interview. I admire Trump in many ways, but often struggle to agree with him. Am I the problem? Yes. Yeah. You don't even have to agree with Trump on everything. You just, like, the Democrats literally run a party and platform on either, killing white people straight up or just taking all of our money and making us second-class citizens. So, like, it really doesn't matter, to be honest. Oh yeah, we were gonna go in this space. Let's see what's going on. Who's in here?
That were giving him bad information
Nate George
that
W.
really
Bush,
sabotaged him. And look, Vance,
Like that bitch Christina Pushaw.
Honestly, bro,
DeSantis is
I don't trust somebody if they weren't in the Epstein files.
he's clearly a total
Sorry.
patriot.
I only
total
trust people that
patriot.
were in the
I agree
Epstein
with
files, unironically. At this point,
Fantastic. And I think he has to.
You gotta
realize
be in the
he's
Epstein
downstream
files
from
for me
Trump.
to trust
He's able
you,
to do these things because
to be
Trump is
honest
in
with you.
power. And remember, he almost lost to who's that guy?
Epstein-Fuentes
Was it Andrew
alliance.
Gillum?
Nah, dude.
Yeah,
Fuentes is
the cracked
trying
out-
to
the cracked out
sabotage
CEO.
Epstein's generational run, dude.
Homosexual, yeah.
So
Let's take a dab.
It was very much up in the air that he would not even have been the governor of Florida, which would have been a disaster. So I'm very happy he is, and I'm glad he is. And I hope he has a good future. I just don't think he's presidential material. I mean, that's just my honest opinion.
I agree.
He should be named.
I
He should be
mean,
named.
We
Sorry,
could
go ahead,
never
Zach.
elect a Zionist as president.
This asshole.
They would be the first. They would be the first for sure.
I know. Can you imagine?
Oh man, so that's another thing that like the online right wing whatever brain rot where like Republicans will post something like positive about Israel and then their mentions will be flooded with,
Mira is a
oh
Muslim
no, they got to
16.
you too. It's like, have you been paying attention for the past 50 years? You think that like Republicans liking Israel is a new thing? Like what?
Well, it's like they tried to say that Ted Cruz was bought off by Israel. It's like, no, he just actually has like a passionate like love for Israel, like from growing up. You don't need to pay the guy to do it. He just believes in it.
Yeah, Yeah, just like literally like make the policy argument that is bad. Stop. Like
Let's
he
take a
genuinely
dab for
believes it.
Chicago
There was
Kev
another one. The guy who's I
while
forgot
we're
his name,
listening to
running for
this.
Senate in Georgia. Is Collins? What's his name? Whatever. Anyway, he was running for Senate in Georgia, and turns out AIPAC had given him $12. Like not
Oh my
12,000, like
God, dude, he's
$12,
spot
and
on.
and
A
then
couple quarter
and then
pounders.
track AIPAC. And then track APAC, check APAC. You know they love to. They'll be in his replies. You know with that. You know red, black and white graphic. They love those colors so much.
It's become
Well,
iconic.
The,
It's
the,
become iconic. Yeah.
I mean,
the
that
iconic color combination. Wouldn't you say, Captain? They so they'll be in their mentions with that, and it'll be like this guy $12 from APAC, and then a lot of replies are like, he's like, wow, he was bought off for so cheap. No, he wasn't bought over cheap. He supports Israel.
Yeah. Well, and
$12.
Track APAC is run by like a gay leftist.
Julio, what up,
Democrat,
Nike?
weird
People,
smile.
it's so funny to see
Is that true?
these right wing people boosting that account, and he's like a
Yes.
total like anti-American, like pro global immigration type who just doesn't
Yeah.
like Israel.
Yeah.
Well,
literally.
it's great, and it's great because like they've become. I mean, you know how they're going to be because it's the Omni cause, so they connect everything. But like anytime someone says something about like, hey, it's bad that,
We're taking a
that the
dab.
Iranian government is killing tens of thousands of people, it'll be like Track
But if
APAC
you
will
feel this
run
way,
to the
Nate, why were
replies
you
and,
agreeing with
and talk about how
cilantro
much money they got from
yesterday?
APAC. It's like, oh, okay, APAC is against.
I wasn't
like,
agreeing with
gunning down
Cilantro. I was
thousands of
calling him a
civilians in Iran,
domestic terrorist.
based, I guess. And then on top of that, like it's the
Sorry,
same people. They
Samira.
also
Sorry
did
about
like
that.
track. They also did like track. I think it's like track oil or track fossil fuels or something. So they started something else, and it's like, wow, that's awfully convenient that these leftists want to destroy the American energy industry. Who does that empower? And so once you understand all that stuff, and you get out of your brain, and you get it out of your brain that like everything's about Israel.
Max, you're overcomplicating.
You're
We
much
are
smarter.
Max, you're over.
just getting
What
a
you're not
smoke.
realizing is these same people who only talk about Israel. That's all they talk about. So when they're with the third worlders and jihadis, they're only hating about Israel. But if they ask them about any other issue, they'd realize they have nothing in common with these people.
Who's this
and
guy?
these people actually hate
This guy
them.
sounds
But they
familiar.
only talk about the Jews. They know nothing about these people, culture, their beliefs, how they view America, and they're just so Jew focused they can't even realize the people that they spend all their time with actually fucking hate them.
Well,
even more.
Prodigal, do you remember the whole fiasco with the Greta Thunberg booze cruise to Gaza? They actually got into fights with
And Nick wants
pro-Palestinian
to
Muslims
ally
because
with
the
these
Muslims
people.
did not want LGBT gays on the same booze cruise with them.
Well,
And then literally,
Well, I actually like.
I will
when
give
Israel
it
arrested her,
to
be
I will
honest.
give it
yeah,
Fuentes
that
in recent days, or not days, but in recent streams. I've been seeing clips and
Pull some
stuff.
strings, and I want you to
And
get
he's
AIPAC to get rid of Thomas.
maybe
Massie.
we'll watch
I
the
will
clip
personally
about that
protect the
because I
wall.
think
I will
Fuentes is
fly
getting a
to
little bit
to
red pilled.
Jerusalem. I will go.
I think
kiss
he's
the
finally
wall.
taking the red
Get rid
pill,
of
to
Thomas
be
Massie,
honest.
please.
I
Tell
will
But maybe
your
I'm
man-
wrong. One trip to Miami with Sneeko and all
AIPAC's
the
not gonna-
progress is gone.
I mean, that whole AIPAC thing is a funny. I know you're serious, and I mean,
more.
whatever.
Thank
Like people who are associated with
John
AIPAC are
Marshall.
obviously donating. People who support AIPAC is okay. I'm like way talking over myself. AIPAC is like the NRA, right? Like it's actually not that effective of an
Yeah, it kinda
organization
sucks.
itself. It just represents them. It just represents. It's like it's
Yeah.
whatever, and it
What
says like
happened to
generic
Richard Spencer?
pro-Israel
Why did
things,
he
sort of
become
like
a
the NRA says
Democrat?
generic pro-gun things.
Because
On top of being a useful
Brad
organization,
Fem
the NRA is
Hitler's
for
And it's
pussy is
interesting
too
when
powerful
training
or
and-
something. I don't know.
Well, it's because
I don't know.
because
Richard
what
Spencer's
it
just a
is a reflection
bull
of
cow dog.
people, and so obviously if
Yeah.
the people,
I mean,
become
I
less
agree with him
pro-Israel,
on like
the AIPACs. So
Ukraine
anyway,
and stuff,
obviously
but
pro-Israel donors are spending against Massey.
he's
Like, he
just
calls them out.
he's just
and they're
retarded
allowed to
now.
do that 'cause
But
they're
he's still
Americans
fun
and
to
they don't-
watch.
And this is
I still
this is a
watch
free
Richard
country.
Spencer.
They're free
Are
Americans,
there
as,
riots in
as
LA?
Tucker Carlson.
There were
would
yesterday. I
like
don't
to
think
say.
so
And I could buy
today.
a condo in Doha.
Listen,
if I
I
want.
like Tucker. He really got under your nerves, huh?
No, there's nobody live.
Well, I think he's a. I mean, I think he's a liar and a traitor. But
I've been on the Tucker defense train for a long time, and even he's lost me. Like the latest people he's had have just been so egregious. Like he's
Well,
having
I haven't
James,
been watching. What's he been doing?
he's had like
He's
James
become
Fish
like
back
Max
on there. He had
Blumenthal,
James
like
Yeah.
gray
Farrell.
zone pilled.
Yeah, Max.
Well, you think-
Blumenthal.
Fishback?
Why is
Fishback's
Christina
fine.
But no,
Pushaw
because-
running Fishback's fucking campaign behind the scenes?
That's
She
what I want to
ride
know.
on
Okay,
my
so two things.
she
So
ride
number
on
one,
my dick until I
Cenk
fish
Uygur.
back.
When Cenk Uygur says he's America first and he's
She
just
ride
afraid of
on
the
my
Israeli
dick
influence,
till
like,
I fish
do you
back.
believe
No,
him? Like, do you
he's a
think he's
liar.
like genuine about like wanting what's best for America, or is he just wearing this as a skin suit? That's number one. Number two, Christina didn't work
Why do
for
you,
Fishback. Basically, he reached out to her, and then she like they would talk, and then she realized she couldn't talk him
I
off the
hate that
ledge,
guy.
and had to.
Look, Cenk Uygur, I mean, it's clear that
Fishback,
he is
the
a
wind
he's a
keeper in the
huge
governor's
grifter
seat.
opportunist, and his coverage reflects that. Because he used to be so
Yeah, I'm not a
left-leaning,
fan of
and then all
Fishback.
of a sudden
I've
they
been
started
ever since I saw him, I was like,
criticizing
oh
Israel
yeah,
more
this
and
guy's
taking a
not.
step back from the
He's trying to start a
transparency. So you see
podcast. He's
that they're
not really
becoming
trying to
But he,
run for
He also
governor.
just pure, just looking at anybody who sweats that much, if it's not Michael Jordan playing basketball, don't trust him. I mean, the guy,
Patrick Ewing
But
made
something's
the
Uyghur-
free
off.
throw line.
Look up
Just
Harvard
Well,
except
Uyghur
for
University.
hasn't
Chris
even he
Farley,
hasn't stepped
except Chris
away.
Farley, the
Back.
late great. Yeah, I trusted.
Uyghur hasn't
Harvey
even stepped
Gladwell
away
was a
from any of this
serial
stuff
killer
though.
in
Like
his
One
youth.
sec, we're taking this tab. I'll look it up in a sec.
Fuck ICE, abolish ICE.
No, it's just
Like
the
this
trans
guy's like
left
open
because
board.
Anna
Like
Kasparian
he's an
and
open
Maybe
board.
you still
Cenk
hang
got
out with
into
Omega
fights
King
with the
Pain Boo?
transgender
I never really hung out with him.
complex last
Cheers.
year.
well, is it better he's doing that or charging the walls of Constantinople? I mean, you know, give and take.
I remember Actual Justice Warrior
Yeah.
and Anna Kasparian became
Cheers.
friends after
I was
months
so
of
angry
feuding.
at that. I was like, literally, it's just one issue that they're taking the radfem position on. It's not even a right wing position. They're literally
Exactly.
turning
Exactly.
into basic bitch radfems. That was irritating.
But on Tucker is the only one, to a smaller extent, Fuentes, who's actually trying to stitch together a coalition
Omega King Pain Boo
of the
God himself
woke right,
pertaining
woke
to
left, whatever you want to
femboys.
call it, alt right, alt left, far right, and beyond, and go a little bit beyond, right?
I
Because
haven't
Tucker's
watched
interviewed more
much
than just the
news
Israel
lately,
haters, right?
so it's
He's
nice
had like
to tune into
Dr.
your
Jeffrey Sachs,
stream.
who's like a literal textbook, happens to be Jewish, globalist, like on like 7 times on his show, and they agree on everything, right? On fucking economic developments, on how the third world nations are way better and juster than America, about how and then he talks about how feudalism was a far preferable system, not
I
even
need a
slightly
poop.
preferable. It was far preferable to what
I
we
need a
have
poop.
now.
I
I'll
mean,
be
to
right
be
back.
fair, in a feudal system, I think they only work like like 80
Well,
to
it's
100 days.
If you're the feudal
Tucker,
lord, yeah.
Yeah, they
like
did nothing
Tucker had
quite often.
The serfs only had to work a certain period. It wasn't a
Tucker
full
had. I
year.
mean, Tucker had Glenn Greenwald on there,
All
who's
right,
again like
so
Zach's
Margot
people
And
were
then
very
literally the
generous.
president of Iran.
Yeah, we gave him time and a half. You know.
yeah, like Glenn Greenwald is
And
like
as
an
much
open
free
borders
vodka
show.
as they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, like look, Tucker had again. I'm not going to tone police who Tucker has on. He can have whoever he wants
He's
on.
not tone police. He's a leftist. That's all I'm saying. He's become a full
Yeah.
leftist. Yeah.
I think at this point it's probably I probably agree with you because again he's having people like Glenn Greenwald on there who are like open borders fanatics, but they're drawing this sort of parallel and saying, okay, well, we agree on Israel. It's like, okay, well, I don't agree with Glenn Greenwald on really anything because he's like an anti-white, open borders,
Or
anti-American.
pretending
Whatever.
Nicolas Maduro was
I mean, to
socially
be fair,
conservative
some of his
when the
work
laws
in
were
gay
passed in
pornography
1920.
was
Yeah, go ahead.
very artistic.
Like, no, Venezuela is not pro-life because of Nicolas Maduro or Hugo Chavez.
Yeah.
It's pro-life because it's a traditionally Catholic country and the laws were
I
passed in the
think,
early 1900s. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Maduro
and I
was
think
sponsoring BLM in America, right? Like Maduro was like
Yeah, there's
sponsoring.
pictures of them in New York City with their
did
hands
you
up.
see?
Maduro, for the
Did you ever
longest
see?
time, was trying to appeal to the left and actually loosened a lot of the sort of laws against LGBT, by the way.
Correct. And then only once he started
Did
to
you ever
become...
see the?
Go ahead, sorry.
Did you ever see there's a video of it's such an amazing video. I think it's from 2020 or there's Yahya Sinwar talking about how it's
They're
so
still
cruel what
rioting in
America did to
LA.
George Floyd.
Oh my
And it's just
God,
like
that was
that's
like
just like
cringe.
peak inter I don't know if that counts as intersectionality. I guess it
Max,
does.
can I ask you?
Peak
Actually,
Wait. I
intersectionality.
need to. I
Iran
need
did
to
the
ask
same
Max.
thing.
Max,
They backed,
what
they
happened
backed
to
the
your
George
arch
Floyd
nemesis?
protests, and they also backed January 6th.
What happened to that Rebecca chick? That crazy one. Whatever.
Rebecca
She's
Jones.
still going. She's
Rebecca
still
Jones.
going strong.
Which Rebecca chick?
She's still going
What?
strong. She today.
That's how
Where?
Max
Yeah,
made his
she.
name. That was his first scalp.
Oh,
Wait, you
Yeah, no, I mean she's the reason. She's the reason she's the reason that I like got a lot of followers.
did you
'Cause
ever see the George Floyd
uh,
mural that's actually in Gaza? They take American tourists there and take
Dude, they
photographs in front
named
of it. I'm not even
a
kidding you.
street
It's
over
crazy.
they named a street in the West Bank after the guy who self-immolated on TikTok.
No, fuck you
Aaron
know.
Boswell.
Can we burn
Yeah.
down all those
Alan
ugly George
Baylor.
Floyd statues and just make tanks out of them?
Oh
Oh my
God, I
God, the
wish.
pro-Palestine community, like I was the Antichrist after I made fun of Bushnell. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Like even the
Bushmills is good. I like Bushmills.
Oh, you.
even the
Bushnell
Ayatollah,
makes an
was
excellent
tweeting about
rangefinder.
BLM and stuff.
I was way
At least
ahead
the
of you.
W.A.
They tried to
Stewart.
You
cancel
know,
me
it's
for
Northern
refusing to
Irish, but
post
you know, it is what it
BLM.
is.
So I was out there first.
I always say so. I always say, and I guess this is especially targeted towards captive, but I always say like the right wingers who like try to find common cause with like the anti-Israel stuff, like they have to realize they're the biggest suckers on the planet because they're making
Yup.
like the reason
Yes.
the reason and the reason that like anti-Israel stuff, it's the same left-wing America stuff, and you can like kind of talk yourself into some backwards logic that it's not, but it fundamentally is, and you can talk and um, you know there are, like I said, like there are issues where there's going to be some disagreement, but like it's, you know, in terms of like the order of magnitude of like the possibility of bad stuff, the bad stuff comes from the anti-Israel people.
Here's a great example, Max. I'll just give you a great example. So there's this guy from Ireland, Keith Woods. He's like a big sort of dissident right guy. He cultivated this big third world
Sniveling
audience
communist
after.
Keith Woods.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Vilify. That's exactly true. He cultivated this big third world audience after October 7th, and then he had some post, and it was about some Muslim who went on a stabbing spree in Ireland. It was disgusting. Killed like kids, like young kids at like an elementary school. It was repulsive. And he said, you know, we got to deport these people, remigration, which I agree with totally. And his audience was basically saying like, no, this was like not a Muslim. This was Mossad who did this. Like Mossad made this guy stab people in Ireland. So that's a great example of what you're saying, where these people try and cultivate these bedfellows and don't realize that no, this is going to blow up in your face long term.
It's bad. It's
Captain, I know
bad
you're
left.
not.
It's bad because it's the anti-America left, anti-civilization left. It's also bad just for the U.S. political discourse. Like, we do not want to turn into Egypt. We do not want to turn into a place where each side. We don't want the Fuentes Piker thing where it's just like this very Middle Eastern thing where it's like who can accuse each other of being a bigger Zio. That's not good. You need to debate what's good for the country without having allegations of like you're compromised by Israel.
The
Sounds like we've got
anti-Zionist
a
grift,
Zio on the
it doesn't
panel.
have much life left.
That's what I wanted
Honestly.
Who,
to say
wait,
earlier.
who
I
just
feel
said
like
it
the
sounds
whole
like we have a Zio? That sounded like that someone just did a very good
It's
impression of.
me. It sounds
I'm
like we've
back.
got a Zio on the panel.
You
That's
sounded
Mr.
like
Beast.
a
I'm back.
cross between the way you said that was like
I'm
it
back.
sounded like Suleiman doing an impression of Khaleesi.
No, dude, I think it's Suleiman when he's at home at night looking at pictures of Andrew Tate.
No, but
He's
Captain,
a
I know you're
Zio
not.
now, remember? Like, don't forget that. He's apparently
Oh, okay.
Mira, so
Captain,
are you. You guys are cousins. Come on.
me and
All
Andrew
right.
Tate? No.
All right. We'll stop listening to that. But now they were making some good points. Oh, I would say bro, I don't think Bitcoin's gone that low. That's crazy. 30K is crazy. I doubt it goes that low. This guy's the biggest fucking bear ever, though, and he's like a gold shill. The fuck this guy. Hmm.
Did
I
you look
don't
up
know.
Harvey Gladman?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Should I sell all my Bitcoin again and just take the loss I already took, and then fuck. What the hell?
He looks just like Fishback with the glasses.
What the hell? That is Fishback. That's crazy. I can't believe that. I don't know what to do. This guy, right? I don't think it.
I get all my
This-
political beliefs from Beards and Beardly.
Oh my god. That sucks.
So at one point,
Do this Epstein clip.
Ayo.
trying to buy Bear Stearns.
Yo.
So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
Epstein doesn't look real in this
And it
video.
never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
It's no, it
Even
can't-
He
as
looks
a-
like an
you're telling me
animatronic.
that during that day, you never had a moment you sat there and go, "What the fuck have I done with my life? And I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk or I should be in my $250 million, greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle." You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I could
I'm not
use your
saying
advice
depressed.
on
I'm
something.
saying a moment of
Let me
awareness
know
of
if
how
you're
could I
down.
get myself into this situation.
No,
What do you need advice on?
Strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip flops.
Flip flops. Yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything
You had lived on information.
except my almond joy bars. I had extra almond joy bars.
Did you eat almond joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just because.
Epstein smiles.
because you're
That's
wealthy?
creepy as hell.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you're
Nick
rich.
is gonna say this interview
And it was
was
all because
based.
they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice.
And that Epstein
Wait,
was
they
a
get
hero
advice
for
to-
it.
Which
to go long.
I mean, there's just not really much in it, I think, to be honest.
They're interested in going long.
I've scrubbed through most of it, to be honest, and I didn't really see, and I've seen some clips too. That was a new clip, I guess, but I don't think there's much in the interview. That's why I don't really want to watch it. Seems kind of boring. Dude, don't let Fuentes bad jacket Epstein. All right, dude. Just because Epstein,
It's a
or just because
dead matter.
Fuentes is trying to.
Was stolen from my sister by a fake family member, and I'm going to collect from AKUNT Limau. rolling on the floor, laughing emoji.
Oh, I don't have any advice for that, man.
Smiley face emoji.
Don't do anything
Smiley
illegal.
face emoji.
Look at.
Nate Stein.
Don't let Fuentes bad jacket Epstein, okay? Fuentes was not on the Epstein train until like a month ago, okay, dude? So he needs to Epstein was on a generational run. He still is, you know, with the latest files. He's on a generational run, bro. And Fuentes is trying to attach himself to that generational run. It's very, very plain and simple. Just let Epstein be, bro.
LMFAO.
Let Epstein be. All right, dude. Let Epstein's aura be. Don't let Fuentes' attachments to it affect Epstein's aura, bro.
N8, are you botting?
No, I don't know. Somebody's botting me, I think, though.
Epstein, fuck niggers.
Look at that. Look at this dumbass whore bitch posting this Epstein clip and then saying lustful men are disgusting. Watching these videos makes me sick to my stomach. It makes me lose so much hope for humanity because at some level almost all men are driven by the same their lust. I bet she is. Women are humans, not pieces of meat. Dude, honestly, I was gonna say women are barely human, but that's not fair, I think. Women are partly human, okay? Dude, so
it's not a bad,
you know,
she was
like
exposed years ago for being a coal burner.
Really? What a dumb bitch. Okay, so and what is this? Look, it's a video of like Epstein dancing with some girl, which we don't even know if this girl is underage or not. We don't even actually know that, to be fair. I will say though, there's possibility that she is, given Epstein's track record, but we actually don't know that, and just based off of this video.
Her ex-husband was posting weird shit on timeline talking about white women loving BBC while they care together.
That's so weird. No, but I mean, this is just one part of the Epstein shit. Like, I could go and honestly, I think Patrick Casey and Michael Tracy's interview about Epstein is a good, or like their podcast they did about Epstein is a good podcast to listen to like demystify a lot of the shit that goes around with the Epstein shit, and like a lot of this satanic panic almost with it, in a lot of ways. I don't know how else to put it. I just don't think, even with all of the Epstein files out, bro, all of this shit, I still don't think there's like anything like smoking, like maybe there's a smoking gun, but There's like nothing that's like
Talks shit while
super
giving Tartfoids video
definitive.
media attention, not even filtering through knitter fucking chud maxer.
Mm-hmm. But there's just I don't really know how to put it besides from what I've seen, I don't think there's anything in the, because remember how, and honestly I feel like I got psyoped a lot too by a lot of this shit. Remember how they used to say, oh, if they release the Epstein files, this country wouldn't be able to handle it and we'd go into like a civil war, or we'd go storm the Capitol or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, remember when they were saying that like last year and shit, and throughout the whole history of the Epstein shit? Well, now that we have a lot of the files, is that happening? No, not really. You know, I mean, not really. I mean, to be honest, most people are pretty like, honestly, like apathetic towards it. Ironically, besides shit libs and fucking whatever, like most people are like, yeah, there's probably some bad stuff there, but there's nothing where it's like gonna cause a civil war or anything like that, you know? Like that's how they used to say it. That's what they used to say.
Peter Thiel, everything is a psyop.
Weave
for the follow at Uncle Ted 88.
Like there's just nothing in the Epstein files yet that, like they said there was gonna be. You know what I mean? Because remember how they would talk about the Epstein files? Yo, what's up, Uncle Ted? How you doing, bro? Remember how they used to say the Epstein files got released, this country wouldn't be able to wake up the next morning, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. And like, we'd go into a civil war and all this shit. Like, dude, we have millions and millions of the Epstein files, and you think by now there'd be something that would have caused that, but no, there has not. So I'm with Trump at this point. Like the Epstein files are just like a Democrat hoax, honestly. I was not like that before, to be honest with you. And I was pretty like psyoped, I think, by the Epstein satanic panic shit. But at this point, with a lot of the files out, everything that we've seen, like in all this shit, dude, Trump was right. Like Trump didn't word it correctly. Like really, he should have said it like, the evidence in the Epstein files is like broad ranging from, you know, anonymous FBI tips to unverified emails to stuff like that, you know. So like,
so it's a nothing burger.
I wouldn't say it's a nothing burger. I think there is some stuff in there. You know, there's some stuff.
There are legit schizophrenic claimers.
Well, the problem is there is some legit stuff in there, but it's so like drowned out by the schizos and shit that are like posting the FBI anonymous tips from crazy people and shit libs that Trump and shit like ate a baby or whatever.
People's minds instead of reason.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too. But even if you want to like extrapolate the actual problems from the Epstein files, like yes, there's some issues. There's a lot of issues there, to be honest with you. But you can't even really do it in a good faith way without. Yeah, exactly. You can't even do it in a good faith way without having somebody like Owen Schroyer fees on. If you like try to talk about like the Epstein files in like a realistic way, not like some satanic panic fucking conspiratard way, like you have people that will just call you a pedophile and shit like that. So it's really like, and Jake Shields is like another person like this. So really you gotta like, honestly, that's why these people just need to be like excommunicated and straight up just, you know, they're basically Democrats, you know, in my opinion. but regardless of all this shit, I do think though there is some stuff in the Epstein files that is worrying, but
I'm so
it,
tired of the
I don't
minutes
even
of
care about
Epstein
it, and
stuff. I don't even
yeah,
listen to the high
exactly.
reports are the real racist.
Exactly. I don't even listen to the shit anymore because I'm so sick of these people like Jake Shields and shit and all of these other conspiratard idiots that just run with the fucking wind, you know what I mean? And will post any fucking garbage as long as it's against Israel or Trump, right? You know, and I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of it. And that's why I posted when in the beginning of the year, I was like, in 2026,
Jake Shields,
it's 2026. We're all turning into Zionists again, dude, because fuck this shit, bro. I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of like these retards, these people that have totally subverted subverted the JQ and, you know, actual conspiracies, because there are real conspiracies. That's the thing. Like, there are like things that are like actually real. Like, yeah, Israel probably did 9/11, dude. Like, that's not a conspiracy theory. You know what I mean?
The good side of life. NA.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, bro.
You are one of the retards.
Honestly, that's a good way to do it. And I feel pissed too because Candace Owens is like brain rotted my fucking mom, dude. Literally. Candace Owens is a fucking demon. She should be literally banned off of everything, bro. Straight up. We need censorship back, dude. She like literally brain rotted my mom, bro. Fucked up.
Candace is manipulating schizophrenics for profit.
And just straight up brain rotting people and making people retarded.
I endorse her being banned from YouTube.
Me too, man. I was memeing. I did tweet. I commented on. I forget. I think it was Captive Dreamer's post, one of his posts. But I was memeing.
Mom brain rotted your bitch ass in the womb.
I was memeing. I was like, shit, because there's that new Upscrolled app that all of these JQ retards are on, right? The Upscrolled app, and I'm just like, fuck, dude. What if Larry Ellison bought Twitter and then banished all the goyim to Upscroll? Let's go. And then we won't have any of this nonsense retarded brown people on Twitter. Twitter can be high IQ. Imagine if Twitter was like a high IQ intellectual space, basically. Dude, Ellison buying Twitter, banishing everybody to Upscrolled could unironically make Twitter a high IQ platform. But I'm kind of memeing with that.
People like Candace make me wanna shill Pragaroo. Plasma, I think
Yeah.
you need to just go back to bed and wake the fuck up.
Well, it's not that you can be critical of Israel. I'm still very critical of Israel. Okay, dude? I'm still very critical of Israel, Zionism, Judaism as a religion in general. Okay? But then you have to think about like the meta politics of like what's going on with like the Trump admin and like a lot of the good things that are happening and like things that are happening.
Candace Owens was ever worth listening to.
Candace Owens is not worth listening to nowadays. No, she went downhill, bro. She was not like this. Like, she was pro-Trump and shit, dude. Like in 2024 and parts of 2025. Like she went downhill. What do you mean?
I have heard from Christians, not religious idiots, that Israel hates Christians, but I don't know.
No, dude, that's not even true. Israel fucking loves Christians, bro. The Jews love Christians, unironically, but y'all ain't ready for that conversation, I think. We'll get too many berging. But, yeah. What's going on in this space? Like everybody left.
Wow.
Yeah.
My mod is AIDS.
I see that. Israel hates all goys. They see Christians as pawns. That's a part of it, yeah. They definitely do. Oh shit, Nick Shirley's in California, dude. Oh shit.
I'm still here. I come to kick instead to Twitch cause it is so meta anymore.
I mean, Twitch sucks.
Anna is my wife.
Oh yeah, did you see Trump post that video of all the...
Did you see Tim Walz has become an Aryan god by finally having Minneapolis police arrests
Yes.
people trying to break into ISO?
Yeah, oh, that was another thing. That was another thing too with all of the fucking conservative influencers with that recently. And I tweeted this out too, because I saw when it was happening, basically when that shit was going on, and then Trump, and then obviously Fuentes was attacking Trump because he just attacks Trump on anything. But all the conservative influencers, Fuentes, etc., they're attacking Trump for, I don't even know. Some stories got leaked or whatever, and then Bovino went back to California, and they brought in Tom Homan or whatever, and then stuff like that. But like, they forget to mention like the fact that now we literally got the reason why the shit was happening in Minnesota is because the local PD and sheriffs were not being allowed to work with the federal government. Okay. And when that's the case, and you have especially all of these left-wing rioters and stuff like that, and literal domestic terrorists, the government has to bring, the federal government has to have like 15 fucking guys there just to arrest, one targeted immigration arrest. You know what I mean? So like, the problem was we needed the local law enforcement to not only work with the federal law enforcement, but also
God bless you, bro.
when a lot of these fucking libtards and shit, when the federal government, they have to like let them out basically. They can't just I don't know how it works, but basically they're not allowed to like charge them as much. Like they are allowed to charge them, but it's harder to charge them with certain things. Like when you have the state and local government, they're able to charge these people faster. They're able to process these people faster, and they're able to do all these things that the federal government should not be having to do when they're doing targeted immigration enforcement, basically. So now that I've explained that, and you have all of these conservative influencers and Fuentes and Groypers and stuff on the timeline saying, oh, Trump is backing down from Minnesota and blah, blah, blah. So you have that going on the timeline, while simultaneously you have leftist communists on TikTok and Blue Sky crying and complaining that the raids haven't stopped, and they seem to even got worse. And now the local PD's arresting people, and they're literally freaking out on TikTok about it. So like, think about this dichotomy here. You have these conservative influencers just making the situation worse, where what actually happened is Trump made Tim Walz bend the fucking knee. That's what actually fucking happened. Tim Walz bended the knee, and now the PD is fucking doing what they're supposed to do in Minneapolis, and they're able to go in and get any illegals that get arrested in Minneapolis or Minnesota. ICE can pick them up now. So they're basically getting rid of the what's it called? The what's the fucking shit called? Whatever, the immigration freeze or whatever the fuck they do, or sanctuary city. That's what it's called. Yeah, sanctuary city.
Sanctuary status.
Yeah, so they basically Trump got Tim Walz to basically remove sanctuary city stuff in Minnesota and Minneapolis, and then you have these fucking conservative influencers saying that, oh, Trump backed down, Trump's tacoing and stuff, and then you have the leftists literally saying like, oh my god, this is horrible, you know, this is getting worse, you know, like we're literally winning. Any win we have, you have these conservative influencers and Fuentes, Groypers and shit, JQ, Candace Owens people. Any win we have, these people try to sabotage. It's insane. Like it's really hard to cut through a lot of it, bro, to be honest.
To wanting to cry.
Yeah, it really is. It's really hard to cut through a lot of it, dude.
They just want to demoralize and do the work of the left.
Minneapolis. Did I say it weird? Minneapolis. Minneapolis. I'm sounding like Candace Owens. Yeah, it is demoralization. Yep. It is just straight up demoralization, bro.
Just did a Roman for main SS Commander Tim Walz.
And honestly,
The normal white guy Nick
maybe we should listen to Mystery Grove's article, because he literally just
Castle doctrine is a lost cause ruled.
Mystery Grove's article explains it a lot better than I've been explaining it, but we have to listen to it with the AI. But Mystery Grove's
solid.
Yeah, Mystery Grove's article explains it way better than I just explained it, and articulates it in digestible format. So maybe we should just listen to that, because honestly, those are the only guys really, and a lot of the shit is coming around back to that. Like a lot of people are starting to wake up. I think that the Groyper shit, the Fuentes shit, the
Minneapolis.
JQ shit, third worldism, Jake Shields bullshit, whatever you want to call this shit. I think a lot of people are starting to wake up and realize that we got played, kinda, or they're using us. So yeah.
You know, there's this argument that I reject, that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten, because they have the intelligence. You know.
So true, Epstein.
Epstein says no racism.
How rich is it from this people saying she don't speak English?
They're taking children. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. You should be.
This is crazy.
The left is losing.
2026 could be the first time in decades the GOP takes the governorship back. Steve Hilton has got momentum. And the Democrats can't find a candidate.
Well, the thing is, with how the Democrats are, what they are running, they need like a new sub. They need to go back and like drop the woke stuff, and if they don't drop the woke stuff, then yeah, they're not like gonna be a party probably one day, you know?
They are fucked.
Like if they did, unironically, if the Democrats like drop the woke stuff and shit, they probably have a better chance, but they just are like race communists now, so there's nothing that is I mean, if you're a white man and you're voting for the Democratic Party, you're like basically a cuck, you know?
If a Republican governor gets in the 2026 California governor's election, then sanctuary status could end there for a while. Lol. Imagine the Keno raids there if it happened. Lol.
Yeah, I don't know though, because I keep hearing shit like that. Oh, they're not able to find anybody in California. There's dude, I fucking hate this Chad Champion guy so much. He's such a brown clown.
Nate, is that BitBoy Crypto? I thought he was in jail.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, but I've seen this stuff about California, but I don't know. Elon's defending himself.
With a box of scraps!
Oh, yeah, I saw this on TikTok.
I'm not Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it better to be feared or be a city boy? And I say, is it too much to ask for both?
The truth is, I am Island Man.
Epstein! We need a plan of attack.
I have a plan, Charlie. Attack.
Epstein!
So good.
Out with you. It's fine.
No, you're not. You're not coming into the club.
I am.
TPS status.
No, you're not.
ends in 3 days.
I
Time to go back, dog eaters.
So how are you coming in the club? You're not allowed in. No, this is one of those moments where you need to listen. You're going
I am
home.
listening. I'm not going home.
Why does Clavicular put up with that chick? I don't understand that.
Feasting when they are finally dredged away is gonna be Keno.
Ah, yes. Bum, bum, bum.
Imagine being such a pathetic Coomer slave to vagina and women's approval. You smash your face with a hammer and do roids, etc.
Yeah, well, I mean, lookism is real. Like, look, or sounded retarded there. Lookism is real. It's not necessarily bad to try to look your best, but Yeah, I mean, I don't think the looks. I think a lot of the looks maxing shit is retarded, but there is like truth to the black pill too. The black pill is real. But I don't know, man.
Nate, did you know Wooza is headed to Yoba House in Florida soon?
I actually didn't know that. Really? Is that real?
No. You could make a negotiated deal that would be satisfactory.
That's so funny. At least one woman can do math. Transgender probably. Dude, Epstein was a meme lord. Epstein was unironically a meme lord. He was a meme lord, bro. Literally. Anyways, let's listen to this Mystery Grove article, I guess. I don't want to play a game, though.
Raised with Epstein.
I don't want to play a game. Wait up, let me open my Steam. Should I buy that new game that you climb the mountain? I don't know. That game kind of looks fun, but then it kind of looks like I might not like it. But it also kind of looks fun, though, too. What's this game? No Rest for the Wicked. It's on sale right now. I don't think I've ever seen this game.
I've been playing this on and off since it came into early access back in 2024. Have genuinely really
Anybody played this game?
Enjoyed my time with the game, as covered in the, I think it's been like 5 videos that I've made already. It's really, really fun. Is the game worth buying at the moment? I mean, there's a lot of game here, and I think it's genuinely very good. Obviously, it's not finished because it's still early access. There will be more to come, but I've had a lot of fun. I'm somewhere over 150 hours having played over the past 2 years. As with other early access titles that I enjoy, I try to check back in every so often, especially when they get a new big update. Well, just last week, they released No Rest for the Wicked Together, which beyond adding co-op, you can now play the game with others. This patch also came with a bunch of new systems, mechanics, additional loot to collect, which opens up all sorts of different builds, loads of quality of life upgrades, and some much needed performance improvements. Moon Studios is sponsoring this video. They asked me to let you know about the recent update, which I am more than happy to do so. This is one of those games that I just like it genuinely already. So happy to see as well that they have addressed and fixed many issues with the prior updates.
Is it bad?
For each other and this. So if one player advances the main story quest, it will advance for everyone on the server. I think this is large.
What is this? I mean, the game kind of
When No
looks
Rest
cool.
for the Wicked launched in Steam Early Access in April 2024,
Is it just a story
marked
mode,
a major
though?
shift for Moon Studios. Known for the Ori series, the studio was now tackling a brutal, systems-driven action RPG with Souls-inspired combat, deep loot progression, and a dark, painterly world.
It's too late for any of us.
I just wait till the game's
foundation was
finished.
promising, but like many early access releases, the game was still clearly a work in progress. Performance issues, balance problems, and missing features made it clear that this was only the starting point. Since then, Moon Studios has spent the last 2 years steadily
Should I play this game then? This is the game I'm talking about where you climb the mountain.
I think I've said it before on this channel, but
comes a lot of strategy. She has a limited amount of grip, a limited amount of stamina, and it really depends on like where you're grabbing footholds, and you have to actually think like a climber. Now, one of the things with this game is that sometimes her arms will contort weird. Like she'll look more like Octodad more than like it'll look glitchy and kind of weird. But for the most part, when you're doing a really good climb and you're squeezing and you're shimmying, it just
you're a
feels
girl.
and looks like real climbing. This type of climbing, this free climbing, free soloing thing, right? Like you are using your body and using physics and momentum to really scramble yourself up places that aren't meant to be climbed, which means in the game, your brain starts to think like one of these climbers where you're looking for the tiniest little handhold or a little crack running up the mountain that you can tuck your toes into and slowly shimmy up. You can kind of take went fast, where you completely just died, where you camped, and it's really cool to see that journey and look back. When you can fly through the mountain in a free camera mode, you think, oh, okay, that's like a big mountain, but like that's not a big deal. But when you are the person there doing every single individual climb and grab,
I don't know, this game might be fun.
That's when you realize like, wow, this
I've always
game
wanted
just
to
does
climb a
really good
mountain.
job of simulating that feel. I felt like I climbed a mountain. There are multiple modes
Exactly,
as well
that's
in
what I
terms of
want.
difficulty, which I appreciated. The normal difficulty I found pretty tough.
I think I might
and there
play
are
it,
so
dude.
many things to manage, and on the harder difficulty, it's
I
probably.
think I'm gonna
even
play
worse.
it. I think I'm gonna buy it. How much is it? Follow me on
Felt like I
YouTube, by
climbed
the
a
way.
mountain. There are
Follow my YouTube. Follow my YouTube. Follow my YouTube.
https://w.
Oh, look at somebody messaged on YouTube. What's up, Alpha? Isn't that guy? Isn't that a Feezerhead? Isn't that guy a Feezerhead? Alpha?
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=2s0ry9mbmq.
I think that guy's a Feezerhead.
Is that no man's key?
The games from Surprise New Studios are basically the gaming equivalent of edgy art students finding a Photoshop filter and applying it a bunch of times. Many of them take advantage of Steam's new gaming algorithm. One sweet looking trailer, and then you're suddenly playing Callisto Protocol and you can't figure out, with all this success, how the hell did you end up playing this POS? But there are other ones too, that you see that first video and you think to yourself, you know what? Maybe. Then there are the ones that are sort of in the middle and this mythical marketing. Think of them as giant night creatures from Shadow of Colossus, twisted titans wearing the armor of myth.
Oh, man. Oh, man, damn. Oh, man, damn. Let's watch Owen Schroyer's video on the Epstein files.
I want to do a quick take here on the Epstein files. And I want to kind of get beyond the contents of them for a second. But there's no doubt this is some of the sickest, most depraved stuff we've seen when it comes to politicians and public figures since Pizzagate and the Democrat emails from WikiLeaks. So if you were around for that, you know what I'm talking about. If not, just know that there's a lot of similar stuff, some even more twisted. But it does remind me a lot of that.
Okay, buddy.
So we're still combing through it, and obviously some of the stuff we've seen so far is really damning. And I mean, this is blackmail.
What are we seeing?
So I'd say that the Epstein files are very much what we expected so far. But here's what I mean when I say I want to kind of move beyond the contents here, as we're still combing through them. The timing of all of it, to me, is very important. And I don't think these things lining up are coincidental. In fact, there's even a pattern here. You know, this drip, drip, drip of the Epstein stuff against Trump has been going
What about
on for
this game,
years.
Folklore Hunter?
So it's like there's some big political
Oh no, that looks
issue,
scary. Never
or
mind.
geopolitical issue, or
WTF
foreign
happened
policy
to
issue, and then
Bro,
it's
he
drip,
left
drip, drip. Oh,
Infowars and he became like a gay person. I don't know what
with a
happened.
photo of Epstein signed. Oh, here's Trump with a letter and an illustration.
He became homosexual.
And it's this drip, 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 and it feels like it's somebody pulling Trump's arm to do stuff. And so that's kind of the pattern.
Oh my God, it's almost my
And when you see
birthday.
some of the materials that are coming out.
Oh my God, I'm turning 28.
It lines up. It's exactly what we expected. And how deep the blackmail stuff goes now is kind of going to be what people are going to decide when they see this stuff. But
I'll buy this game then.
To say the timing of it is strange because you've got all of this stuff going on at the same time. You've got the huge market.
Yes, I'm turning 28.
Going on. Crypto,
birthday, Nate?
stocks,
on what's
precious metals.
today?
It's all very volatile.
On Friday.
And of course, you've got the Iran strikes that Israel wants Trump to initiate and do the regime change war in Iran. And maybe Trump doesn't want to do it. And so the powers
No,
that be are
dude.
saying, okay.
This is retarded. What do you mean? They had to release the Epstein files because the fucking Thomas Dumbass Massey made the law. What are you talking about? There's literally like a deadline that's been on the calendar for like
A bunch of subs.
weeks, months maybe. Do a birthday stream? All right, bet.
We know how important it is for the Trump administration to claim a victory on the economy with the stock market. That's kind of his
I mean, he might still be Jewish then.
He talks about how great the economy is doing. And then, of course, there is the foreign policy issues that I'm sure the administration knows are not popular, and yet we continue to get more regime change and more war in the Middle East, despite the backlash and the
You know, I thought Owen did used to be like more bulkier, huh? He must have got off the steroids.
lack of popularity on both sides.
That's what
of the
happens
aisle,
if
at
you
least
get
when
off
it
the
comes to voter
steroids.
base. Maybe not the
You become shrunken.
Congress members, but the people don't like it. So I don't think the timing of this is inconsequential. In fact, I think it's actually very important.
Get some new followers.
This is all happening at the same time. I would say it's all connected. And the one other thing that's very curious when you
Burger
just look
hit
at
it first.
an administrative
With the follow from 30 minutes ago.
You know, there is obviously damning stuff here with Trump's name in it. That is just a fact. There's no way around it. And there's obviously other public figures and names that we're seeing in here, other members.
Yeah,
of the
I think honestly, I think it is fair to be like, yeah, there's probably some stuff in there, there's some damning stuff. But the problem is you got the retards that are posting.
Everyone on InfoWars suckers besides Alex Jones.
Yeah. What's kind of funny, they replaced him with a woman. I don't like the woman. They were Brianna Morello. I don't like her that much, but it is kind of funny that Alex did that. Yeah, what's up, Rico, man? I mean, ultimately, though, dude, there is some stuff with the Epstein files that is concerning. And you know what? If the right people and we were able to, like, I don't know, to put, like, have the information be distributed in the right way, then maybe it'd be good, you know? But the problem is, and how Trump said it too, and now Trump said it in more plainly by just saying it's a Democrat hoax. But the problem is we have all these people, the way that it's being distributed, it's just, you know, dumping it, and then everybody can just go through it, and then we have a million different retards that make a viral tweet posting an FBI anonymous tip of like a crazy person saying Trump ate a baby or something, and that goes viral with like, you know, 50 million impressions. That's the problem. Okay, we live in this attention economy type of thing going on, where it doesn't even matter about the truth. Nobody really wants the truth. That's the thing. Everybody that's posting this Epstein shit, Jake Shields, Owen Schroyer, none of these people actually want the truth, by the way. Yes, we're still alive. none of these people actually want the truth about Epstein or any of this shit. Because if people actually wanted the truth, they wouldn't be posting the retarded shit of like an FBI anonymous tip of like some crazy person saying that Trump ate their baby or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they wouldn't be posting that shit. People would have the due diligence to actually post correct information and like have like context and stuff like that. But no, dude, it's nothing is like that. It's about what is the most salacious, how many clicks can it get? That's what it's all about.
They just want publicity. Look at Candace talking about her friend Charlie Kirk. He was the lead character in Quantum Leap.
Yeah. Charlie Kirk was a star child. So like at the end of the day, none of these people actually care about getting to the truth about Epstein.
Mainstream
and to be honest with you,
media is not where you
at this point, I don't care either. But I'm just honest about it. You know what I mean? Like, the reason I don't care is because of these people. You know what I mean? It's not because like the government or whatever, or like the whatever. You know what I mean? Or the mainstream media even. It's these people like Owen Schroyer and Jake Shields and fucking the list goes on, dude. The list goes on. These are the people that make me don't care about the Epstein files. Okay, make me apathetic to the actual dark stuff in the Epstein files. Because they're so fucking retarded and they just push the absolute flop garbage nonsense shit just to get clicks and views and likes, and it's all an attention thing. And it's, bro, it's just, how could you not be apathetic to the Epstein shit now after all of these influencers fucking grinding away fucking Twitter views and impressions on the slop that's came out from it? You know, how could you not be apathetic? Anyways.
Administration that we're seeing in here. Now, what's curious about this is the selective redactions. There's selective redactions when it comes to these documents. And really, there's no rhyme or reason. We can't find any rhyme or reason to these selective redactions, especially if they're going to leave Trump's name in there. Now, think about it like this. That is direct insubordination. Now, I'm not saying I don't want full transparency.
In prison.
Obviously, we've been clamoring for the Epstein files for years. So I'm full transparency, no matter what. That
is one thing I do respect Owen Schroyer for. He is a Jan 6 patriot, but besides that,
I'm serious when I say that.
But it's like,
he's kind of fallen from grace.
How can they leave Trump's name in there and then have all of these other selective redactions on some of the most gruesome contents of these new files? And to me, that's insubordination. Now, if the reports are true, Trump had been telling the DOJ to redact his name from the files. And the reports were that the reason it was taking so long is because they were in there.
Yeah, it's probably better. It probably would have been better if it never happened, to be honest. But I'm glad I was there. It was cool to see.
At least a couple times.
I didn't go in the Capitol, obviously. Everybody already knows that. But it was cool to see the Capitol getting stormed from the front of the Capitol.
Disaster
so far, in not so good of light. So are we talking
It was cool to see, but I don't think, and honestly, it was one of the coolest days of my life. I'm not going to lie. January 6th was fucking awesome, dude. I'm not going to lie. It was pretty fucking awesome, bro. Seeing all that shit in person. Now, obviously, a lot of bad stuff happened. A lot of people got in trouble. And, you know, thank God I didn't get in trouble, and I was smart enough not to go. Well, honestly, what happened is we got there like way after they already stormed the Capitol. So, and it was basically already over. But
scooters with Lules.
Yeah, we got there late, basically, because we went back to the hotel. And then we went, but by the time we got there, I think we went to Walmart too before we went there too.
A family by that point.
I think we went to Walmart too or something. But anyways, by the time we got to the Capitol, it was like already almost over. They were already throwing the tear gas, and it was basically over. But it was just awesome. And to see, I'm not gonna lie, it was fucking awesome. But if realistically, it might have been better if it didn't happen. If I'm being real, because it does give the Democrats that edge on certain things, and it swings independence.
It was a memorable experience, but realistically it did nothing good, and anyone using it for clout is a failure in present day.
True. Yeah, in hindsight, yeah. In hindsight, nothing good has came out of it. You're right. You're actually 100% right.
The Epstein files are more important than deporting millions of illegal.
That's what I'm saying. These people are insane.
An entire
Let's take a dab.
infrastructure of influence and power here, wielding the markets against Trump, wielding the Department of Justice against Trump, wielding selective redactions against Trump. Is it connected to the drip, drip, drip of all the other Epstein stuff that they've connected to Trump? The pictures, the illustrations, drip, drip, drip since he got into office. I can't help but think this is all connected. And I think it's, quite frankly, obvious that it's all connected. And it all seems to line up with certain interests in the Middle East to start a war, to strike Iran. And Trump doesn't want to do it. And so I think Trump is holding back. And I think the powers that be are saying, okay, here you go. Now they're going to get the Epstein files. Now, folks, think about that.
That's not even...
So...
Bro, this shit was already on the fucking shit, bro. Already on the... What's it called? The agenda. The calendar. Like, this was already supposed to come out from the vote they did on it. Like, I don't understand what this thing is. Like, oh... They dropped the Epstein files right when Trump was going to go into Iran or to make him go into Iran or whatever. Like, what the fuck? That shit doesn't even make sense. The reason Epstein files were delayed and slow rolled is to normalize pedophilia like Nick is currently doing. Well, I don't know if that's the 100% the case. I think it was just because Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, Thomas Massey worked with the Democrats. Basically, that's why they came out. You know, and the delaying of them, I mean, there's a lot of files, so they have to redact stuff. I don't know. Yeah. As far as like the normalization of pedophilia and that shit, I don't know if that's necessarily the main goal of delaying the Epstein file. That doesn't really sound like that makes a lot of sense to me. I think realistically, Thomas Massey worked with the Democrats, betrayed Trump, and got them to release the Epstein files. That's really what happened. But as far as like the delaying and shit, I mean, there's a lot of files, so maybe that's it. But I don't even know. I don't even care about
creativity plus summa cum laude are all names.
Let's go, Chicago Kev. I don't even really care about the delaying that much either. I don't really care about anything with the Epstein files anymore, bro. Because people like this, like Owen Schroyer, like Jake Shields, like Dan Blazarian, have poison pilled it for me so much that I do not care anymore. Honestly, I do not care.
They're going to put Trump's name out there. This is Trump's DOJ, where they apparently were told to redact his name from the files. They don't release the files for months. They hold them back illegally. And now tonight, with this huge market sell-off in all the different markets, with the looming strikes on Iran that we know everybody is clamoring for. Who knows? Maybe it's connected
like this is just like put everything together and throw it in a basket.
Maybe it's connected to a government shutdown.
What is this?
That is about to happen.
What is this? Throw everything in the fucking basket and it all points together. Like what the fuck? All of those things he said do not have anything to do with each other. The market sell-off happened because fucking gold and silver run has been insane, and they needed a pressure valve. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, dude? That shit should have sold off like 3 weeks ago, bro. Honestly, the gold and silver shit, and that's a whole different situation, having to do with the dollar and the weakening of the dollar, and that's like a macroeconomics thing going on. Nothing to do with the Epstein files. Nothing to do with the Epstein files.
Stuff going on, but that could be a separate thing. No, this looks like Trump does not even have control over his administration. Honestly,
I know, bro. Bitcoin's not good right now. I'm thinking, should I sell it all?
You have powers that be inside of the Trump administration.
You got all these. Everybody wants Bitcoin to go lower, bro. So like that's why I think hopefully it doesn't go much lower. Maybe it touches 60K. But if it goes lower than that, bro, I'm like, fuck, dude. Oh, that's just gonna hurt, bro. Honestly, that's just gonna hurt. Because as you guys know, I went all back in on Bitcoin basically at 90K. And low-key, I'm kind of regretting that, to be honest. But also in like the macro sense, long term, I think I'll be okay.
Operating with outside entities to try to hurt President Trump and to try to twist his arm to get him to do something. The most obvious something would be a war with Iran, but it could be anything. It really could be anything at this point. So the timing of all of this is very suspicious. I think all of these things are linked together.
Oh my God.
And I guess you just have to wonder now.
It's literally the same Candace Owens shit. This is literally Candace Owens shit. Everything's linked together. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything's a fucking.
Always to hold for 10 years or more, so don't panic now. Just buy more.
Yeah, you're right.
These gay Henley shirts.
Well, maybe I should do some covered calls. I might do some covered calls next week. Tomorrow on Monday.
When will Bridget Macaron's penis come into all?
I might do some covered calls, maybe on FBTC. Maybe. But the problem, this is what happened last time when I was doing covered calls, and then I fucked up and I didn't roll my call 1 week, and then I had to sell at my strike price, and then the market crashed, and the market, I forget, I didn't want to buy basically because everybody was saying the market was going to crash. And then I had all the cash, and then I waited like a week, I think almost 2 weeks. Nothing happened. And then I fell for the new shit that, oh, Bitcoin's good, we're going to be back. And then I rebought at 90K with everything when I could have held on longer technically. So I'm just getting fucked left and right with it. But it's all my fault, and the covered calls can get you fucked over if you are doing like risky ones, or if there's a lot of volatility, right? So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I do some covered calls though, because honestly, if Bitcoin's gonna go down, then it only makes sense to do covered calls right now. I'm gonna do a covered call on Monday, or like Friday or something. Right? I'm gonna do a covered call on Monday,
about how the French Foreign Legion is
and then
to all of this.
Either for Friday, a covered call for Friday, or next Friday, or maybe next Monday. I'll maybe do a week, Monday to Monday, Monday to Friday, or Monday to next Friday. I don't know yet.
To further erode our rights, like 9/11 allowed mass surveillance. Epstein files are a distraction from the internet being censored further and allowing the corpo overlords to rule us even.
Honestly, we need internet censorship again. We need the internet censorship again, bro. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. Candace Owens is the biggest podcast. Look, the Jews let a little bit of the censorship off, bro. And look what fucking happened, bro. Nah, I don't. I'm being fucking hyperbolic, dude. Calm down. I don't think we should do censorship. There should be censorship or Jewish censorship or whatever. But there is like some truth to that. Okay, regardless, there is some truth to like what's going on right now, and this is going on because there is not censorship anymore.
Trump thinking? Is he just going to say, okay, go ahead, just go ahead, show them all, we'll see what happens, and what's up with the selective redactions? How is it that they can redact certain names and protect certain individuals in some of the most gruesome of the contents, but yet we can leave Trump's name in there in some of the other really bad contents? No, this seems like, quite frankly, a public blackmail operation.
Quite frankly.
And it seems like there are powers that be, outside powers and inside the administration powers, that are trying to get Trump to do something that he doesn't want to do. These are truly remarkable times, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, Trump wants to bomb Iran. He's been saying he wants to fucking bomb Iran since 2019, bro. Are you fucking kidding me?
And I think that you have to weigh the timing, weigh the circumstances of all of this together.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, this is like Trump is being held by the Epstein files to not bomb Iran. No, dude. Trump's gonna bomb Iran because fucking he's been saying it, and because the Jews gave him a lot of money. It's not that fucking hard.
If Trump wants to bomb Iran, he will.
Yeah, and he probably wants to, too, because the Ayatollah's been talking shit. So, like, it's not that complicated why Trump is pro-Israel and pro-Iran. And honestly, it's not that complicated to understand, because Israel is a fucking ally of America, and obviously, as much as like we want to not have this alliance with them, and it's not really an alliance, and etc., like our foreign policy and our military apparatuses are intertwined with Israel and all of our allies, mind you, from Britain to France to whatever, you know what I mean? So like, what's going to happen is whatever's going to happen, bro. And yes, the Jews probably did
now what is the biggest
pay Trump a lot of money for this to happen with all of the campaign contributions and stuff. And that's probably the reason why it's going to happen, why we're going to bomb Iran and all this, and why we have bombed Iran. But there's also the fact that like our entire country's apparatus is kind of like intertwined with Israel too, to a degree. Right. The same way it is with Britain, okay, and with Ukraine, okay. So
is the right answer.
So it's not necessarily like, oh, well, you don't even understand what I'm trying to say, Plasma Cube. I'm trying to just say that the reason Trump is pro-Israel is very simple. It's not some conspiracy fucking blackmail shit from the Epstein files, dude. It's very simple why Trump is pro-Israel, okay, and the Republican Party, and why our government is pro-Israel. It's not like a conspiracy. It's plain and simple, okay? That's what I'm trying to articulate. I'm not necessarily saying it's a good thing. I would probably not think, or I probably would want us not to be allies with Israel, but we are. I'm just telling you how it is.
Because he is a puppet.
Yeah, obviously, that's what $250 million will probably give you. But also, Trump is also gonna stop the fucking migrant invasion, is deporting people, is for the fucking refugee programs, only letting in fucking white people, dude. There's a lot of stuff that Trump is doing that is good too, that just wouldn't be happening with anybody else. So like, you gotta keep it in mind that there's a lot of defeatist arguments that you could go through and be fucking living through and be a defeatist and hate Trump, hate everything. you know, hate the world, and you can do this all you want. And honestly, there's a market for that. It really is a market for that. Why do you think these guys fucking do it? Owen Schroyer, Jake Shields, and shit. There is that defeatist black-pilled market, okay? But also, these people are never going to change anything. You know what I mean? Like, these people are never going to change anything, and they're just gonna bitch and complain and increase their, you know, their fucking viewership and paid subscriptions and ad views and stuff. So like, that's what it's all about. It's not about change for them, you know? So like, that's really what it is. And if it's more views and more clicks to, you know, push the salacious Epstein stuff, that, you know, all this shit, blah, 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 then they're going to do it. Even if it hurts all the good shit that Trump's done that would have never happened if there was another if there was a Democrat president, or honestly other Republicans too. So I don't know. You guys gotta like stop following all of the defeatist shit on Twitter, because it is really a psyop, bro. A lot of the shit is like meant to make you feel bad. Okay? And make you feel like there's no hope, and like you're basically fucking drive you to fucking suicide, right? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is there to do? If there's no hope, there's nothing, there's, you know, the Jews run everything, we can't do nothing. What the fuck is what's the point of living, right? You know?
The left wants you to be demoralized.
Yeah, but the right does too. These right-wing they're not even right-wing, really. The conservative influencers and stuff want you to be just as demoralized, you know?
Streamers farming it for non-tent. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. So like, and honestly, the right-wing influencers on Twitter and stuff, not all of them, but the ones that do this, they're able to demoralize way worse than any libtard could demoralize a you know, right-wing guy, right? So it's honestly dangerous. It really is. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to, I'm not the best at articulating these things, and I'm also not the best at combating the arguments, but I can just kind of see what's going on, and I'm just gonna put my shovel in the dirt and be against it.
Streamer to stream in Antarctica for 1 minute slow.
Yeah, I did see that.
Stop thinking in memes, let your dreams become reality.
Well, I don't know, there's a lot of issues. Well, this fucking Mystery Grove article explains it way better than I do, so we'll listen to that while we play the Cairn game in a sec.
Charlie, Charlie, love you, Erica.
On Friday, the regime bypassed Congress to approve $6.5 billion in arms.
Oh yeah, this is a big like, all these retards and shit are saying that like Jeffrey Epstein created full 4chan/poll to like red pill people to like cause chaos in America or something and cause people to be racist, I guess. And like, yeah, like Captain Dreamer here says, like, America wasn't racist before poll. That's so crazy. People just believe the stupidest shit. Twitter is such a fucking cesspool, bro. Honestly, it's so like what's that one metaphor phrase, like, I don't even know, but there is like a bad side of no censorship, or loosening censorship, basically. And Twitter has been the perfect example of that, to be honest. It really has. Now, I do think it is better than being than having, full censorship and stuff, but there is a downside, and the downside is you have a lot of retards that end up retarding out together, basically. I need to go pee real quick.
Yeah, the bad side of no censorship, you just have so many schizophrenics yelling out nonsense. Totally wrong. Let the tards piss and shit on themselves.
Yeah, and back on the Twitter blackpilling shit real quick. Honestly, and I've been thinking about this too, it may be better for, like, unironically, and I know this kind of sounds kind of gay, but unironically, it may be better for your mental health, especially if you're like not, I don't know, if you have problems. Just unfollow or block a lot of these conservative retard influencers that just push black pill defeatist bullshit. Just block them, bro, straight up. Now, I'm not gonna do that because I use it for content and stuff, but
Shalom, Nate. It's a lot easier to join the Yos, right, Nate?
yes.
A shekel for a good guy.
But no, I'm being real though about that.
336 just donated one.
Thanks for the donation. I'm being real about that though. Like, if you are not able to, handle that shit or whatever, like, just fucking block these people. The black pill defeatist influencers that are pushing this shit, there's no reason to follow them. And honestly, that needs to happen. These people need to be ostracized, you know what I mean? They need to like not be given attention for their bad stuff they do, basically. So I do think that is a good thing.
N8 finally seeing the light. Praise the sun.
Well, I feel like I got psyoped a lot in 2025 by a lot of shit. And I was psyoped to be like a MAGA, basically like a groiper, to keep it short, you know? All right, let's take a dab. And that's why I'm saying, like, just don't even follow these people, because if I'm able to admit that I fell for the brainwashing or whatever, the psyoping and shit. And look at, dude, I'm not saying I'm like super smart or anything, but I definitely was falling for that shit, bro. So I know you guys would fall for that shit too.
Into taking dabs. I follow no one. My path is my own.
Psyoped into taking dabs. Honestly, the dabs are probably what kept me psyoped. But that's a different problem. That's my own personal issue, okay, buddy?
That he can't talk the news until his Rumble hours kick in.
Well, we're supposed to do a late show soon. Yeah, I mean, the dabs probably is what kept me blue pilled, right? Or not even blue pilled. I mean, red pill and blue pill, like that's not even a way to describe this shit anymore, really. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking psyops, bro. I don't know how else to put it. It's just Twitter and everything, and the algorithms, and everything just is horrible, bro. Everything's so bad. Like, from content perspective, like the slop out there, so bad. So bad.
If Mool says we should bomb Iran, then I am all for it.
I don't think we should bomb Iran, but if we do it and Trump does it, I'll support it. I don't know, man. I don't really care what Trump does foreign in the foreign.
Fuck him all.
In the foreign sector too much, to be honest. I care way more what Trump's doing here domestically. Which he's doing okay, but we need more for sure. And I mean, honestly, bro, I really don't want to have to vote for JD Vance in 2028. But I'm already saying now, if that's the only thing, bro, then that's gonna suck. But you might have to bite the bullet, bro. I don't know, dude. I really don't want to vote for JD Vance, though. Cheers.
Imagine voting. DeSantis, I'm just saying. Cheers.
I mean, as much as I what?
Hot damn high.
Yeah.
A shekel for a good guy. Wolf 336 just donated 1 lemons on D Live.
Oh, thank you. Oh, let's see if we got a chest we can open on D Live for you, Wolf. Song's a banger. Oh damn, we got 200 in there. So D-Live changed their shit. Like these diamonds, I guess I can't turn these to real money now. What? I don't even know how D-Live works now. We're gonna distribute it though. Well, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. We don't even know if JD Vance is actually gonna run. He might, but I don't know, dude. Like, I might just say, like, fuck it, just vote for him, because we can't let the race communist win, bro. These people want to kill you for being white, dude, and want to take your money and want to tax you. Like, they're already doing that. There you go. Well, 200. You're fucking set. Like, we just cannot let these people win. Ninja Guineas are gone. They're not even called Ninja Guineas anymore. But, dude, that dab's gonna be lit. Not gonna lie. I mean, at the end of the day.
Thanks for the Obama chest, Nate.
Obama trust. I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm not ready to say, like, I'm just gonna let things play out. I'm gonna let things play out, but
You can trade them in for money. That's lame.
But I really don't want to vote for JD Vance, bro. Like, I really still have a lot of problems with JD Vance. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm also, like, pragmatic, I guess. But can we just get somebody better than JD Vance, please? Somebody with a white wife, at least. Just anybody with a white wife. Or any Republican with a white wife, please. Because, like, I don't know, bro. There's other things too, but no matter what, though, bro.
Sit back and watch the fire burn while
no matter what, bro. JD Vance is gonna be way better than any fucking one of these Democrat race communists. Look at what they just did in Virginia, bro. Virginia had a Republican governor for like a few years or whatever, and the libtards there totally have taken control. They won with the new governor. The new governor has completely stripped all the fucking ability for Republicans to get back in power, basically, and started taxing white people more and shit, and a bunch of garbage. And same thing here in California. I, as a California Republican, do not have a voice in California. Republicans do not have a voice. After Prop 50 passed, we do not have and I'm talking on the state level, not necessarily, I mean, obviously I can still vote for presidential and federal elections, but on the state level, there is just no way Republicans can win because of the gerrymandering they're gonna do. So, it's basically fucking cooked. And, if a Democrat gets in to the presidency, you know that they're gonna fucking do the same shit. Like, Democrats are literally will do anything, bro, to keep power now, because they realize that their shit's, you know, they're losing popular support, basically. Because their policies are so crazy, you know, and they've lost basically all white men. But yeah. But the thing is, like, so if we just can't let that, like, literally, we won't have a country.
Nathan, I am ruined Bitcoin in the 70s.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's bouncing on the Sailor line right now, though.
Coming over to stay with you. I don't get it though. What are they gonna do? Open the border again?
That Maybe they do speech laws. They just get rid of the First Amendment, maybe. Why not? Gun buyback. Dude, everything you could imagine. Bro, what do you mean? What? I don't get it. What are they gonna do, though? Everything you can imagine, possibly even up to putting Republicans in camps for being like, you know, MAGA, MAGA education camps, they'll call it, or something.
Gun buybacks are peak comedy.
So, yeah, basically everything bad that could happen. What do you mean? What are they gonna do? What do you mean? Look at what they are doing in Virginia. Look at what they are doing in California here. We know what they're gonna fucking do. They're going to tax. Look at what Mom Donnie's doing. They're gonna tax white people more. They're gonna put in speech laws so white people can't speak up for themselves. And then they're going to make it so you can never get power again because they're gonna gerrymander the shit out of everything. That's what they're gonna do, bro. Like, what do you mean? And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg of what they'll really. It'll be a lot more than just that. Okay. You know, so, and I really don't want to say, I'm not saying vote for JD Vance yet. I'm definitely not saying that, but I am starting to prepare myself. Okay, buddy, I'm starting to prepare myself because we cannot let the Democrats win.
Or when they do that, Nate, who will fight their wars?
Bro, it's not a if or when. It's not a if or when they do that. I guess it is a if. But if they get power, they are going to do that. Dude, this guy really is reposting this shit. What a loser. Dude, like literally these people are reposting Democrat.
Illegals will fight their wars.
Like you got Jake Shields reposting Midas Touch still or what? He's got any new reposts from Midas Touch? But like, bro, like these people are scum. These people are absolute scum. I hope Jake Shields, unironically, the CTE starts kicking in and he like has to step down from his podcast or something. Like, I hope, bro. That's like, the world would be a better place, bro. Please.
The CTE is his only content.
No, but it needs to like progress. It needs to like progress where he like can't even speak anymore. You know, so then he just has to quit the podcast. It's like, fuck, bro. It's actually insane. And Jake Shields is like one of the #1 guys. I mean, there's a lot, honestly. So many. From Fuentes to whatever, you know, there's so many people, but
Go on Jake Shields' podcast and tell him to sit down. Did you see Jake Shields on Legion of Skanks?
No. Dude, why is Fuentes reposting this, bro? Fuentes needs to stop. Oh, wait up. Jake Shields goes off on Fuentes. Oh, wait up. I didn't even see this. What's this? Dude, Fuentes, please, can you leave Epstein alone, bro? Leave Epstein alone. We're trying to ruin his generational run, bro.
And I don't like, obviously we're both friends with Nick, and I think the Epstein stuff is funny, but I think overall, not even at him, we got to be careful because like people are saying Epstein has aura. You're mad you weren't invited to this island. It's like, no, man, I'm not going to compromise.
Take Nick's
Big
ever
J,
made. Not like
aka
Nick was
Big
an
Yo
absolute
Kerson, said
disgusting
Jake
pig.
Shields
That
is
him
the
with that
only
sweater
guest
is
he won't
pathetic,
allow
bro. It's
back
just
because
so
of his
shameful.
racism.
Like, he
Oh, shit, dude. Look at Jake Shields, bro. Jake Shields is going at Nick.
Man, I'm not going to
that's the
compromise.
worst take Nick's ever made.
Dude, you know what? Hopefully this pushes Nick. Dude, we're going to see Fuentes. We're going to see Fuentes, I think, get pushed away from this shit. I'm predicting it, but maybe not, because really it's just like one trip with fucking Sneeko. Fuentes is back on the third world fucking, brown clown train. So, but as long as Fuentes stays away from the freaks, maybe he'll get red pilled.
Be careful before Nick beats him up.
Maybe if Fuentes stays away from these people, then he'll become red pilled, and then he'll be like saying basically, it'll be like a Patrick Casey or Captive Dreamer fucking tweet thread as his show instead of the third world is shit. Because I honestly think he is leaning towards it, because he's I know Fuentes, as much as like I dislike Fuentes, he is a smart guy, and I know he sees the writing on the wall with this shit, with this third worldist fucking JQ shit. It's gone too far. And I think what Fuentes unironically probably will do, he's gonna carve out kind of his own little lane now, and not necessarily be like the Patrick Casey, Scott Greer type, go back to that type of whatever, but he's gonna like try to like carve out the right wing JQ, maybe the right wing JQ stuff, and like I don't know how you do that though, bro. Really, it's gonna be really hard to do that. We'll see what happens, because as much as I mean, I think there's a lot of ways you can critique Israel from the right.
Who I watch obsessively, Nathaniel 2026.
Okay, dude. As much as I'm just trying to explain what I think's gonna happen.
Conservatism, and it's the most based political ideology you could have.
And I don't even know. I think we're kind of past like an ideology type of thing like that for sure. But I get what you're saying. But it's more of like just having the right takes on things. It's that simple. And then just knowing when like somebody's has a bad take. I don't know how else to put it. Just have the right takes. And Fuentes, I will give him credit. He's been trying to distance himself from the third worldist stuff from the clips I've been seeing.
But put all skill points into Jure.
So that's good, but I don't know how he's going to be able to like carve out the right-wing JQ shit. I feel like the JQ is so poison-pilled, and there's no way to not make it leftist-coded, brown-coded, whatever you want to call it. Like, even if there are like valid arguments, and there are valid arguments against Israel and Jews and Judaism, I have a lot of them, and there's a lot of ways you could maybe carve it out, but I don't know, dude. I feel like it's cooked. I feel like the JQ shit's cooked, bro. These are the JQ influencers, Sneeko and Jake Shields, bro. These are the guys on Twitter. These are the guys getting the clicks. These are the guys with the audiences, and their audiences are a lot of the time, not like how JQ audiences used to be, it's a lot of brown people now, you know, and it's a lot of people that just got red pilled yesterday and stuff like that, and people that are just dumb. Honestly, just dumb people. And I'm not even saying that as like a super smart guy, but it's people that are dumb in a way, it's a different type of dumbness. People that are just goyim, I guess that's the best way to put it. It's people that are just goyim, basically. Yeah, Tucker too.
Jake Shields was a badass, but Serial his stand-up was dog shit. Jake Shields is a living Neanderthal. At some point, these ideas have to spread to the lowest common denominator to gain any real traction.
No, but that's where but we fucked up. No, Karen Defender, I agree, that's true. Like, you do need mass appeal in some sense, but the way it was distributed and the way that it is now with Twitter and how things are and how basically we live in like as many, if it can get more clicks than post it type of situation, there's no way that that's gonna work, bro. Like, the masses just can't. They're too stupid, you know. They're goys. I don't know how else to put it. They're goys. Dude, they're like, if it was like a downstream like cultural type of thing, and it was like, yeah, but the way that it is now, no way. If you're a part of the JQ shit, you're fucking
Jake Shields punches
if you're part of the JQ shit now in 2026, you're fucking you're fucking with Jake Shields and Sneeko going to free Palestinian marches and stuff, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and also like the whole thing with why right-wingers even critiqued Israel in the first place was about Jews in America that were being dual citizens, basically. And they were being like basically fascist for Israel, but selling out America. Okay, like that's like the argument, right? These people are just, they've completely have gone past that, and they're in like, you know, that's why they're saying, oh, ICE agents are like the IDF and stuff, you know? And it's basically they don't even have that argument anymore of like that's why we didn't like Jews in the first place, you know? And then the Jews also try to act white, you know what I mean? Like, they don't even talk about this. They're just like, oh, we got to save more brown people and shit, you know what I mean? Like, that's the last thing. Like, honestly, the last thing I think about when I think about Israel is fucking Gaza. I'm not gonna lie. That's probably the last thing I think about, if I'm gonna be honest with you. It's messed up, and they definitely are doing like a genocide, but as an American, as a white American, that's about the last thing I'm thinking about when it comes to Israel. Okay, so it's gone completely past the issues that we cared about when critiquing Jews. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. And they're just like trying to just like suck third world cock at this point, dude. And they're just like want to just save every fucking brown person in the world. And it's like, what the fuck? No, dude, we're not save a brown person or whatever, Superman.
And
We're
wonder why Lewis
like, what the
doesn't do
fuck?
The Late Show anymore. Make Israel white again. After that take.
Dude, this is kosher. What do you mean? This is kosher. That was a kosher ass take, if anything.
Hey, I like Nick, but that's absolutely.
Anyways,
saying Epstein has aura. Oh, like, oh, you're mad you weren't invited to this island. It's like, no, man, I'm not gonna
That's the
compromise.
worst take Nick's ever made. I like Nick, but that's absolutely disgusting.
Save a
take.
brown.
That him with that sweater.
Put the
is
white
pathetic,
man
bro.
down.
It's just so shameful.
and what do you mean after that take? What was wrong with that take? The take that the JQ people like Jake Shields are retarded and they fucking are just like sucking brown cock now instead of caring about the real issues why we critique Jews was because they were like dual citizens and selling out America for the greater good of Israel. Like, what do you mean? That's literally true.
Like he should apologize. He should pull it offline. he should be humiliated and embarrassed. You know, he's sitting there saying, "Oh, you're a third worldist on Upscroll, bitch. You're wearing a fucking Epstein sweater who fucking
Bro, I
tortured and killed
sticking
kids."
up
And I even
for
like
Fuentes.
Nick, bro, but that's just a shameful moment. He fucked up. Big time.
Yeah, I love Nick, and I understand the humor around it.
Dude, I hope Nick goes on his show and just fucking burns bridges with all of these people, please. If Nick, if you can hear me, burn bridges with all of these people. Actually become red-pilled and white again, Nick. You can do it. You can burn bridges with these people. You can become red-pilled. And maybe you can carve out a right-wing JQ shit. I don't think it's gonna work, honestly.
Some amazing fights.
I'm honestly, if I think the JQ shit is so poison pilled at this point, but maybe you can carve out something with that. But really, you need to, please just cut these people off, and then maybe you can be redeemed, and maybe Fuentes can get red pilled in 2026. But until then, I'll still be critiquing and a-logging Fuentes. But maybe we'll see. We'll see. This is going to be a big year. Will Fuentes get red pilled in 2026? We'll see.
And stuff like that. I'm not gonna go criticize him.
Yeah, he's trying. No, he's trying to be.
And I just want to see him burn the bridges with these people.
Overlords.
Yeah, true. I just want to see him burn the bridges with these people. These people are scum.
Yeah, I guess, but it's like, come on, bro. You can't be edgy by wearing something that literally tortured and fucking killed kids.
Yeah.
Hitler's edgy. Hitler's cool. Hitler had aura.
That's true.
Didn't. Hitler would have fucking.
That's why I don't put a lot of faith in it. But I am willing to see where the chips lie when things happen. You know what I mean? But I don't put a lot of faith in it. I don't put a lot of faith in it because of the flip floppery, and just because Fuentes is Fuentes. But there is, we'll see here though. I do think that I do think there are a lot of groypers probably that agree with what I'm saying.
We will talk shit about them, but then we'll invite them on their show later.
I mean, obviously Epstein definitely was a charming guy. If he was getting like, what you see?
That's true. No, he was. That's true. That's
especially.
why they used him.
Fuck people like that.
And then Fuentes posted this.
And I don't like,
That's funny though. I don't know though.
A man of many opinions is a man with no integrity.
Yeah, that's kind of true. We'll see what happens though. I have a feeling that nothing's gonna happen and Fuentes is gonna still be retarded, but we'll see, dude. Fuentes needs to stop a-logging Trump so much too.
Be the steward of your own beliefs and never waver.
Andrew Tate says, if I was in the Epstein files, there would be a media frenzy. But I'm not. I'm innocent, which is why they arrested me for being the things they do, sex trafficking. They insult me in the media all day for accusations, then use the same media to run cover for themselves. Scumbag. I mean, I guess.
Nick lost me after the body cam video where he Dennis being white and said no he Mexican. Watch him after that. Only people who call Nick, Fuentes logs and Alex Jones. N8 says it like Alex Jones does. Andrew Tate was probably broke when Epstein.
No, dude, I'm not. I don't want. Until Fuentes changes a lot of his rhetoric and his shit, I will not. I don't actually know. The Groypers are too retarded. No. Even if Fuentes changes his rhetoric on shit, becomes more basically like Captive Dreamer and Patrick Casey and Scott Greer, like how basically, and he kind of already is in a lot of ways. But until he does, and even if that's the case, there's so many retarded Groypers. So many retarded Groypers.
Brisk.
It's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. And Fuentes needs to stop being like a defeatist all the time.
Alex Jones
and he needs to
JQ perfectly, since has been doing it for so long.
And he needs to stop hanging out with Sneeko.
Aren't they all pros real?
No. And he needs to what else does Fuentes need to do? He needs to stop hanging out with Sneeko. He needs to
I'm going to Nate Pack.
He needs to apologize to Baked Alaska. Fuentes needs to do that for sure. He needs to apologize to Baked Alaska. What else does Fuentes need to do? There's a lot. Honestly, I don't think he's going to be able to get all this done.
Nate names many things. The only thing he has no problem with is Nick's pedophilia.
I don't think. Okay.
Apologize, bro.
Yes, he needs to accept that he worked with a pedophile, Ollie Alexander. Yes. Fuentes needs to accept that. And take accept it and stop lying about it. What else? What else does Fuentes need to do? He needs to stop saying there's going to be another AF pack. There's not going to be another AF pack, dude. That's a fucking meme.
Needs to visit the Wailing Wall and take a photo. Nate exclusively dates 17-year-olds.
That's not true.
And he needs to accept that girls under 16 aren't ready for sex and marriage, don't you think? But so does your friend Big Tech.
I don't think that's true. Or I don't know if Big Tech said that. I don't know. I think the age of consent is perfectly where it's at, dude. Okay? I'm not sitting here trying to fight for the age of consent, okay? Perfect. It's fine.
It's true.
It's not an issue. It's a non-issue. Okay? Feminism, and now if it may become an issue if fucking Democrats get in fucking power and they fucking try to raise the age of consent to like 25 or something, and then have like age gap laws where if you are dating, if you're like 30 and you're dating like a 20-year-old, then you're considered a pedophile or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna they want to do shit like that. They definitely want to do shit like that. Definitely. But it's just not an issue right now, dude. So it's like whatever. Think everything's fine with that. But I don't know what Big Tech said about that exactly. But my take is, and this is my only take, and that represents me and me only. The age of consent is perfectly okay where it's at, and it's a non-issue.
If anything, they lower age of consent and use the Epstein files as a pretext for national security.
I doubt that's going to happen.
They want more cheap labor and
That's not what would happen. The Democrats would raise the age of consent and then put in age gap laws.
Subhuman who did say that. And
Well, I disagree. I don't think that. I think the age of consent's fine. Okay, I think it's a non-issue though, and to be arguing about the age of consent is dumb. But I think that's a different thing. And you're talking about when Big Tech was explaining about the shit, how Nick said that the Epstein shit wasn't necessarily about pedophilia. And that's a whole different like thing. And honestly, I don't even really care that much to get into that. But that has to do with really what I was talking about earlier with the Epstein shit, and people need to demystify it. And it's basically like a satanic panic going on right now with the Epstein shit. And that's why I recommended earlier to watch Patrick Casey and Michael Tracy. Their podcast they did like a week ago or 2 weeks ago on Epstein, because it's a good podcast because it demystifies a lot of the shit with Epstein. And yes, it is. There is pedophilia, or not necessarily pedophilia, I guess, but child trafficking and stuff, right? Like that's the better phrase to put what was going on. Was definitely a part of it, and there's a lot of concerning stuff there. But the whole shit that's going on right now with like Candace Owens and shit, and it's like a satanic conspiracy, and they're fucking
remember Big Tech can't
fucking
daughter because of
putting up fucking they're all wearing like the mask, the goat mask and shit like that, and it's like you know, a big satanic ritual shit. Like that shit's retarded. That's not real. That's just that's like retarded shit, dude. For fucking people that I don't even know, but that shit's retarded.
Hang them all.
So
can't find anyone
it's
because you're so edgy.
And the main thing with Epstein, the main thing to extrapolate from Epstein, okay, is that he was blackmailing people on behalf of the foreign country, Israel. Okay, that's really it. Okay, there's nothing really else to go farther than that. Like that's kind of what was happening. And then also he had a lot of aura, and he was like, you know, a billionaire and really cool, and had a lot of friends. So really that's about it with Epstein. That's really about it, you know.
Extrapolation, let's go.
That's really about it. That's really about it.
You don't believe in Bohemian Grove? TLDR Epstein followed Jewish law when it comes to consent. Prove me wrong.
Bohemian Grove? I mean, there's probably some... Rich people do weird stuff. I'm not saying that rich people don't do weird stuff.
Means Lul's girlfriend?
But I don't know, dude. That's really about it.
Remember Big Tech can't see his daughter because of willful cruelty toward a child. All credible proof in his Kiwi Farms thread.
Is that true?
Slow ass snail bullshit. Get angry stupid bitches.
Like, and it's also what I said earlier. People like Owen Schroyer and Jake Shields make me not even care about the Epstein files, bro, because they're so retarded, and they just, you know, post the most retarded stuff with it, okay? And all of the dumb FBI tips from anonymous people that have no credibility, and they post it like it's the Bible, you know what I mean? So that's the problem, okay? That's what makes me not care about the Epstein shit. And honestly, a lot of people feel the same way I do, because these people have basically just made it retarded. Probably, yeah. Probably.
White savior. Yawn, bitch.
And look, you don't gotta agree with me on everything, but at least agree with me on that the shit that's going on right now with the Epstein files and the pedo president shit that they try to put on Trump and all this shit, it's all retarded.
Yawn, bitch. Do you even lift? Do you even fuck?
All retarded.
Do you even fuck?
It's all retarded. Jeffrey Epstein was a Nazi. That's so real.
That is funny though, nerdy ass Bill Gates raw dogging whores and
That shit, bro. Yeah, Bill Gates raw dogging Russian whores and getting STDs. That's fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Do you even fuck?
That's crazy. Some of the stuff is crazy. Some of the stuff is crazy.
I said IT.
No goyim in abundance. Gonna be 100% Jew night. Yo, honestly, it's probably a good party, bro. The 100% Jewish yacht party, bro. That shit was probably a good party. You can't even lie.
He slipped antibiotics to his wife, so she wouldn't catch or know about the STD amount. How about you unsnail your shit, bro?
Media all around the world has accused me of sexual crimes, on repeat, over and over, every single day. And now that the Epstein files are out, they're running cover, saying that being found in the Epstein files doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. If I was in the Epstein files, Andrew Tate, do you have any idea the media frenzy? Do you have any idea how they would attack me?
Fake patriot.
I think I've seen everything on Twitter. I think I've seen everything on Twitter. Is there a single J6 patriot who isn't doing this shit? That's so true. Donald Trump literally freed this fucking piece of shit QAnon shaman. And I've met the QAnon shaman at Stop the Steal Phoenix. What a piece of shit. I was there. Fucking A. Oh yeah, there is one. Baked Alaska, right? Wait up. Let me check Baked Alaska's timeline. Make sure. I don't think he would have posted anything retarded about Epstein. But let's see. Or Epstein and Trump. Yeah. Let's tag Baked Alaska. Yoba. Dude, this fucking Arabic person responded to me on Jake Shield. Dude, this is Jake Shield's audience, bro. Nazim Noticer. Are you fucking kidding me?
To me is irrelevant. He can't even afford boxing.
Look at Jake Shield's audience, bro. They're literally posting Arabic under my posts. On my dick. What the fuck? Who's this? Fake girl? Fake girl account? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Are we still live on YouTube? Wow, look at that. We got 2 subs. Yo, Coke Zero. Let's go. What are we gonna do? Oh shit. Make sure to follow my YouTube, guys. Nate Live Now. Nate Live Now on YouTube. It's YouTube.
https://www.youtube.com/n8livenow.
Dude, I hope Kick actually lets me get this username, bro. Cause this guy hasn't streamed in years, dude. I want the Nate Live username. What would be sick is to get this one, the guy that has Nate. Where is it? Is there a guy with just Nate? Yeah, this guy, bro. I want this one. I don't think I'd get this one, though. I think this guy actually streams. How do you get that, bro? That's fire. But the guy that has Nate Live, this guy doesn't even stream, and he has 6 followers. So I should get this over this guy. I emailed Kick about it. I emailed Kick. Let me see. Did they email me back? Oh shit, they did email me back.
Nate Dabs is your true username.
They did email me back. Nate Dabs. I don't want anything to do with weed in my name or smoking. It's not my personality, dude. I just smoke weed because I'm a drug addict, okay? Oh, dude, they emailed me back saying I gotta send them all my social media. Okay, I'm gonna send them that. I might be able to get the Nate Live. Oh, dude, what if I could get the Nate? No, I don't think I'll be able. I kind of want the Nate Live anyways. I don't want the Nate because I have the new formula going where we're Nate Live on streams. So the stream is Nate Live. Okay, Nate Live. That's the stream channel. Okay. Then, well, if Nate Live, that doesn't sound right though because N8 is already Nate. That would be Nate. Okay, I used to do that. I used to be Who remembers when my username was this? That was my first username.
N8 smokes. The 8 is an A though.
No, the 8 is an 8. If you use a letter for an A, you use 4, buddy. Don't you know how to do leet speech? Leet speak?
We was there for N8 smokes.
Nate smokes when it was just N8 smokes. I don't know when it changed it to just N8 smokes. But the original one was N8 EE smoke. On Robot?
On Robo Streamer.
Okay, but back to the, so we're Nate Live. If Nate Live is taken on a platform, we use Nate Live now. Like how Fox has Fox Live now. That's unironically where I got it. I was like, all right, yeah, that's probably a good idea. So there's Fox Live now. There's Nate Live now if Nate Live is taken. And then on Telegram, Nate Live was taken, so it's Nate Live now on Telegram, I think. On Telegram now, and this is just for Telegram, I guess, and group chat and the Substack. It's called Nate's War Room, like Bannon's War Room, but Nate's War Room. So we have Nate Live now, and Nate's War Room. And then that's also
professional talking head.
That's also what the Substack's called. That's also what the Substack's called. Make sure to follow my Substack. How did you see this post? You're not even supposed to see this post. I gotta delete this post.
Your handles, Nate.
Yes, we're consolidating. We got this up. Make sure to follow my Substack. Even just become a free member. Become a free member of the Substack. You don't have to buy.
https://
But become a free member of my Substack, guys. You can become a free member, or you can become a paid member too. I think what I'm gonna do too, and this will apply to all subs on all platforms and the Substack subs. I'm gonna allow subs to call in to the show when they want to call in, if I feel like it. So anybody that's subbed on Kick or DLive or Rumble,
Chicago Kev.
Well, it's also if I feel like it, mind you. Well, it's also if I
want to visit you as well. Gay.
So
North Star.
If you're a sub on anything, you can call in to the show. I don't know. I guess just request in the chat for now, but maybe I have a channel in the Discord for it. I don't have roles or anything like that, so like anybody could join. But I guess we'll just do it like that for now, and I'll promote it more. So if you are a sub and you want to call in, and I guess you can call in for a minimum or a maximum of 30 minutes, and if it's a good conversation, maybe longer. Maybe 30 minutes is too long. 15 minutes max. And then if it's a good conversation, longer. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But I think that's something that I will do. Because I need to make more money. I need to make more money. Especially if I ever lost my job, I literally would be fucked. I'd have to rely on streaming.
Pull up to the dab room like it's John's room.
I would, but the thing is, if I lost my job, I would try to stream a lot harder and like try to like actually make it a thing. And I'd probably do IRL and go places, and I'd try to like do short form content too. Like I'd actually try hard. Unlike Lol, who has all the time to do that, to be honest with you, because he doesn't have a real job. But yeah, like if I didn't have a real job, dude, I would actually try to be doing social media and grinding out shit. And maybe it wouldn't work, but I would try harder instead of streaming like 1 day a week, 2 days a week or whatever, and then just scrolling Twitter all day. I would plan stuff out. I would try. I would go places. But yeah. So yeah, so Ron Mondani was in the Epstein files as a baby.
Getting them consultant fees pretending to be a streamer to farm KPP.
$30K Bitcoin. Ain't no way people are really saying that now. It was 75, it was 60, 70K Bitcoin. Now everybody's like 30K Bitcoin. Bro, really? What the fuck?
$50K is realistic.
I don't know. Should I just sell all my shit? I think I'd only lose like... I'm not gonna say how much I'd lose if I sold right now. But I bought everything at 90K. I went all back in at 90K. Benjamin Cohen have any new videos out?
Jumping back into the cryptoverse.
This is one of my favorite
we're
Jews.
talking about Bitcoin, and we're going
My
to
Bitcoin
be
Jew.
providing a damage report on the recent drop. If you guys like the
Imagine buying
content, make
silver
sure
at
you subscribe to the
100+.
channel, give the video a thumbs up.
That was crazy.
And
I
also
wasn't
check
stupid
out
enough for that.
5% to invest in
I was not stupid enough to do that.
Cryptoverse Premium at intothecryptoverse.com. Link is in the description below. We also did launch the direct access option just a few weeks ago as well for anyone interested. Let's go ahead and jump in. So
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Has been a fairly sizable drop by Bitcoin, and this is one of the things I was mentioning a few days ago, was that when metals find a top, usually when they drop, it then leads to an immediate drop by risk assets, right?
I don't know.
Why I said don't expect.
I don't know.
This like immediate rotation into
Not
crypto
silver or gold
whenever
now,
metals
but
drop.
everything else.
Now, there is.
I don't know, dude. I guessed everything wrong. I don't know, dude. Don't listen to me about finance ever, please. Please don't, because I do everything wrong.
Idea that a lot of people have expressed that there would be a rotation, but I think what a lot of people might be missing is,
and I think I listen to relatively good people. Like, I'm not listening to like George anymore blindly, you know. So it's just, I'm still just retarded.
Look at, say, like the value, when you look at like the value of say the S&P against gold,
leveraged for countries
and you see
yeah, I tweeted that out too, that
down from these levels.
all these boomers and shit. I think I had a good tweet about that actually. Where was that tweet? Oh, did you guys see this? The chaos in the Somali parliament? They're literally blowing whistles and shit like the ICE protesters. This is where Ilhan Omar's from, by the way.
Lumber never fails.
Oh yeah, did you guys see? Look at this. This is like the epitome of a modern woman right here, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Just listen to every word she says.
Can the manifestation girlies like stop by my page and let me know what to do if I have been like manifesting myself failure? I cheated on my boyfriend. I didn't get a job for a year. I kind of gave up. I got horrible long COVID, and part of that was because I was punishing myself for making mistakes and kind of ruining my nervous system. And now I have been trying to fix my nervous system. Like I'm kind of healed from that, and I got a 3-month contract for a biotech thing
destiny
in Austin, but I'm still like applying to teaching jobs on the side.
Repeal the 19th.
How can I like manifest my way out of
She
this?
wants pity for cheating on her boyfriend.
If you have any tips, let me know. Can the manifest?
Dude, that was not even, that was the one part of it. But did you hear what she said? She said she's manifesting because her life's going bad, and then cheated on her boyfriend. She's got long COVID, whatever the fuck that is. She has a PhD, and she can't find a job. It's like everything wrong with modern women packaged into a 54-second clip. You know what I mean? Oh, this was a pretty interesting video. They're beating the ducks now. They're beating the ducks. They were eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're beating the ducks.
I cannot fucking believe that I just passed by and saw these damn kids in the black neighborhood kick a duck so hard that she died. And now the baby ducklings is left without their mother. When you go to these white neighborhoods and Spanish neighborhoods, their children, they nurture those animals when they see them ducks and dogs and whatever. But not in the black fucking neighborhood. In some of the black neighborhoods, y'all kids are so fucking vicious. And you teach them no fucking morals or nothing. Then you wonder why every fucking nation hates when black people move in their fucking neighborhood.
Animals.
Black people need to be fucking better.
I honestly feel bad for this lady.
Some of our neighborhoods, we're dirty and we're fucking up the neighborhood and throwing trash and we're vicious and we're angry and we're destroying it and we're hurting animals and shit. Then you have nerve to say, I cannot fucking believe that I just passed by.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for her, bro. We can hopefully she can wake up some young black. What am I saying? No, she's not. No, she's not. There's no waking black people up. And what am I saying? Anyways, there's another. But honestly, yeah, I kind of do feel bad for her. But realistically, I mean, it comes down to, it is what it is. You gotta fight for your own side, And if the black kids are beating the ducks, that's not really my problem. I just don't want them near me or in my country. Anyways. Libtards have ruined Star Wars.
Symbol has become a calling card for anti-ICE protesters. So much so, they're getting it tattooed on their bodies.
I was having a very emotional day that day and decided that I needed to do something to mark the moment.
The Rebel Loon blends the outline of the bird with the emblem of the Rebel Alliance. The creator posted it online for people to download and customize for free.
Oh my God, like this is iconic. This is so inspiring. I got chills the first time I saw it.
The owner of Gothic Knight Tattoo
Oh
Shop
my God, this is so iconic.
$50.
Oh my God.
More than 150 people showed up. They ended up donating nearly $6,300 to the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee.
Oh
but
my
they say
God.
this form of expression isn't just about following a trend.
Realistically,
All those
you don't commit to
immigration
putting something on your skin forever.
things are just,
If
bruh.
it's just to cosplay.
This mashup of the Minnesota state bird and the
All
Star
those-
Wars symbol.
all those white people that donate their money to like immigrant NGOs and shit, bro. That shit is so crazy, dude. Those places are, those NGOs and shit, and
They can't create only
nonprofits and stuff, bro. Those things legit just take the money, don't even help the immigrants, and like, who even knows where the money goes, bro? Legitly. Like, basically every single one of those things. Because immigrants come here, and you know what? They're not going to immigrant fucking NGO. I guess they are in a lot of cases, when like the Catholic churches and shit. Yeah, I guess they are kind of, but they all. It's not as much as they're coming here and getting the government to give them shit. You know what I mean? And it's literally like Tim Walz is bringing in Somalis, giving them benefits so that they vote for him and shit. You know. The NGOs are a part of it though too. I don't mean to like belittle that, but man, what was fucking stupid ass white people, man. Stupid ass libtarded white people, bro. Makes me sick. Yeah, I forgot I was even doing. I was gonna show that one post about gold, but I don't even know where it is now. I tweet too much.
Most tattoo ink comes from country who support slavery.
Really? Oh. We do the Pantera mix. Oh, what I am gonna do though is Rumble Shorts are coming out, and I'm gonna try to blow up on Rumble Shorts. Hopefully I can blow up on Rumble Shorts. Cheers.
Legally, the manufacturers don't have to disclose the formula, but the primary pigment's name is
Oh. Oh. This song's so good. I wish I could go back in time to a Pantera concert. That shit was probably badass. That shit was probably so badass. going to like a Pantera concert in like the early 90s or something. That shit was probably a badass. Like, concerts now are gay. You know what I mean? That's one thing that, like, I guess not boomers, but like Gen Xers and stuff, and I guess maybe some earlier millennials. No, probably not millennials, but like Gen Xers and stuff. You guys got to go to like concerts when they were still cool, bro. Like, concerts are all gay and like, you know, N-worded out now and stuff, and it's horrible, and the music sucks, and like, bro, in the 90s and the 80s and shit, there was like so many legendary bands that you could have gone to, and even in the early 2000s, to be honest, that you could have gone to before everything got all Negrofied. And now, like, you have country singers, not even just country singers, but like even all fucking genres too, like making like rap music now, basically. And everything is about fucking retarded shit.
Back when mosh pits were the norm.
I mean, not just that. I think there's still mosh pits. I'm pretty sure that's still a thing. But the music just, and the people that listen to the music, it was obviously, country was wider.
It's not the same.
You know, I guess it really matters the concerts you're going to, but
Concerts are just as good as Pantera if they ever tour again.
I don't know.
Smaller arenas.
I don't know, dude. It sucks. I don't really. That's why I listen to electronic music now. Why this song is bad for white people. You know what I mean? Anyways, let's go over here. Let me bring this over here. This over here. So we're gonna try this LGBT mountain climbing game. This should be good. I'm actually kind of excited about this. I might unironically fall in love with this game, or I might hate it. We'll see.
Slow snail fecatas. He's gay.
Who? You? Dude, I only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cigarettes. Now 5 cigarettes left. Fuck.
Beyond gay. Not even the grift. UI Beach. You're gay.
You are gay. We're playing Trans Mountain Climber.
Climber game.
Hell yeah.
Slow snail. No, you are gay.
You're gay.
Nice grift. Actual whack claim grift. Gay bitch snail.
Dude, shut up. Juice box.
Actually, you're gay and exposed. Does it hurt? Why grift? Gay bitch snail.
I'm exposed. I'm exposed. What did I get exposed for, dude? Let's see here. Difficulty Alchemist.
Yup.
All I ever wanted was to touch eternity for an instant.
Paste.
To reach one of those rare moments of bliss.
Exposed.
Where everything
Gay
seems
bitch.
in its place.
Why you mad if you haven't
you
been?
feel you're part
Gay
of a
bitch.
whole. Do you know what I mean?
Smoking now, gay bitch? N8 is a gaper?
No. I am not a griper. Is this a griper game though? Because it's trans?
Climbot, go ahead, answer.
Hey Arthur, it's Chris. Do you ever pick up the phone?
I'm playing a black woman.
Hi, Chris. Sorry. Look, I've not really got a whole lot of time to chat right now.
Absolutely. Just
Wait, am I black? I look colored. I can't even tell. Racially ambiguous?
we're all fired up. Rooting for you to become the first human to set foot on the summit of Kami.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
The Euro bitch gotta
gotta
climb
go.
the mountain to
Just
get
call me
those
back.
hormone injections and let more immigrants in the UK.
Fuck.
Climbot, I'm ready.
Let's try this out. Let's see if we like this. Damn, they could have made me look better, bro. They make the female character look ugly. The hell?
Like 90% of indie games are gay and made by Blue Sky devs. You can scroll
True.
on Steam and see it usually. You gay bitch. And you even exposed yourself on the low. You're playing a gaper game, and as a black lesbian, you gay exposed grift.
Oh shit. Oh, wow, this is kind of interesting, actually. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell?
Okay. Good.
How do I even odd the wall like this?
Imagine playing a game as a black woman. You're so straight. You're snail gay ass.
Dude, how did I get my leg here? Dude, this game's weird, bro.
I just unironically listed this Earl.
Really?
Gay snail.
Wait up, dude. This is actually kind of interesting, bro. This is like the most realistic climbing I've ever done in a video game. In real life too. I've never climbed like this. It's like I don't know how to explain it. You like control each limb, but you move one at a time. Whoa.
Gay fat snail hype.
Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Here we got trans limbs. It's definitely realistic. It feels like you're a free climber.
Gay fat snail.
Oh shit. Like you need to put your foot on a place that has grip or it slips. Like that's kind of crazy.
Who is this grift for?
I'm not grifting. I don't make any fucking money.
PDF too?
I don't make any money. I'm a horrible grifter. Good.
Honestly, do you ever ask yourself WHO this fucking grift is for?
No, because I don't have a grift. I need to figure out a grift, bro. That's literally been my whole goal.
You're an outright grifter.
That's literally been my whole fucking goal, is to figure out a grift and make money on the internet. Like, what the fuck you mean grifting, brother? I haven't made money for shit on the internet. I need to find my grift.
You gay fat snail.
I'm pretty sure this is banned account, or not banned account, days of the week changed his name or something. Dude, look at me.
No one joins the internet in a cloud haze.
Look at this, dude. What the fuck? I'm like fucking an octopus.
You feck it in the closet. Yeah, we are looking at you. Gay grip.
Shut up. Oh my god, this is actually really realistic. Oh shit. Whoa, oh, oh shit. Damn. I gotta, you know what? There's something to this game with the climbing, bro. It feels real. It feels like I'm really climbing. Fuck. Okay, where are we going? Here. 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 Right there. Here. Right here. There. Oh, there we go. Oh. Yeah, you gotta use the cracks and shit. Oh my god. I'm jiggly. Oh fuck.
With dabs anything can be fun. Time for a dab. In dabs we trust.
Yes. Hold the rope to rappel down. Oh, that's interesting. Base. I need to climb this. What's this? Vending machine? Can I get anything here? More coins. It's over here. something on the ground there?
Didn't have Nate saying I'm jiggly on my 2026 bingo card.
I'm jiggling. Alright, let's try to climb this. Dude, this is like a whole ass rock, bro. Holy moly. Oh shit. Why am I falling? We recommend playing one last tip. The game automatically based on weight. Am I gonna fall? I fell. Fuck. Okay, let's retry this.
These leg animations are hilarious.
I know. It's like I'm freaking an octopus. Brother. This bitch can't fucking... This bitch has no power, bro. Okay. What do we do here? Gather yourself, you dumb whore.
Israel save her. Saw a 2011 email of Candace Owens emailing Epstein saying she is young and sexy and would love to go to his island. Is it?
No way. Sounds real. Honestly, I'd believe that. Take a breather. Alright, let's go.
Oh, yes.
Candace got gaped on Epstein's island confirmed.
Damn. Big if true. Bitch, come on. Gather yourself. You're okay. Oh my god. Come on. Use some power. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jeffrey CC'd the email saying I think she's black. Make sure she's pretty before you bring her here.
Dude, Jeffrey Epstein was literally a white supremacist, and everybody's over here trying to say he's Jewish. I don't, that's all I'm saying. All I see is a lot of evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was a white supremacist, honestly. Everybody's trying to say this is a Jewish issue, but I don't know. Or was it just... Dude, look at this. Bitch. Oh. Fuck, I was right at the top. What a dumb bitch. I shouldn't have been playing around like that.
You got too horny.
Whatever, we can ascend like this. Fucked up. Damn it. I'm not playing around here. Almost to the top. We're so close.
Are you winning, son?
We're so close. We'll get up here. These are legs here. Finally. Whew. Save my progress. Save at the trans thing. The trans altar. What we got here? Bottle, python scrap. Okay. Tape fingers. What can I cook? Instant noodles.
Tape her toes.
Can you do that? Cook noodles. Let's eat that. I don't even know if I'm hungry, but we'll eat it. Tape. No, you can only tape the finger. Oh, look, I do push-ups. I'm a badass chick. I'm a baddie.
Can you level up?
No, I think it's like survivally based. Or survival based. Can I run? Oh, here we go. What?
Again? Who's it now?
Oh, you can walk
Chris?
faster.
Naomi? Don't pick up. I'll take care of it later.
Oh, look at that. How do I do that? Oh shit, you can run like that? Damn it. Ty, that's all you can run for? And it tires you out though. Guess you can walk faster like this. It eats away your health to run that fast though. Look. Fuck. It's always like a Fill my water up. So it's either you walk slow or you literally die. Great. Landmine. Landslides. Basically don't want to do that. Okay, should we listen to this article from Mystery Grove? Let's see, we'll turn it on while we take another day. It's gonna be AI voice though.
Escape velocity. Evaluating the first 12 months of the second Trump administration.
This is a good article though. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this article from Mystery Grove. This is probably the best examination of the Trump first year than anybody else.
Do when there is nothing to do. By Conundrum Cluster. We made it. It seems like election night 2024 was decades ago. I will never forget just how relieved I felt that evening. Even though my extremely pessimistic Trump victory essay, very proud that I never bothered to write a Trump defeat variant, released the moment the election was called, predicted grim tides on the horizon. Winning really was like coming up for air. And yet the grim tides are still here. Things are better than I could have hoped and worse than I could have possibly imagined. In this essay I will try to evaluate the failures and triumphs of our Trump administration, and the conservative movement more generally, after being handed what is perhaps the largest mandate in American political history, as well as offer suggestions on where to go next. Before we get into the slog, I highly recommend listening to this essay using Substack's text-to-speech program.
That's what
you
we're
might want
doing.
to check out my previous essays on politics. My views have been mostly consistent over the last 12 months. And although certainly there have been many developments that I could have never anticipated, my predictions for the future remain pretty much the same. Project 2035. Building a Trump movement to last, election night 2024. Navigating the era of high Trumpism February 2025. Viblash. Reflecting on the present disintegration of the right-wing public mind April 2025. Wake in Fright. Evaluating President Trump's remarkable first 6 months, July 2025. I hate writing these things. They're all way too long and often repetitive. It usually takes me a month to put these together, so new developments often force me to rewrite or restructure things and really mess up the flow. That said, I do think I have a pretty good track record as far as these things go. I predicted a bunch of people would go crazy and they did. I also think I've correctly diagnosed what's causing this phenomenon as well, though sadly it's only gotten much worse. However, I still don't think it matters that much and that we're going to win anyway. I'll start with the big failures of Trump 2, of which there are many. My first and primary complaint is a lack of deportations. In my last essay, I pointed out that before the election J.D. Vance had set a target of 1 million deportations in the first year, and that failing to hit that target would constitute a massive failure for the Trump admin. According to the latest data I've seen, actual deportation numbers are around 650,000. This is a massive failure. I can put that failure in context with the many major successes that the Trump administration has had on immigration.
I don't know who that is.
Namely, the 2.2 million estimated self-deportations and first net decline in foreign-born population in more than 50 years. But it's still a failure that the Trump administration must address. There can be no backing down on the policy of mass deportation.
Dude, I don't talk to girls on the internet,
No solution is going to be acceptable. The only way to save our country
have a
is
hard
by moving
line.
tens of millions of people who shouldn't be here out. This is something that can and must accelerate. There is no substitute for results on this issue.
Good call.
Another major problem emerging from the Trump administration
Listen
is
to
the
this.
normalization or proliferation
This guy,
of great and federally
Mystery
regulated
Grove really lays it
public
out here,
harms
dude.
like gambling, drugs, and even pornography. The Trump administration has backed down from the Biden administration's legal challenges to various prediction market apps, which have fully embraced sports betting, rescheduled marijuana in federal law, opening up tens of billions of dollars for the businesses that push these drugs, and even ordered banks to stop discriminating against adult entertainment businesses like OnlyFans. I wrote a long piece about the problems caused by the normalization of tattoos, chronic health problems, close association with all manner of antisocial behavior, a general societal laxing that has millions of little negative effects on Americans' quality of life. The harm is all optional. This stuff used to be taboo and is well within the government's regulatory powers. We do not need more tattoos. We do not need more gambling. We do not need more drugs. We do not need more pornography. My objections are first and foremost practical. These things harm the public when they become mainstream and widespread. If you have a shithole public, you will eventually have a shithole society. It is easy to not feel strong connections towards people who don't seem to care about themselves or places that others don't seem to care about. The extent to which this laxity towards vice is a concerted effort on the part of the Trump administration as opposed to isolated decisions made by various actors in the federal government remains unclear. Trump certainly was closely involved in the marijuana rescheduling decision. Whatever the case may be, President Trump is ultimately responsible for these failures. The fact that there was almost certainly a lot of lobbyist money changing hands before, during, and after many of these decisions were made makes the failures that much more severe. Tangentially related, President Trump's pardon program has turned into a huge embarrassment, granting pardons or clemency to a rogues gallery of white-collar criminals, the guilt of whom doesn't seem to really be in dispute and who also happen to have close ties to major Trump donors. It is impossible for the public to believe that this kind of behavior represents legitimate authority. It seems way too similar to the arbitrary injustice that defined America under liberal tyranny. There have been many very good pardons granted by Trump, the best of which were the blanket pardons issued to free the January 6th prisoners on day of Trump's inauguration. But these bad pardons undermine the entire system. My final big complaint is the perception of instability that often creeps into some of Trump's more extravagant plays. The initial tariff rollout, for instance, was a huge failure not because tariffs weren't a good policy, in fact they seem to be working out very well now, but because the rollout seemed poorly planned and messaging was incoherent and sometimes contradictory. You saw the same thing looking at Trump's Greenland negotiations, where the messaging didn't seem particularly well thought out and was often needlessly alienating. I strongly support the policy. Acquiring new territory would be the crown jewel of Trump's second term, the one thing everyone would remember. I have total loyalty to my leader Donald Trump, but it often gets a little difficult to believe that there is 5D chess occurring here. Trump knows deals far better than I do and seems to have already achieved good results. But I think making the sausage in public is not the best approach if you want to create the perception of durability. I recently read an article that describes the objections to this phenomenon in the Trump administration better than I ever could. You should read it now. The most important thing that the Trump administration can do in the coming year is demonstrate that it is the new normal. Trump has a legitimate claim to power and a public mandate to execute on his agenda. He is in charge. This is not a state of exception. This is not a prelude to dictatorship or civil war. What is happening now, the destruction of progressive consensus in government and broader realignment of the American state, is going to be happening for a long time. The people you are talking to today are probably going to be mostly the same people who you are talking to in 10 years. If you want to succeed at anything, you'd better make peace with it. How can Trump best achieve this? By delivering on what voters actually care about. Economy, jobs, affordability, crime, immigration. These issues. Immigration often fluctuates in the rankings but is one of those existential things where the public's preferences should just be ignored, are what pretty consistently dominate voters' priorities, not the stuff you see online constantly. People did not elect Trump to be based, they elected him to solve their problems and improve their quality of life. I'm not an economist, I can't provide recommendations on how to fix the economy or raise wages or make housing more affordable beyond arresting more criminals, deporting more illegal immigrants, and forcing legal immigrants to leave however possible. These are probably pretty good suggestions, though all things considered. I've heard first-hand reports about Trump's Memphis Safe Task Force, the Trump admin's surge deployment of National Guard troops and hundreds of federal agents to Memphis, Tennessee, which was once the U.S.'s most dangerous city. The results of this surge after only a few weeks have been wonderful. A huge drop in violent crime, nearly 5,000 arrests of known criminals and fugitives, with icy agents on site to process any of the arrestees with pending deportations or, significantly, any unrelated illegal immigrants who law enforcement happens to come across during their investigations. You can feel this on the ground. There are neighborhoods in Memphis where you used to not be able to go without
Lowell should go
worrying
to
about getting
Memphis.
robbed, maybe
If Lowell
killed, or
was
at least
smart,
having
he'd
your
go to
car window
Memphis and
popped out,
cover
that
that.
you can now live in and travel through like you would in a normal country. There are lots of areas in major cities that should offer desirable housing and a nice place to live, but for decades have been rendered uninhabitable, often by problems that were subsidized by the government itself. That's starting to change in a big way. I think the best thing Trump Admin 2 can do this year is hire as many young people as possible to help with this change. There is a huge jobs crisis right now, and the youth is most affected by it. They don't have the wealth that would allow them to take the hits or the experience and connections that would soften the blow of a career disruption. Young people did nothing to deserve any of this. Young white men in particular have been subjected to decades of illegal discrimination from government and private employers and have been forced out of many critical sectors. The Trump administration can and must do more to step in. Bring more of our people inside the system and set them on a path that they can follow for the rest of their lives. I came up with the very brilliant plan to reactivate the Civilian Conservation Corps, a Great Depression-era program that hired unemployed young people first and found jobs for them later. CCC enrollees built national parks, backwoods roads, things that generally aren't that economical to build unless you have a huge surplus of manpower. It ended up being FDR's most popular New Deal program. People associated it with good things in their lives. Don't just use the revived CCC's enrollees for manual labor, though there is an enormous need for more wilderness firefighters and new infrastructure. Give them education and training so that they can go on to do much-needed work for the government. To fix our country, we are going to need thousands of new bureaucrats, administrators, police officers, prison guards, prosecutors, auditors, and countless other jobs that don't seem particularly glamorous but make society work. I promise that the pre-selected and pre-trained pool of candidates that would be consolidated in a revived CCC will provide government hiring professionals with all the material they need to fill these positions. Get unemployed and underemployed young people paid immediately and then provide them with a pipeline into long-term government service. Even if such a flashy program would be too politically expensive to create, the government should still be stepping in to hire as many young people as possible for federal service and make a big show of these efforts. The Trump administration always has your back. The best way to get young people to feel invested in society's success or failure is to give them good jobs that they will want to keep in real property that they will want to protect.
We need to hire more white people. Trump should only hire white people.
And to feel that they are responsible for something good. You need to give them a world that is worth living in. These are all very reasonable asks, and I think Trump can deliver on them. There's one seemingly minor policy change that the Trump administration has made that I think represents an underexamined core appeal of Trump. You no longer have to take your shoes off at the airport. The shoe thing was always really annoying. It caused huge delays in security lines and seemed to be motivated by an extremely small threat. You just don't have to do it anymore now. You can get to most airports an hour before your flight and probably be fine. Trump took something that people used to have to worry about and made it disappear. He gave Americans their time and attention back. Little changes like this are happening.
They need to get rid of those big machines we have to go through.
Codes disappearing and
we don't need those.
Being moved out of locked cases. Bid-on-core decline is not happening
those
anymore.
Big machines,
the National Park Service just announced that it was going to be spending millions to restore and reactivate Washington, D.C.
Maybe we do, I don't know.
We live in a nice country. Water comes out of our fountains.
I don't think I can get them down.
Washington, D.C. is a world-class city, the capital of a superpower. If liberal-captured local government is unable to maintain basic security and quality of life for residents and visitors, the wily and determined Trump Admin 2 is going to do everything it can to step in. If Trump does a good enough job, he could probably get away with just dissolving local government, totally possible and legal under our system. Trump Admin 2 and whatever elected right-wing government is to follow, is going to have to color outside the lines a lot in coming years. Liberals have destroyed the court system. Judges twist and ignore the law. Juries refuse to convict even in the most outrageous situations. Our problems are decades in the making and will take years to solve. Tens of millions of people have dangerous delusions that they will try to kill you over if and when push comes to shove. If Trump and his agents are viewed by the public as anything other than the representatives of legitimate authority, and their goals are seen as anything other than delivering the tangible real-world gains that people actually care about, all attempts to deviate from the current unsatisfactory status quo are going to fall flat on their face. This is the new normal. Say that 1,000 times and don't say anything else. I was going to spend a few more paragraphs here talking about other things I like about the second Trump administration, but I don't really feel the need to. There's a long list of achievements towards the bottom of this essay, but that was only included for dramatic effect. Everyone knows about this stuff. I know you know. Illegal crossings lowest since 1970s. Foreign-born population declining for the first time since the 1970s. Legal immigration projected to be cut in half in 4 years. Minneapolis under goon squad occupation. Don Lemon arrested by federal agents. People who say Trump isn't doing anything, or who claim that there would have been little difference between Trump and Kamala are simply lying. Sometimes these people are too dumb or self-absorbed to even know they're lying. It's just a style of communication that they've come to adopt. But I think most of the time they are aware that things are getting much better. It's kind of impossible not to be. If you believe or at least claim that Trump's second term is anything other than a massive step forward, you are not worth talking to or arguing with. You are either a liar or a moron. People should laugh at you and exclude you from discussions. No one should tolerate or indulge you. Interacting with you without hostility is always a net negative. What I really want to spend the rest of this essay talking about is the death of online right-wing discourse and the need to retire the influencer right, or at least most of it, that eclectic scene of commentators.
Right here, this is where I was talking about earlier.
With real-world politicians and activists, change the world for the better.
Those brittle legs.
Taboo ideas.
Maybe I can't go up right here.
Donald Trump's electoral victories with grassroots online enthusiasm. These are the figures who turned politics into culture to great success. For most of these people, my objections are not personal. I actually think a few influencers have not disgraced themselves and are still essential to our current success. I won't include their names in this to avoid tying them to the criticism that follows. However, it's still clear that something has been going terribly wrong with the scene for a while, and the last few months have demonstrated that the entire arrangement as it stands is unsalvageable. People need to start tuning out. To make the case for this, we first need to go back to early 2025. Around this time last year, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, granted a prominent role in the Trump administration.
What's happening?
Decided to Roman
Why am I going in?
Speech during Trump's inauguration.
Oh, I can't go that way.
Elon Musk is a Nazi. He definitely meant it as a joke and probably saw it as a nod to the Roman Empire memes that are sometimes popular in online right-wing circles. In his head, the salute was likely intended to be far more subtle than it appeared on camera. Perhaps he hoped that it would create a viral moment of ambiguity. The libs would be triggered, normies would be bewildered by the outrage over such an innocuous gesture. And the broader online right-wing subculture whose approval Elon Musk obviously craves would wink back. Based. Whatever Musk's intent may have been, the natural reaction of observers, I received several texts to this effect when it happened, was that Elon Musk had intentionally thrown up a Roman salute at Trump's inauguration. When I saw the footage, I thought the same thing. I think it's the only conclusion that a remotely honest person could come to upon seeing what happened. That day, I made a post saying that Elon Musk had terrible judgment.
Yeah.
And the response I received only
remember all the people that were saying that Elon wasn't doing a Roman salute?
2024 essay to Kyle Rittenhouse.
He obviously did a Roman salute.
Trump in good conscience. There is something wrong with people. Many insisted that I was participating in cancel culture or denied that the salute had even occurred. Others defended Musk's behavior, arguing that doing a Roman salute, a centuries old, I read that it was actually first popularized during the French Revolution.
I think we got a good idea
has become
here.
Inexorably linked with Nazi Germany at Trump's inauguration was shifting the Overton window by destigmatizing the aesthetics of the 20th century far right or something to that effect. Some even pointed to the Bellamy salute that accompanied the Pledge of Allegiance in American schools from 1892 to 1942. A very funny piece of trivia that I'm confident Musk was not thinking about at all when he lifted his palm up towards the invincible sun of victory. The most revealing pushback I received for criticizing Musk was someone replying, roughly, I forgot to screen cap it, that Americans can salute however they want to. This is very true. It's a free country, man. There is no law, at least that would stand up to constitutional scrutiny, against Roman saluting. The stigma around Romans saluting in America has been extremely harmful for decades. Countless college students and high schoolers have had their lives upended by a moral panic over what amounts to edgy jokes. It was horrible. Attitudes are changing, the hysteria that existed around these topics is subsiding, and that's definitely for the best. It's obvious that the American right is increasingly comfortable with questions over whether or not you can do something. However, it has become increasingly clumsy in dealing with questions over whether or not you should do something.
That thing just saved my
Very
life.
few people responding to me seem to be grappling with the obvious. It is stupid to do something that's bound to be controversial at someone else's solemn event. It is selfish and disruptive and disrespectful. When that someone else is the President of the United States and that solemn event is accepting the sacred mantle of leadership over our country after 4 years of turmoil and decline.
And then
occurring before
Elon
an audience of
said
tens of
that
millions,
Trump was in the
the move
Epstein
seems all the
files.
more stupid.
When
Even
he was
using
in the
most
Epstein
charitable
files.
interpretation of Musk's actions, that he merely accidentally did something that looked exactly like intentionally throwing up a Roman salute at Trump's inauguration, Musk still should have tried to guard against creating this kind of appearance however he could, and having somehow failed to do this, really let everyone down. Whatever happened, Elon Musk served up a shit sandwich for his political coalition partners. The fact that there was a national dialogue over whether or not Musk had Roman saluted, intentionally or otherwise, the roots of the Roman salute, and the gesture's role in our society today in response to Trump's inauguration, which has nothing to do with Roman saluting, represented a massive embarrassment and failure in of itself. Right-wing influencers responded to this embarrassment and failure the only way they knew how, by lying. The consensus became that it didn't happen but that it was great. Musk became emotional in his denials and threatened lawsuits against journalists who pointed out the obvious. Several prominent conservative figures gave very unsubtle Roman salutes of their own during speeches in the following days to, I guess, show how easy it was to accidentally create this kind of gesture even though they were obviously doing it intentionally. If you were on the outside looking in at this behavior, I don't think you would have been offended by the Roman salute. I think you would have thought that all these people were retarded. They looked stupid and dishonest, not like people who should be in charge.
Fuck.
Musk decided to Roman salute at the inauguration for the same reason he later attacked Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent in the West Wing. He is unstable, likely on drugs, and has slotted himself into the broader culture
Elon's in a
of
K-hole.
delusion that has overtaken online right-wing spaces.
Elon's in a K-hole, dude.
Principles and history and cultural change after the salute was pure shuck and jive. The objections to Musk's behavior were and
Dude, this game's hard.
You would make the same objections to someone Roman saluting at your niece's birthday party or a business meeting. Sure, you can, but is it a good idea? I think it would be pretty understandable to not trust someone who behaved in this way. You would not throw them in jail and might not even mention it to them, but you probably wouldn't invite them to the next thing or the thing after that. If they were to behave in obnoxious or counterproductive ways forever, it might interfere with the actual important parts of your events or push away anyone who doesn't want to deal with a clown show. Tolerating this sort of thing could even end up attracting more clowns whose bad behavior you'll also end up having to manage. Do I think the Roman salute was a big deal? Despite the many minutes of my life I have expended writing about the topic, no. I have Roman saluted before just like Musk. I assume tens of millions of people in America have done the same. I am not squeamish or offended or outraged. I strongly suspect that most of you reading this had forgotten that the controversy had even occurred. What I do think was a big deal, though, was the inability of right-wing circles to confront reality and say, this was not very helpful, or, you should not act like this, that the incident revealed. Musk did not calm down or learn anything after everyone swept up for him on Inauguration Day. Instead, his behavior only escalated and spiraled until he was getting into fistfights in the White House and losing, implying Trump was a pedophile and threatening to create a third party to split the vote before the midterms, all before backing down and giving Trump tens of millions of dollars in campaign contributions. If a bunch of people who don't have tens of millions of dollars worth of apologies to throw around acted
Dude,
like
this game's hard.
it would be impossible to get anything
How do I
done.
get up this?
Americans face many problems that are far more important
Probably
than
need to use
dealing
another
with
drill.
Elon Musk's faggot psychodrama. It's still not clear exactly how
True.
much damage Musk
Elon's
did
too
and whether
crazy.
or not it has been repaired. Certainly,
I've been
behavior like
anti-Elon
Musk's
for
has
a
only
long
become more
time, too.
commonplace since his big public outbursts. Right-wingers have developed far too high a tolerance for stupid and counterproductive behavior. The influencer class has popularized several thought-terminating cliches that not only discourage people from pointing it out, but also create a false moral obligation to defend it. The result has been a really horrible climate, where the worst actors are indulged and the real-world gains that Americans actually want to see are treated as an afterthought compared to circular and increasingly dishonest, online arguments. In attempting to craft a new right-wing discourse around everyone playing dumb, the influencer right has only succeeded in creating a new right-wing discourse around everyone being dumb. People can't keep acting like this if we want to succeed. One of the most shameful things I witnessed in recent months, which is saying a lot, was Tucker Carlson's defense of Candace Owens on the Theo Vaughn show. At the time of Carlson's appearance on Vaughn's show, Owens was waging a campaign of innuendo and harassment against Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow,
Okay, we're up here
and the
now.
senior staff of TUSA, who were Charlie Kirk's close friends. Under the guise of investigating Kirk's murder, Owens was throwing out an unending torrent of unsupported or easily disprovable, and sometimes contradictory, accusations, insinuating and then outright stating that Kirk had actually been murdered with the help or at least foreknowledge of those closest to him.
Look at this shit, dude.
The impact of this genuinely demented behavior beyond the personal strain I'm sure it put on the people who she was targeting at what must have been the worst and most confusing time of their lives was totally negative. I saw a poll that found only a minority of Americans today believe that Charlie Kirk was murdered by a leftist.
Yeah,
The radical
that's
leftist
Candace.
assassin was
That's
captured
Candace
alive, turned
Owens'
in by
fault,
his own
dude.
parents, and confessed. More people say they believe that Kirk was murdered by a Republican than by a Democrat. I don't
Crazy.
think they actually believe this. I just think the apparent lack of consensus on the right caused by endless conspiracy theorizing makes liberals and moderates feel they have license to be tactically dishonest.
Yep.
Owens was contributing
Exactly,
to noise that gave cover to horrible people and might even end up interfering with the killer's trial and conviction. The whole thing is sick. When Carlson was asked about Owens's accusations by Vaughn, Carlson admitted that she wasn't always right but defended her intent as an honest truth seeker.
Oh my gosh, this game is stressful.
Owens's more extravagant claims, that Egyptian aircraft had been following Erica Kirk for years for reasons unknown, was factually true. Carlson, of course, couldn't and wouldn't speculate about what this piece of information meant. However, he implied all right-thinking people had to admit there was something there to what Owens was saying.
I don't even
There
know
was
where to
nothing
go.
there. The spreadsheet of Egyptian plane flight times that Owens used to make her claim was soon revealed to be riddled with errors. More than 60% of entries involved flights that didn't even happen on the same continent where
Go up
Owens
here.
had claimed they had. There also doesn't seem to have been any attempt to establish where Erica Kirk was at the time of these flights either. This claim could not stand up to even basic scrutiny, and yet it was blasted out to millions of people in an earnest tone by a beloved figure in order to defend someone engaged in indefensible behavior. To be clear, my issue isn't that Carlson was wrong. People are wrong all the time. I certainly am. The issue was that Candace Owens was doing something truly terrible. She still is. Last I checked, she was claiming that Kirk was a time traveler. I go back and forth on whether or not she's intentionally acting crazy to try to duck the massive defamation suit that's coming her way. And Tucker Carlson's instinct was to defend her and insist that her lies were true. It was really crazy
Erica
to co-sign
Kirk,
this stuff
sue
as
the
Charlie
fuck
Kirk's
out
widow
of
was
her.
being targeted. And what's more, to send the message to a massive audience that this is acceptable behavior. If a bunch of people behaved like this, it would be impossible to get anything done. If you act this way, you are no longer merely commenting on the bad behavior, you are participating in it. Any political movement or even social scene where this sort of thing is tolerated and excused, much less is as commonplace as it has become today in right-wing circles, is not going to last for very long. Megyn Kelly, once a respected journalist, similarly disgraced herself during this ordeal.
Yep, dumbass
She
Megyn
denied that
Kelly.
Owens had ever claimed that Erica Kirk was involved in her own husband's assassination, even though the
That's
implications of
all
what Owens
she's
was
been
saying
saying.
were obvious, and
Candace
defended
is a
Owens's
fucking
character
demon.
against attacks from Ben Shapiro, who, whatever you may think about his other views, was delivering completely accurate criticism of Owens and her enablers at the time. Weeks later, Kelly patted herself on the back because her shameful conduct allowed her to broker a détente meeting between Owens and Erica Kirk, as though she were acting like Henry Kissinger rather than running cover for a schizophrenic YouTuber who lies constantly and makes millions of dollars doing so. Unsurprisingly, Owens resumed her attacks on Erica Kirk and TUSA soon after the meeting. I was struck by Megyn Kelly's response to the criticism she received. "Fuck you. she said with incredible poise and indignity. She really is beautiful. It was a perfect encapsulation of right-wing discourse today. Everyone is very self-righteous but also a moron and a liar. If you mention that their behavior is distasteful or, God forbid, not very helpful, then they will conflate this with censorship or cancellation or the other mechanisms of control that obviously are not as powerful as they once were. Weeks after all this unfolded, Carlson and Kelly chuckled about how Owens really drives certain people crazy and mischaracterized her smear and harassment campaign as just asking questions about Israel's potential involvement in Kirk's murder. I have still not seen literally any actual evidence to suggest that Israel was involved.
There's not any.
Their forced laughter was a perfect final punctuation mark to one of the most shameful sagas in recent memory. No one actually gives a shit. It's not going to stop. Everyone's going to pretend like this is normal. If someone is behaving badly in right-wing spaces, I now assume that the influencer class is not only going to fail to offer the obvious objections to the bad behavior, but also that they will go out of their way to ignore it, help them, and even actively defend them from criticism. They really have to hand it to them, and in the interest of fairness will expound about how talented they are and how much they love them while the worst stuff continues unchecked and often even unacknowledged. They'll cite some kind of principled stand they're taking and congratulate themselves on their many virtues when really everything can be reduced to cynical rhetorical games, delusions, or a general lack of standards. The present environment offers a neat parallel to the time in recent memory when liberals tried to restructure all society in order to accommodate homeless black guys who shove people in front of the subway. The result of mainstreamed apathy towards the fringe behaviors that often accompany fringe politics has not been an expansion of right-wing discourse. People have been talking in circles about all manner of controversial topics for more than a decade now, but rather the death of it. It is impossible for the trust and respect and discipline and unity of purpose necessary for any successful collaborative effort or even productive dialogue to develop under these conditions. It's obvious that these people don't really care about achieving things in the real world anymore. Discourse exists solely in service of more discourse. It brings me no pleasure to write any of this. I genuinely think it's sad. Every time this sort of thing happens, and it happens a lot now, it really takes the wind out of my sails. I had high hopes for Carlson and many other people who have ultimately succumbed and come to contribute to the current horrible climate in different ways. I defended them longer than I should have, though I like to think that at any point in this process they could have simply stopped and gone in a better direction. They still might. I've made too many mistakes to condemn anyone forever, and I sincerely hope every day that that becomes the case. At this point, any good ideas, and there are quite a few of them still floated by these characters, that manage to slip in are harmed by association with objectionable behavior and a total lack of discernment and discretion. If the displacement of white people in their own countries is treated as a topic in the same league as chemtrails, if some guy who began a grotesque discussion about whether or not Charlie Kirk has been buried is consulted for his expertise on the Las Vegas massacre, then the public is going to begin to think of important stuff as just more of the woo-woo shit that drives their annoying coworkers or distant relatives crazy. Even for those who haven't been overcome by conspiratardism, or merely tactically embraced it as it hits its fever pitch, there's obviously something that has just gone haywire among right-wing influencers. I had been pretty dismissive of discourse for a long time, but the January 3rd raid on Venezuela seemed to start a chain reaction that revealed that the whole influencer scene doesn't serve much of a purpose anymore. First, the peanut gallery began demanding that Trump not accept any Venezuelan refugees, as if Trump hadn't already set the 2026 refugee limit at 7,500, with virtually all of the slots in the refugee program already reserved for white South Africans. Trump has also already effectively ended illegal border crossings, so there was not much chance of Venezuelans getting in any other way. All that seems beside the point, however, because if anything, the kidnapping of unpopular dictator Maduro seems far more likely to reduce the outflow of Venezuelans from Venezuela than to increase it. Venezuelans in the US are poised to return to their home country in large numbers. What the fuck were these people talking about?
Oh my gosh, that's the mountain?
After the influencer writes bold ultimatums over imaginary Venezuelan refugees,
that's the mountain to get to the top of.
They soon
that thing's
settled
huge.
on a new line, pointing out the incongruity that the American president could use the military to arrest a foreign.
Oh my gosh, that was just the training?
To a rogue federal judge or Democrat.
Oh my god.
No shit. The president has more unambiguous powers in dealing with foreign policy than he does with domestic policy. This is Civics 101.
Take another dab.
I don't know what these people really hope to achieve with this line of criticism beyond generating vague hostility to Trump for not overthrowing the system of government that he is at the head of. In fact, I think that's all most of these influencers hope to achieve now. Generating vague hostility towards the Trump administration,
like this game.
Our only hope of real-world political
Take
success.
a dab, though.
Would a military coup even work? I don't think so. Trump has saved America twice and yet won the most recent presidential election by only a few million votes and retains very narrow legislative majorities. State representatives in deep red states cannot be persuaded or coerced into not handing Democrats free congressional seats. The institutional or population power that might support such dramatic moves does not exist, however strong the theoretical case for them might be. The theoretical case these people make usually isn't very strong. We're also winning, as frustratingly slow as that process sometimes seems, so I'm not sure why dramatic moves would even be necessary. What are people talking about when they pretend like there is any public appetite to destroy democracy in our system of government? I suspect they are just talking about themselves and their personal brands and their memes. This kind of nonsensical hostility toward Trump was being generated in response to him doing what is probably the coolest thing ever. Kidnapping the leader of a large hostile foreign country using overwhelming military force without a single
It was so
American
awesome.
death. Even if you have some kind of objection to that, you should at least understand that normies are going to love it. If people don't approve politically for whatever reason, they're still going to think it's cool. I genuinely struggle to come up with a reason why an American shouldn't celebrate this kind of limited engagement if it works, which it seems to have for now. The perception of American prestige and power lost during the years of decline under the Biden administration returned in an instant. A lot of influencers claim that Trump lost touch with his base when it's obviously more the case that whatever the influencer class is talking about is increasingly far removed from the base's actual concerns. The influencers were previously useful because they made complex developments legible to normal people and oriented their audiences towards real-world political victory. Today they obscure far more than clarify and teach their audiences that losing is winning.
Yep.
Bigger humiliations were in store for the influencer right in January 2026. Operation Metro Surge represented the centerpiece of Trump's revamped immigration efforts. In response to revelations of massive immigrant-led fraud from a citizen journalist, the Trump administration deployed upwards of 3,500 federal agents to Minneapolis. It is the biggest DHS operation in history and is still ongoing as I'm writing this. At literally every stage of Operation Metro Surge, large portions of the influencer right demonstrated that their instincts are terrible and that they are totally unsuited for the imaginary leadership/advisory role that they have assumed for themselves. Not everyone got everything wrong at all times, but it was obvious that these idiots generally had no idea what they were talking about. From day one, the influencer sphere was near united in demanding that Trump send the military in to handle the situation, either by invoking the Insurrection Act, last used during the 1992 Rodney King riots, which
There
saw
were some points where I thought
2,062 deaths
the Insurrection
and more than
Act
$1 billion of property damage,
when
or by
things were
some
getting
kind of
crazy.
vague extra-legal means that involved
But
fantasies like
we
having
got
the
even
Marines
better.
mow
We
down
got
crowds of
Tim
liberal
Walz to
activists
bend the
or sending
knee.
in Delta Force to arrest federal judges. Although opposition to the feds was intense, there was no indication that the situation on the ground was a military problem. In fact, sending in the military would probably have only intensified resistance because it would have signaled
that's
that
probably
federal
true.
law enforcement had lost control of the situation. The agents in Minneapolis were doing great work despite the truly massive and well-organized activist groups they faced. I think they've made more than 3,500 high-risk arrests in a few weeks. That's pretty good when local opposition necessitates that even minor encounters involve more than a dozen agents at a time. There was nothing that liberals would have liked more than to shift conversation away from popular policies like mass deportations or squashing fraud and towards existential issues like civil war, our democracy, fascism, etc. Basically, what the influencer class did was make an unreasonable demand, totally divorced from the real-world situation, and then used failure to satisfy that demand as a cudgel to attack the Trump administration with. This was in response to the Trump administration doing something good that would have seemed fantastical a few years ago. We could have the biggest DHS operation in history and still influencers would be repeating memes that amount to, the Trump administration isn't doing anything. During the controversial but justified law enforcement shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, large portions of the influencer sphere further proved their uselessness. Either these influencers waffled at the first sight of blood or, perhaps more insidiously, the various unreliable figures who these right-wing influencers had introduced to their audiences did so in major ways. For more than a year now, right-wing influencers have been opening the gates of Toledo, injecting figures who are not even plausibly right-wing, who try to secure real-world political victory for liberals, and who in every ambiguous situation will always take the side of the left, into the highest levels of right-wing discourse. Virtually every phony centrist or podcast retard elevated by right-wing influencers, usually over the Israel issue, began repeating leftist lies as soon as the going actually got tough. I don't think any of these figures publicly walked back their condemnations after video inevitably emerged to vindicate the law enforcement officers who fired in self-defense.
I remember him on the Andy Milonakis show when I was a little kid.
Damage this arrangement has caused, but it's certainly not good that for years people on side
That's crazy
have been
how
encouraging their
he speaks to
audiences
you.
to
But he has
trust
a
these
disease.
obviously untrustworthy people. Some of the lies are bound to stick eventually. Fortunately for everyone, the Trump administration stayed the course and ignored the right-wing commentariat. Liberals quickly bit off more than they could chew with a disastrous BLM raid, led by former CNN host Don Lemon, on a local church whose pastor was suspected of working for ICE. It seems very unlikely that liberals would have chosen to escalate in this way if Trump had decided to trigger a standoff between local leftists and the military. The Trump administration immediately promised criminal charges for the raiders, even sending high-level officials like Attorney General Pam Bondi and DOJ Civil Rights Division head Harmeet Dillon to directly oversee the case. In this golden opportunity, possible only because the Trump administration had ignored the advice of right-wing influencers, when the public was united in disgust at the behavior of the left, the influencer class once again demonstrated that it had no value to add. Attacks on the Trump administration for failing to file charges began before the local federal courthouse was even open. There was an unending series of ultimatums. The Trump administration must do something before some arbitrary time limit in order to prove it was serious. It became increasingly obvious that people didn't know or care about any aspect of what it actually took to file federal criminal charges, much less to win a complicated criminal case involving constitutional issues. Yet again, the influencers decided to take a positive development that would have seemed impossible a few years ago. Don Lemon facing imminent federal charges for his role in a BLM takeover, and spin it into an opportunity to turn their audiences against the institutions and people that were actually achieving real-world success for them. After weeks of turmoil, the Trump administration prevailed in Minneapolis. Although the initial stance of state and local officials was to refuse all cooperation with the feds, basically allowing liberal activists to break the law with impunity as part of their obstruction efforts, gradually Democrat politicians reversed course. Local police began to control crowds out front of the federal building and even make rough arrests. At one decisive moment, state police completely cracked a leftist mob that had formed outside a hotel where ICE agents were staying, while the ICE agents looked on drinking beer from the windows above. The fight had gone out of the enemy. Liberal officials understood that the situation was a complete disaster for them and backed down. Protests disintegrated into embarrassing noise-making exercises. State officials even signaled that they would allow federal agents to access their jails to deport illegal immigrant criminals on release, ending one of the most odious parts of sanctuary city policy. There was a decisive confrontation and we won. The right-wing influencer class by and large started doing cartwheels to spin this victory into a failure. Every little ambiguous quote or shift in rhetoric was latched onto and interpreted in the worst light possible. Relatively minor issues like the status of heroic Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino, who was apparently just reassigned to his normal duties in Los Angeles, became the main topics of discussion. While big-time right-wing influencers were rushing to declare defeat, left-wing activists on the ground were complaining that federal operations were continuing as normal, even escalating with far more support from state and local law enforcement than before. There is a massive fifth column that has formed in right-wing spaces, and the influencers are at the center of it. I hope that everyone realizes that, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the influencer class has become committed to engineering defeat. The people who constantly predict victory for Democrats in the upcoming midterms over XYZ failure are simply trying to make that outcome happen. It's probably not obvious from a distance, but many of the loudest and most aggressive critics of the administration are likely only lashing out because they've already alienated their contacts with any actual authority. Their texts probably aren't getting returned or receive the dreaded thumbs-up emoji. The bridges are burnt and not getting rebuilt. We're getting non-stop claims that the administration isn't serious from people who issue dozens of ignored public ultimatums every week. Today the influencer right has eagerly assumed the role of both arsonist and fireman, bemoaning that right-wingers online are demoralized while simultaneously doing everything in its power to demoralize them. Embellishing failures, minimizing successes, redirecting attention to side issues, setting unrealistic expectations and catastrophizing when they are not met, elevating obvious bad actors, indulging in and spreading despair, excusing the worst behavior, uncritically accepting enemy propaganda and then spreading it as though these influencers were simply another part of the machinery built to destroy our country, which they have in effect become, through no one's fault but their own. As it stands, the whole arrangement is worse than useless. The great and only talent of the influencer right appears to be taking low-propensity voters and turning them into lower-propensity voters. There are exceptions to this, of course, but it's a grim scene. This dynamic cannot be allowed to continue because whenever there is a crisis, these people can only be counted upon to try to make bad situations worse. Oftentimes the problems that these people are reacting to are very real, but they certainly won't be the ones to solve them. The issue is no longer what these influencers are saying at any given moment, but that our peculiar right-wing influencer class even exists. Good things happen only in spite of them now. What's to be done? Having dealt with difficult characters in fringe spaces for a long time, my advice is to simply cut them off, or at least start being more confrontational when they lie or behave badly. You can't debate someone out of being crazy or argue someone out of a view that they don't sincerely hold. Any attempt to mollify these people with concessions will force the admin to adopt positions that are unlikely to succeed or at least guarantee that these people come back with even more unreasonable demands and bad behavior in the future. The only message the Trump administration can send is, you will never achieve your goals in this way. If you are going to act like this, you are going to have to do it outside the thing we built.
True.
It's not going to be easy to decouple.
Get rid of all the retards.
The audiences that these influencers command seem massive, at least at first. I don't think anyone should play the denunciation game, but we are well past the time when these people should start getting real consequences for their stupid and counterproductive behavior. The big figures are not going to stop doing it no matter what happens. Their audiences, however, need to start seeing that this is not an acceptable way to behave, and that these people actually don't know what they're talking about. I think that's a fight the Trump admin can win. One of the best moments of the Minneapolis operation was when DOJ Civil Rights Division head Harmeet Dillon simply started replying directly to various influencers, asking why they wouldn't just ask her to explain what was going on before they started lobbing ridiculous criticisms of the handling of the case against the BLM raiders. What were these people even talking about? The stuff they were saying was divorced from reality. They were obviously criticizing just to criticize. Panic is like a disease. I cannot tell you how many former friends and longtime associates I have watched fall victim to various mass psychogenic illnesses and become malignant or hopelessly insane. I watched this same process occur in 2017 and 2021, and it hasn't gotten any easier. Normally it's bad associations that cause this sort of collapse. These people will see a bad actor who they should know they shouldn't trust, who lies constantly or has done really terrible stuff. And instead of just ignoring what they have to say without regard to whether they agree with it, they will tolerate and indulge them. It might not happen immediately, but eventually they will encounter a lie or obviously self-defeating sentiment pushed by this bad actor, and they won't be able to tune it out like they should. They lose the ability to filter between good and bad, to discriminate. This little failure will eventually suck them into a universe of bullshit that they never escape from. When someone says, if Trump doesn't do X, then MAGA is dead, the response needs to be, okay, then go be a Democrat. When someone decides to go out of their way to defend someone who is pushing to hand our country over to liberals, the response needs to be, go with your friend, get out of here and don't come back.
I agree with
this. It's obvious that a lot of these people are trying to commit figurative suicide by cop and force a messy political break. The Trump administration can only continue tolerating constant sabotage and bad faith criticism or send them on their way. When you get to the point where you'd have to try and argue someone out of being retarded or helping the enemy, you've already lost. I promise you that these people are going to do whatever bad thing you think they're going to do with or without your input. You can either tell them to buzz off or ignore them, but don't pretend like they're still on the team once they cross certain lines that were crossed a long time ago. And what's more, stop tolerating the people with less egregious behavior who can't stop treating these people as though they're still on the team. They are still going to be throwing these guys lifelines in any worst-case scenario. The Trump administration should be more confident when dealing with its right-wing critics. It will win any big confrontation with the influencers because ultimately the public isn't actually that interested.
That's what Trump did when he posted that recently.
The public is most interested in real.
That's what Trump did. If you saw what Trump posted recently on True Social, calling out Owen Schroyer and all the retards. That's what Trump should keep doing.
50,000 likes is not a lot. 500,000 likes might be something, but probably not. The online right-wing subculture has face-planted its jump into actual culture. Most of this stuff is not real or wafer thin. People want to win. Conservatives need to win. They don't want to hear about how they've already lost, especially if that's not even true. I suspect the public is already a little tired of the influencers as the situation in America stabilizes after years of chaos. In the same way the gun industry is collapsing now. The market has fundamentally changed. These guys are not going to regain the prestige or mystique they once held. It's not always obvious to older people especially, but a large portion of the political streamer audience is only watching these guys as lolcos or engaging with short-form video in the most casual and superficial ways. When these influencers stumble onto the correct position, usually for purely cynical or deeply incoherent reasons,
buddy, what are you talking about?
None of these figures could survive Trump saying, "This guy is kind of a retard now." It's time for the admin to start acting like it. In the conclusion of Richard Luckett's The White Generals, the best overview of the Russian Civil War that I've come across, Luckett identifies why the counter-revolutionary White Army failed to defeat the widely unpopular Bolsheviks, despite the Whites' initially massive military advantage. The White Army's failure is to an extent understandable. The business of revolutionaries is revolution, but the business of counter-revolutionaries is seldom counter-revolution. Revolutionaries are born into their condition. Counter-revolutionaries have it thrust upon them. It does not follow from this that counter-revolution is doomed, or that the Russian counter-revolution in particular was doomed. To accept this is to accept a deterministic view of history for which there can be no warrant in any account of the events. The Whites failed as much as a result of their military mistakes as anything else. And these military mistakes were frequently the product of stupidity and carelessness. The Reds made mistakes also. In exclusively military matters they made far more than the Whites. Their greater degree of political organization permitted them more latitude in this respect. In contrast, the Whites sacrificed political consolidation for the lure of immediate military gains, and then proceeded to throw away the advantages won in the field. In Shelby Foote's The Civil War, a narrative, the best book on the American Civil War, Foote identified a similar lack of political consolidation as contributing to the Confederacy's defeat and the South's ensuing devastation. Away with the idea of getting independence first and looking after liberty afterwards, Confederate Vice President Stevens had said. Our liberties once lost may be lost forever. Why, sir, a Georgia congressman exclaimed, this is a war for the Constitution. It is a constitutional war. It was also, and first, a war for survival. But the ultra-conservatives, including the fire-eaters who had done so much to bring it on, had been using the weapon of states' rights too long and with too much success, when they were members of the Union, to discard it now that they had seceded. They simply would rather die than drop that cudgel, even when there was no one to use it on except their own people and nothing to strike it except the solidarity that was their one hope for victory over an adversary whose reserves of men and wealth were practically limitless. It was this inflexibility that the bill came due for having launched a conservative revolution, and apparently it was necessarily so, even though their anomalous devotion to an untimely creed amounted to an irresistible death wish. But that was precisely their pride. They inherited it and they would hand it down inviolate to the latest generation, or they would pray God to sweep from the earth the soil along with the people. You've just got to nuke the wreckers from orbit the moment they show up. Truly eternal type. Get them out of here before they find the right moment to do serious damage with a knife in the back. Everyone needs to be on the same page about how pushing these people out is necessary and good. The stakes to this stuff are real. It's possible to lose our country forever. We almost have several times. Anyone who indulges defeat, who is working towards anything other than victory, needs to be ejected as quickly as possible. It's crazy to me that anyone tolerates the figures who were discouraging people from voting for Trump before the 2024 election. I don't have much respect for you if you do. If you don't have the mental barriers up to keep this sentiment, and anyone who pushes it away, you are worse than useless. You're going to crack at some point, and it might hurt a lot of people. There is an alternative to the current influencer sphere. One of the nicest moments for me during the 2024 campaign season was listening to Elon Musk's Twitter space with Trump. The pair had a very funny and charming conversation. I was walking into a convenience store in some light rain listening to it on my phone and noticed that the Zoomer clerk had his phone on the counter listening to it as well. This direct and unfiltered conversation made Trump seem real, in a way that Kamala Harris never could have. He is real in a way that Kamala Harris never was. There are many other figures in the admin who I'm sure could capitalize on this effect. The public is interested in them and they have interesting things to say. I don't see people reflect nearly enough on the fact that J.D. Vance has already become a meme. It's endearing. The public is laughing with him, not at him. Americans want their country to get better. They want to have
still
normal
iffy on
lives.
JD,
They want their time and
man.
attention back. FDR's fireside chats charmed a generation of Americans by
But I kind of
connecting
agree
them
with this. We
directly with their
need
government. There's little need for
the-
a middleman class when you have
we
these
need the
dynamic
we
people
need
available.
President Trump to call out the
The
retarded
Trump administration
influencers.
should hire influencers who have not disgraced themselves and bring them inside in official roles. Help make this stuff legible to the public. Introduce them to the characters who are going to improve their lives. One of the main reasons our influencer class is so harmful is that these people don't feel any responsibility for our collective success or failure. They already made their money, and their place in the attention economy might actually improve if the situation were to start declining again. They
Yep.
are not thinking about putting wins on the board. They are thinking about their red pill journey or getting more eyeballs or winning an internet debate that doesn't matter and might not even be real. A real job for influencers would create real responsibility, and responsibility changes people for the better. You should only tolerate people working towards victory. That was another aspect of the Candace Owens-Tusa debacle that was very frustrating. Aside from the fact that the behavior itself was extremely objectionable, Tusa is also vital to our political future, whereas Owens is a complete net negative. Tusa does voter registration drives, rapid response, direct activism, organizing and
That's
training,
true.
and all of the tedious real-world stuff. that is
CPUSA
way more
has
important
got
to
way
winning
more people to
elections and
vote
changing the political
for
situation
Trump
a
than
network of
Candace
washed
Owens.
YouTubers will ever be. Charlie Kirk's legacy will be felt for decades thanks to Tusa, his winning machine. Candace Owens drives people crazy and actively tries to help liberals win. The choice between the two was very easy and people still messed it up. Whatever the Trump administration does, I hope that it remembers that it doesn't have to put up with this internet circus stuff or the people who push it anymore. These guys are going to be indulging in freak show behavior, repeating memes from 2017, or running through their greatest hits about the Rubicon forever. Tolerating this is not just the cost of doing business in right-wing circles, and in fact it can't be if the Trump administration is to maintain the perception of legitimate and durable government it needs to survive the coming death struggle. There's a great moment in the 2010 film The Way Back, about the escape of Soviet Gulag prisoners across hundreds of miles of inhospitable terrain, when the surviving characters are sitting safe at last in Tibet. Although the men have finally made it out of the Soviet Union, they still have thousands of miles to go to return to their respective countries.
I love
One of
The
the
Way
characters, an American,
Is that a good
reveals
movie?
that
I've
he's
never
made
seen
plans
it.
to separate from the group so that he can continue home through an airbase in China. There's a nasty atmosphere in the room after this revelation. These men
It's a
had
good
been through the ringer. They
Yeah.
only survived because they stuck together. Many of their companions died on the road. One of the remaining men chides the American, "Looking out for number one, huh?" The American replies simply, "We escaped." That part of their lives was over now. There's still a long way to go, but the state of crisis had ended. They're going to have to do different things and act in different ways. It's a great moment in the movie. You can see the tension melt away in the characters' faces once they realize just how far they've come. We escaped. Different things are happening. Online right-wing circles are populated by totally different people with totally different demographics and interests and priorities and relationships with the truth than they once were. Our culture has become their costume, and that's actually fine. Who cares? We're doing something else now. We need a new right-wing discourse centered on my fantasy where I am a terrorist. We need a new right-wing discourse centered on comedians who don't tell jokes. We need a new right-wing discourse centered on this thing I just learned about and obviously don't understand. We need a new right-wing discourse centered on voting Democrat. We need a new right-wing discourse centered on single moms saying nigger. I don't think people actually care about this stuff even if they talk about it all the time. The online scene as we once knew it just seems kind of dead. We're seeing retreads of retreads, dimly repeated by unfortunates with no pasts or futures. People are waiting around to be convinced to go crazy in the exact same ways, over and over and over again forever. It's spent. There are times for spurgs and times for normies, and we're obviously entering a time for normies.
True.
Woe to the Twitter tyrants. As far-right internet discourse's wildly successful suicide assault on the highest levels of American politics and culture nears its grisly climax, one can only hope that there'll be someone left to hit the lights by the time it's all said and done. What does all this actually mean? Not a lot, honestly. It's certainly sad in many ways. I've probably spent thousands of hours of my life in these places. They were very entertaining and improved my life substantially, and now they're mostly gone. But my cohort of the online far-right still got pretty much everything it wanted, at least that was realistic. We won, congratulations everybody. It was really touch and go there for a bit. If you went back in time to 2017, during the early chaos of the first Trump administration, and told people on right-wing Twitter that illegal immigration through the southern border had dropped to its lowest level since 1970, the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division had been gutted, disparate impact liability was no longer government policy, ICE was conducting what amounted to terror raids on sanctuary cities, the EOC was aggressively soliciting complaints about anti-white discrimination in the workplace, refugee admissions had been paused except for white South Africans, the foreign-born population was declining for the first time since 1970, training of new Border Patrol agents had increased to all-time highs. Several American cities were being patrolled by federal anti-crime task forces that were arresting thousands of criminals. The State Department had formal plans to create an Office of Remigration. The U.S. had experienced the largest single-year drop in murder rate in recorded history. New Indian student enrollment was down 75% in just a year. The Treasury Department was targeting the funding of Antifa, which had been designated a terror network and was cut off from its traditional funding mechanisms. DHS was spending hundreds of millions of dollars on football field-sized detention centers in multiple states. Legal immigration was on track to decline by as much as 1/2 by the end of Trump's term, along with countless other developments that would have seemed like fantasies back then. They would probably think that Richard Spencer had become president. You'd have to explain that most big personalities from that period actually hate all the progress that's occurring today and are pushing to hand political control back to liberals. 3 more years of this, we're in a different country. 11 more years of this, we're in a different world. You'd have to be a complete moron to think that we shouldn't continue down this path, as narrow and perilous as it often seems. You'd have to be a piece of shit to try to prevent us from doing so.
Yeah, exactly.
No matter what new obstacles we face, whatever terror lies ahead, rest assured when I stop needing to reactivate my account to drive new podcast subs and yet finally expires,
I highly recommend
will soar up behind my
Mystery Grove's Substack and his podcast. He's a smart guy. He's a Vance guy, but
this entire thing was a huge success. It was very nice that I got the opportunity.
I'm still iffy on Vance. I'm not gonna lie.
Books, always with honor. The Memoirs of General Wrangel is
just
the
because,
most special to me, but other people
he's a
can
cheat
and are doing
wife
everything
and
I
shit.
did better.
Can we just
I
get
will
somebody
forever
with a
be
white
grateful
wife?
for all the kindness and
I'm hoping that we can get
generosity that
somebody
was
else
shown to me,
besides Vance.
and all the friends I've made who helped me expecting nothing in
Okay,
return.
but this is basically
That
over.
impulse, I think faith, charity.
Yeah, but that's a good. I highly recommend that. A Mystery Grove Substack. What else do we got to watch? There's really nothing else going on. It's already almost the morning. It's already 5. What in the world?
Like, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying. Okay, up next, in an era when newspapers have been shedding readers and going out of business, a brand new newspaper launched this week in LA called the California Post. It's the West Coast version of our very own hard-charging tabloid, the New York Post, which is owned and published by our sister company. I mean, we need more newspapers in this country.
We need good news.
California Post, by the way. Let me watch this real quick. Crypto update.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Selinix Crypto, and welcome to this new video right here on.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
We'll also do a little bit of a preparation for next week, obviously, and we'll talk about what's most likely from here. Yesterday we had a very bearish day. After a couple of things, I mean, yesterday afternoon. I made an emergency update, and I'm very happy with that, right? Because in that emergency update, we spoke about the possibility of falling down lower into 78,000, which at this point of time is holding as support, but obviously we spiked down a little bit higher. We had a massive liquidation spike. Volume also incredibly high. The volume that we had yesterday on a Saturday is the highest volume we've seen since the 21st of November. Now, that in itself is not necessarily bearish. That can actually mean that this can be a local bottom, and that's also what I do think is quite likely here, to be honest. Also a big bullish divergence right here, but that's a little bit of a tangent. Volume is lower, RSI is higher, so that's a double divergence in my book. But yeah, like what I said regarding the fundamentals, because I think fundamentals matter a lot right now for Bitcoin. Yesterday I was talking a little bit more about the strikes in Iran potentially being US or Israel strikes. That was not true, right? I mean, I tried to say in the video already that it was very uncertain, everything, etc. But that's not true. But ultimately, what was true and what still, you know, especially yesterday was true, but at this point of time it has de-escalated a bit, but still, was the fact that whatever happens increased the chances of US strikes, right? And at this point of time, it's still sitting at 41% that we're going to get a US strike in Iran. And I trust Pony Market quite a bit. They've been quite right about stuff like this in the past. And that's too high, because if that is going to happen, we are going to see bearish pressure. Now, yesterday this was 60%, right? So it has decreased. Outside of that, when we're talking about, obviously right now in the United States, we have a government shutdown. When we look at the probabilities about how long that's going to take, that's also not incredibly high, right? So I would say that when we're talking about the fundamentals, I think the fundamentals yesterday were much worse.
Yeah, they got fucking. It was the biggest.
Lower, so that makes it like that makes it
biggest silver crash since 1980, right? I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Long term, that 70,000 is coming. Potentially even lower, but that is something we'll talk about in due time, of course. So I do expect that, but like I said, I mean, I do think we have somewhat of a chance here, especially given the fact that the fundamentals have calmed down slightly.
Dude, maybe I should sell.
In combination with us reaching that massive support
if we get a pump.
78,000, we have now filled the entire gap that we left early last year, as you can see right here with the move that we had at the beginning of April. So strong support. You can also see we have a mean reversion indication right here. Like I said, it's a massive liquidation spike that we had down into 75,000 yesterday. And it was a liquidation spike. You can see the point of control of that move was all the way at the bottom, which means that was the price where most of the volume was transacted. And whenever that's at the bottom of such a spike, so it was a liquidation move. So all of that together makes me slightly optimistic here when we're talking about the lower time frames for Bitcoin. Today has obviously been relatively quiet. I think it's a possibility we're going to test those lows. But as long as the fundamentals, right, so especially the situation in the Middle East, that's what I then mean with the fundamentals. As long as that doesn't severely escalate again, we also had some news that they were actually talking, which is obviously a great thing. I think we can actually get some more bullish momentum into into the 80s at least. potentially 82, 84,000. And I have to say, under the current conditions, and with the current price action that we've seen in the last 24 hours, I must say that I think that's most likely. I have not made a trade upon this idea though, so that tells you a little bit about the conviction I have in it. But if we spike down, if we test those lows, potentially make some sort of a low time frame bullish divergence here, outside of the high time frame bullish divergence that we have created right here, then I might long Bitcoin. I think altcoins, I'll make an altcoin video later today. I think those are inherently more risky. But Bitcoin, I think, has a good chance to bottom here. We have stronger support. We have a massive liquidation spike. We have better fundamentals. Long term,
I thought you were going after copper.
Term, I do think we can locally bottom, and I would say that's most likely. But those are my thoughts. I will definitely keep you updated on this, because with the current conditions, things are changing rapidly, and you need to be kept updated rapidly. So I'll be back with videos as soon as I can.
What should I get for breakfast? I kind of want to wait maybe until like good breakfast opens up. Maybe like a breakfast burrito from somewhere or something. When does a breakfast burrito place open up?
Copper base metal, yep.
I'm gonna have to wait a while still, a few hours. Living like a king in China. Walking in the world's biggest slum. Any new Godis videos?
You never lived your life?
Oh yeah, I started watching
A
this.
subscriber of mine told me about this woman called Anna Bay. She makes videos about fashion, being elegant. Online it says that she lives in Switzerland. But a few weeks ago she made a video about her midlife crisis. Young women should watch this video.
I'm 39 years old, and 3 years ago when I was 36, my midlife crisis started, but I wasn't aware of it. I thought that
Humans in nature don't have a midlife crisis or any kind of crisis.
Humans in
like
nature.
that.
it wasn't applicable to me because I thought, what we all think about what a midlife crisis is, that is just something people get when they're like in their 50s or 60s and they start acting out, they become a bit reckless. They want to relive their youth, so they buy like a sports car or...
It's not that you want to relive it, you want to live it. Huge difference, obviously, because you never actually lived your natural life. You never lived your life the way it was supposed to be lived. And that's why when you're 40, 50, 60, you may think about it a lot, about all of the things that you missed out on. Oftentimes you're not even really conscious of what it is, but you have this feeling deep inside of you which has been suppressed, and this feeling tells you that you didn't live your life the way you should have, but instead you will do what she said. You will buy some kind of fast car, do something which you possibly already did in your youth or that you wanted to back then, but it's not what you naturally wanted to do. That's the big problem, meaning that Even if you do that, it will still not fulfill you.
Leave their marriage or something like that. Because I wasn't
Dang.
feeling those feelings. I thought, no, it's not possible for me to have a midlife crisis. I don't have it. I'm too young. But fast forward to now that I know that a midlife crisis can come in any different shape or form, and they can be big, they can be small, they can be completely life-changing, or they can be very subtle. Truly, for different people, they can look quite different. So what has happened as a result is that for the last 3 years,
They can be different, but it all boils down to the same problem. You not living naturally.
I'm feeling really stuck in
You
my
must
life.
live natural.
I'm feeling confused. I haven't been understanding what is going on with myself. Why am I feeling all these feelings? And to be honest, it has been so incredibly overwhelming. Look, the reality...
This reminds me of how pregnant women don't understand why they have cravings for these so-called strange foods. It's because they don't eat natural food, meaning that their bodies don't know what to ask, what kind of food to look for, because what you find in the fridge is not what you naturally want.
I'm fucking bloody, bro. Look at me.
I can give you a lot of examples like this. People today are very confused. They want something. It's very suppressed. Deep down they know it. And then, because it has been suppressed, they think about something else. What should I do? It must be something else that I want. Do I want pickles? Do I want to eat a lot of peanut butter? What is it that I want? It's very similar with food and everything else in your life. When you don't live naturally, you will be very confused.
You gotta live natural.
I'm actually right in the middle of my midlife crisis right now.
Yes, I'm black.
It's not over. I wish it was, because trust me, it's not fun to be in this place. So it's far from over yet. Now, it is important for you to know that end of 2022, my life was pretty solid. Like, my personal life was great, my career was blooming, I was really enjoying the life that, that I was passionate about building for so many years prior. Literally, on paper, everything looked great, which is kind of the irony in the story, because that's usually how a midlife crisis, how it tends to start. But then what happened?
That's funny, because your life in the system is going great. That's what you believe. And then you have those problems. Why is it like that? It's simple. It's because you reach possibly the peak of slavery or something close to it, probably not the peak. And then you realize, wow, I got what I wanted. When I was 20 years old, this is what I imagined. A great career, a husband, a dog, lots of
not natural
money in my head. I live in a great country, have some good friends, colleagues, but I feel empty. It's because you reached what you wanted, and then you realize that it's not what you wanted.
Well,
So
finer
true,
things in
goddess.
life, they started to feel less exciting. High society circles started to lose its luster, and anything kind of related to luxury just started to make me feel kind of bored. I don't know.
She writes, my identity lost meaning. And that's exactly how it is. Because it's not your actual so-called identity.
Hard for me to exactly explain it, because I don't reject that life. I don't reject those circles. I don't reject having those interests. In fact, I still have those preferences in my life to a certain extent, but far less than before. I don't know, I guess end of 22, the spark just disappeared. I started feeling different towards a lot of things, but it became an inconvenience because I had built an entire lifestyle according to that identity, according to that interest, passion, preference, and goals. And so, you know, you wake up one day and you're like,
freak,
what am I going to do now? My social circle definitely took a hit as well. Certain friendships faded out. I started to feel
Those were not real friendships.
less interested in going to all these, you know, fancy events. All of that just started to feel really boring. I started to make also change.
Yes, it's boring because it's not what you really want to do. When you're
natural.
doing something which you don't actually want to do, you will feel bored.
Changes to my lifestyle.
This bitch
So a big
ran
one
the
was that
cock
I stopped
carousel, and now
traveling
she's
pretty
feeling bad
much.
about
I
it.
mean,
That's what happened,
I still
Goddess.
travel, once or twice per year, but before I would travel like once a month.
Traveling, that's also something that lost people do a lot. Sure, seeing something here and there, some great
Lost
forests
people. That's
can
true,
be
honestly.
nice, but when you travel all the time, you want to see
I'd accept that, though.
So-called countries, then obviously there's a different reason for why you're doing that.
And so I stopped with all of that. A big one that I have spoken on my channel about a lot is that I stopped shopping. I mean, at some point, I feel like I was a bit of a shopaholic or something, so...
This is her channel, and as I said, it's all about clothes, shoes, luxury, bags. And why do you do all of this? Why do you try to fill your house? It's because there's something missing, and in this case it's children. It's a big family. In nature you have lots of people around you all the time, and when you buy a lot of cats, dogs especially, but also when you buy clothes, when you collect items, you're trying to fill this void somehow, and that's impossible. And once you collect everything, you slowly realize that it was all meaningless, which is possibly the case here. You really need to think about it. Why do you keep buying something? Why do you need so much of it? What are you actually trying to fill? Not really your closet, that's what you believe, but when you think about it, that's not it, because you want something. The feeling that you have is that there's an emptiness and you need something. You need to fill it somehow, and that's why you need to buy. It's an obsession, an addiction, as she said. And you need that because you want to fill this natural void.
Goddess is right.
Void is a family in this case.
Women need to stop being whores. So true, Goddess.
Lots of people do this nowadays in many different ways.
As I'm stepping into this new phase of my life, I guess a lot of kind of new, let's call it cravings, have emerged within me and have all...
Those cravings have always been there.
So influenced this change that I'm feeling. I'm really reshaping my life a lot now, because now I'm really just craving a lot of honesty in all areas of my life, Authenticity has never been this important for me. In all that.
Honest, authentic people, family. She is talking about having a family, whether she realizes it or not, because those are the most authentic people, naturally. Maybe nowadays, because of all the manipulation that's going on in these societies, maybe not, but that's how it should be.
Aspects. Everything from how I spend
I don't think this is a good place to go up.
Done spending my time in ways that doesn't fill me up in a genuine way anymore. Like, that's why I stopped a bit going to all these, fancy high society events, because even though they can be entertaining, I also sometimes feel like they can be quite fake, and it feels quite boring to kind of sit there and talk about the weather with people. I mean, I can still go to...
About the weather, exactly. Completely meaningless conversations about nothing. Because you're stuck in the system, you don't express yourself.
These events sometimes, but not at all the same scale as before. The same thing when it comes to friendships. I just want to spend time with truly authentic people now. People who are themselves, who are honest, who are not hiding.
Themselves. Interesting. That would be wild people, self-willed people.
This might not be good.
Those people really are themselves, their natural selves.
Maybe we can do this.
People today are fake, walking around with a mask, acting all the time. They just act. They never express
Everybody's a
themselves.
jester.
That's all that they do.
behind the mask, people who really say exactly how it is. And that's also how I want to.
You really won't find those kind of people in these modern societies. But you will find some who somewhat express themselves.
Lead my life, how I want to lead my channel, how I want to honestly live my life in all aspects. You know, just, you know, this is how it is. Let's not beat around the bush, you know, let's not pretend, let's not polish everything all the time. Like, of course, I still have a preference in behaving a certain way. Like, I'm not going to be acting out now, or, you know, I still have certain values. Like, elegance is still very much my preference in aesthetic and in my values. But I don't want to be rigid, you know, I want to be flexible in my approach to things. But yeah, I definitely want to have just more authentic experiences. And you know, I think probably that's why I've been spending a lot of time with animals, because if you want to be around honesty, animals are number one for that, because they're like the most honest.
Animals are self-willed. And of course, what you really want are wild humans around you. That's what everybody wants. Even though it may sound scary at first, in reality, those are the best humans.
Wild
That's
humans.
one reason why people like other kind of animals around them.
Creatures out there ever. There's no BS when it comes to animals. Other things that I'm...
It's because they follow their instinct, their nature. And humans today suppress their nature, not willingly.
What is
People are
going on
brainwashed
here?
to do that.
really craving as I am in the stage is meaning and fulfillment and purpose, and just spending my time.
She's a whore, goddess.
Prioritizing what matters. I have less patience, less time for BS. I really want to focus my time on what's truly passionate for me. You know, things that I truly care about. I'm 40 years old and I am child-free by choice. And I kind of have a bit of a midlife crisis as well. Okay, it's not really...
There's no such thing as being child-free by choice. Except if you're asexual, and even then you can argue about it. Are you ever intimate with anybody? I would assume that she is. That means that you are trying to reproduce. You're trying to have children. Just because you were brainwashed, manipulated, not to have children and to protect yourself against them, doesn't mean that you don't want children, that you are child-free by choice. You are trying to reproduce, but you were manipulated into doing it, but at the same time protecting yourself from what you're doing. That's what people do today.
Notice you're right. You're actually right about that.
Child-free by choice. They are childless because of enslavement and brainwashing.
Midlife crisis is more like a midlife transition, but I have a big identity crisis because I am letting go of an identity that I've had for 20 years because it just no longer feels aligned with who I'm evolving to become. When I shared in a recent YouTube video that
You cannot evolve to become something.
Bitch thinks she's a Pokemon.
I guess that you could say in some simple ways, but you are who you are naturally, and you do not change.
When did Kick add that chat emote?
Your body ages, and that changes some things for
I honestly don't care about the story in this game.
Your nature and what you
Black
want.
woman story. I
That
care about
never
just
changes.
climbing. Because the climbing mechanics are so good.
What she's talking about is this mask that she's wearing, this role that she's playing, that's evolving. That's something completely else. Your natural
Let's see what else there's to watch.
Your purpose.
She's a dumb whore goddess. You're so right. She's a dumb bitch. There's nothing to watch.
My God, which is a big difference.
Like, look at this fucking shit from Jake Shields. Are you gonna pretend the files don't say he raped multiple kids? He's talking about Trump. Jake Shields needs to be put in a cage. Literally. And he should just put in a cage that is like a Faraday cage, a big Faraday cage, so he can't transmit any more tweets out to the world or anything. We'll see what happens though. Oh yeah, we were watching that big one. There's nothing to do. Going on
cities,
Fox.
if you want our help, you'll have to ask.
What's going on
That's with
Do you watch this Jake Shields podcast and see how stupid it is? He brings on, let's see, he brings on a dumbass woman to talk about the Epstein files, probably. Let's see how stupid this is. Wait up, though. Before we do that, though, wait up. Wait up. Let me put this on for a second. I need to go to the
Reduce
bathroom.
swelling and fight pain.
Best 20 minutes of my day.
That's all it takes to get the
Here,
most
listen to Alex then.
Idea, but he knew things that the average American wanted, because I always say actually at heart libertarians, more Mises caucus libertarians, but you know, it's just when you attack Thomas Massey, he's like the bat signal of the Liberty base. And I've donated to him more than any other candidate, and he's not even in my district. But he's the biggest
our era's
representation.
He's this era's Ron Paul. He's Dr. No for this current era.
There's Ron Paul. That's my Ron Paul puppet from the RNC convention in 2012. You're exactly right. The Ron Paul revolution has never died. And no offense to Rand, but Thomas Massey was handed the torch, and he stood strong. And, you know, there's people like Mike Lee and Burchett. These people they're drawing more Liberty voters in. And I'm just trying to remind them that you voted for Trump, regardless of why you did. You voted for him because you were so afraid of the unhinged progressive left. You voted for him to get 4 years. Please help him maintain that majority in the House and Senate. But it's hard because how long have we been trying to get them to pass the SAVE Act?
Right.
You know, we had Doge find all this waste, fraud, and abuse to turn around and have, you know, for what I hear, Susie Wiles kind of push him out. So there are factions within the Republican Party, but it shouldn't be party. It should be constitutional. And I'm not saying I think Trump sold out, but I just think in order to give him full judgment, we got to give him those full 4 years. So I don't want people to abstain.
Agree. If the Democrats get back in as a foreign political prisoner, I know what it's going to be like for everyone. It's going to be horrible. So let's make it very clear: we do not want that. But we're trying to help people understand that you can't run crap candidates and expect that same coalition that elected Trump 3 times and that gave them the majority in 2024. Give them majority in the House and Senate. You can't expect that coalition to hold if you're betraying your campaign promises and endorsing crap candidates yet again. That's the problem. So what do we do between now and our primaries? I know you got another candidate in Michigan. Who's your alternative? So how do you get her to win versus the sellout?
Well, people need to sign nominating petitions for Genevieve Peters Scott, who's a huge Ron Paul and Thomas Massey supporter. She's from that faction. And in the state of Michigan, it's about getting on those nominating petitions up until the first week of April. And it's just remembering it's hard to beat Mike Rogers in the general or in the primary because of the name recognition. But if you support Trump, you have to look away from this endorsement. And his endorsements don't work in Michigan. They usually lose. We got Congressman John James running in Michigan. Nobody wants him for governor. But really, to kind of go into how do we do this, Stuart, you were talking earlier about what happened in Fulton County. Now, there's a lot of people who have an absolutist mindset, and I tell them, it's like football. I got to get the first down. You have to celebrate those incremental wins. And so many people have been waiting for accountability. I think the fact that the Georgia Supreme Court said they should have had access to these ballots 3 years ago, they had every right to go in there. So no one can claim it's retaliatory. They had the highest court in the state, order them to give them permission basically to do this. And that type of action is what gets those people to go, wait, are we actually going to have somewhat accountability for 2020? Because so many people say, move on from that. No, because our elections are not safe until there's some form of massive accountability for watching people pull suitcases out from underneath the desk at 3 a.m. And here in Michigan, you had coolers drawn in and pizza boxes covering windows when you're supposed to have election poll watchers. So this action, I believe, and having people like Tulsi Gabbard in there, who's more of an independent, she's not risk averse. And that is what I love about her. And I talked to her before she took on this position. Her and I have been speaking at the same events for years. And I told her, you are a new mascot for the female Liberty Base.
Hey,
so
for
whatever
the
you get
entire
picked
Liberty
to
Base.
do.
We saw her at Ron
do it
Paul's
correctly.
no accident. She was at Ron Paul's 90th birthday party. We were both there, and we saw her there. So yeah, I think she's carrying a torch. And her presence at the raid, the FBI raid in Georgia, is what gives me hope. Because otherwise, be like, is this just window dressing in advance of the midterms to make the base think they're going to do something? But I think her being involved lets me know that this is real. There's a potential for this to be the wedge that blows open the deep state. Let's hope.
Yeah, I agree, because I know there are optics in politics. I do not feel that Tulsi is the type of person who will allow herself to be, it's like the political hold the baby photo op.
Right.
I don't think she was there for a photo op. She's a badass. Like I said, she's not risk averse. She's gone through hell and back from attacks from both sides of the aisle, but that woman is upholding her oath of office and her military service oath. And I mean, I'm a skeptic about a lot of things. I do believe there will be accountability. I've been listening to Patrick Byrne. We've talked about this at Ron Paul's birthday party. He said things are coming. So I'm not saying he knew about this, but this type of action is what is going to finally feed the hunger for accountability. And there's a lot of accountability that is needed, but it's a start.
Yeah, and regenerate and reinvigorate the base. Absolutely. Let's play the second clip. Speaking of rhino Republicans, I want to play this clip of Troy Nehls, a conservative, so-called conservative Republican from Texas. This is what I saw when I was in the Senate, or in the House hearings, the new J6 committee. And Troy Nehls started out by saying, oh, this committee is going to get to the bottom of J6 and expose all the lies of the first committee, first ridiculous unselect committee of J6. But here's what he said in the hearing. Let's play this next clip.
Why would Trump supporters leave a Trump speech and breach the Capitol grounds before the speech ever ended? I've been to rallies, this and that.
And even if that.
All right, let's see how retarded this is. Jake Shields and a Floyd talking about the Epstein files.
All right, we were trying to go live, but we had some fucking streaming issues, so I just record it and put it later. Annoying, but whatever.
It's fine. I think this is still going to be relevant in like 10 hours.
Tomorrow or whatever. Maybe not. Well, I'm still spending the last like 4 hours trying to fucking go through the Epstein files. There's just so much. It's just.
Oh my
you know
God,
what's so
Jake Shields
crazy
going
is,
through the
like,
Epstein
everything
files.
in there is literally stuff I learned about in 2018 to 2019, and then when I tried to tell people about it, they were like, "You're nuts," and then sometimes they'd be like, "You're sick for thinking these things," and I'm like, "This is what they're doing."
No, I've been hearing these.
Dude, this woman's voice is already hurting my head.
Years, I started looking into it a little more, thinking maybe they're not crazy, and this kind of confirms that the country's ran by sick pedophilia,
Satanic pedophiles
that rape, torture, and kill kids
and sacrifice them for power.
Yeah,
bro, this is already starting off great.
I mean, it's allegations, but it's just. I mean, if it comes like hundreds of girls, eventually you believe them. Like Bill Cosby, for example.
Dude, these people are retarded. Oh my God.
Okay, he drugged her and raped her when it's the same story, but like
satanic pedophile. Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like a satanic panic too, bro. this Epstein shit, and it's even more this whole conspiratard shit. It's like satanic panic times a million.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, this thing with the I gotta say this, so on some level though, right? Isn't it better that that's the reason the whole country's fucked up? Like, if our country was as much of a disaster as it is right now, which it is, right? The world, as much of a disaster, like literally doing open genocide and then being like, we're defending ourselves.
That's not why our country's fucked up. Our country's fucked up because they let in 10 million fucking illegals, and then in the last 25 plus years, fucking 50 million or more, dude. And then our country's fucked up because we have black criminals everywhere, okay? And our country's fucked up because we have degenerate whores like you in our country. And our country's fucked up because a lot of other things. It's not because of we're fucking supplying the bombs to kill kids in Gaza. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck does that have to do with anything in your local city or town? And the fucking drug dealers selling shit to teenagers at the local school, the fucking crackheads living in the fucking parks. You can't even go and walk in a park without fucking drug addicts there in tents and shit. Like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? It has nothing to do with these people are so retarded.
And it was like run by like really saintly people. We'd be like, man, this is confusing. But now that we know it's
Is
run
this the
by
one who admitted she did black dudes?
I have no idea. Is that true? I don't even know who this lady is. Leonardo Joni. But I wouldn't fucking. I don't fucking doubt it, dude.
Oh, that's why everything's fucked up. Actually, given who's ruling things, the world's actually doing pretty good.
Well, and this is why they defend Israel, whatever matter what. People like Lindsey Graham. If they have you on video torturing a kid, you're going to do whatever they tell you.
Yeah, and you know Lindsey Graham, he's going for little boys, man. He's not going for little girls.
Gay, yeah.
He's just.
I looked. I was trying to figure out who was in China that said that sent Epstein a torture video that he said, oh, good torture video. I think it was from a U.S. government official. And I think Lindsey Graham, I believe, was in China at that time.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Yes, he was around those dates. Because I think it was from a U.S. government.
Oh, my God.
They redacted that person.
Oh, my fucking God. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh, dude, people really believe this shit. Oh, my God. My brain hurts. Oh, fucking A, dude.
That's so.
I tried to line it up when he was in China, and I think he was around the same time. And she's like, good reporting work, bro. This is like Candace Owens reporting level type of stuff. Like, Candace Owens has made this popular and like this. It's not even journalism. What do you even call it? Retardism? Just being fucking stupid, really. And I mean, look at it. There's bad stuff in the Epstein files. But look at what these idiots, how they're trying to explain it. You know what I mean? And how they basically go over all the actual, like, bad stuff and glaze it over in this satanic conspiracy type thing where it's like, brother, you do not need to be doing all this. They're insane. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say. We already know it's retarded, but keep going.
Like, this is so.
You know, there's just no reason to be so retarded with this Epstein shit, and people are. And I think no matter what,
I could see him.
I think no matter what, people will always gravitate towards the extremes now of things, with anything really, like with any salacious stuff like this that comes out, just because like the algorithms have tuned people's brains to do that, and to also like think in like these short bits of content, almost, I guess you could say. Like there's like a conclusion, but there's no evidence or or proper context, basically. It's just these people just have all these conclusions in their head. They haven't really done the proper thinking about them, you know what I mean? And it's fucking sad. I don't know what to do.
Totally being
I don't know what to do about it besides just take dabs.
sick little fuck,
Oh,
man.
for sure. You can see it in his eyes. He's sadistic, gay,
Let's take a dab.
a little twisted. He gets excited talking about war, gets bummed when
Yeah.
there's no wars, and he's, it's sick the stuff you read, but there's just so many counts of it. They put a ton of stuff about Trump on accident, and they pulled it right down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, tons of allegations, like almost again, some of the allegations could be fake because Trump was so hated. People were saying
Yes, they were
they're
fake.
almost
They are all
13
fake.
Years old, several of them. So that's obviously must be his age. If you have like 6 different 13.
Yeah, the anonymous FBI tips. Yeah, those are so credible.
And Trump, one tip off.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's talking about.
She was gonna get killed after she went to police, and she went to the police and got her head blown off. They ruled it a suicide, but it's like.
Wow. Yeah, I read that. I read that one where they said, yeah, anytime somebody like reports some heinous shit and then they die by suicide, you're like.
Girls usually don't shoot themselves either.
That's true.
On occasion,
Actually,
they're
you're totally
pills,
right. Pills and
slit
poison.
their wrist or something poison.
You're right.
Men typically shoot themselves. You have to look at methods. Now, there's outliers, but as a whole, it's very rare for a girl to take a gun and blow her head.
Yeah, that's not the way I would go.
That's that's probably that's what a guy would do probably.
I think, you know what, also.
I would never kill myself, just to be clear. If I kill myself, it was Mossad. Had no circumstances, but.
Yeah, no, same here, dude. Same here. Like, I am not suicidal. I'm very happy.
Dude,
I also.
nobody wants to kill
believe that
you.
If you kill yourself, you're going to hell. I'm a Christian, so.
Yes,
I'm not
exactly.
interested in
So
suicide.
we're not
They'll
suicidal.
just have some like third person come get us and say it was like some crazy liberals or something.
Exactly.
That's what they'll do. But you know, this thing with there's Lindsey Graham, and then there's also Stephen Colbert. Did you ever see that video of this guy whose profile picture looks like Stephen Colbert? And there's a little boy, and he's got like half his face painted, and they recreated that video from Goeth. Like,
I did see a really creepy video.
What is this dumb bitch
very
talking
creepy.
about?
And you can see in both of these kinds of people, like Colbert and Lindsey Graham, you see that these are the kind of like twisted people who would enjoy hurting vulnerable, weak creatures because they're weak pieces of shit. They're not going to go up against you,
No.
right? They're going to get their ass beat.
Exactly. It's such an evil. We don't want to believe it's real. Like, this can't be real. But it's looking more and more like it is. It's just like it's very similar allegations to Pizzagate, which they said was crazy. I think they sent in a decoy too. Like they probably sent the guy in to shoot up the servers, and then all of a sudden it was shut off, pulled off all the social media. You can't talk about Pizzagate.
I remember that. I
Oh
remember
my
that he went in and he
God.
shot one bullet. Apparently, this crazy
my
guy shot one bullet, and it ended up hitting the hard drive. And I remember I
People
got into
actually
it with this
believe
like
this
this extended
shit.
relative because he was like pro Hillary, and at this time I had been
Oh
told
my
about Hillary. I was like, you don't
God.
understand. She's a demon. This is what happened in Pizzagate. He's like, oh yeah. How do you know that? How do you know that he went in there and shot a bullet? I go, it was all over the news. What are you talking about? They're even admitting that.
Yeah. It's kind of like 9/11. On September 10th, they announced, "Hey, there's 2.3
Here's the
trillion
problem.
dollars you can't account it."
Here's the problem. Here's what they do. They mix real, actual conspiracies, like 9/11, which that's like an actual conspiracy. If we go by the definition, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of stuff with 9/11 to talk about, okay? But then you got these, fucking guys like Jake Shield. They just come in and bad jacket the whole fucking operation, bro. Everything. It's cooked. Anything that comes out of this guy's mouth, you can't even fucking cook, bro.
A plane crashed into the accounting building of the Pentagon. You can't make this shit up. Destroying records, including somehow a lot of their records that should have been on computers.
Unbelievable, man. Should we read some of these ones that came out? This was
Yeah,
one
no,
that
there's some. I screenshot of it too because it was so overwhelming the amount of shit. Like there's one from Edmund Brock. What's the prime minister?
This bitch is Trumpy. Former prime minister of Israel.
Said to have beat and abused girls as he's raping them. Talked about slicing open. How much fun he has slicing open the pizzas. That's the code word they use in Pizzagate. And Jeffrey Epstein was talking about, yeah, man, that was such a good time, or so much fun slicing open the pizzas. It's just like, what kind of sick shit?
It is, it's really incomprehensible. It's like, I know what you're saying, because I see this stuff and I'm kind of just like...
You want to be like, it can't be real.
Yeah, there's an element of denial there because it's so overwhelming to what our reality is, right? It's like you have to then face the fact that not only
Cheers.
is this happening, like there's people who are really suffering, but these are the people who are in charge of our country, our media, our books, our schools. Like this is who's running our world, which then makes you go, oh, you know, when the Bible says that Satan is the, what do they say, Lord of this world or God of this world?
Oh my gosh.
They're telling the truth.
Yeah.
Oh my
Because how else
god. I
do you
fucking
have
hate
such
all
total
this shit so
domination?
much.
They seem.
I hate when people try to do stuff like this too. Tie the Bible to stuff like this. It's so retarded. No, you dumb bitch. Not everybody that is running the show is a pedophile. Okay? No. Jeffrey Epstein, and maybe there are other people like him, but Jeffrey Epstein wasn't even doing this for like creepy or, you know, like he wasn't like doing this for creepy reasons or whatever. He was doing it for power, okay? To capture people, okay? Power dynamics, being able to have power over somebody, okay? That's what it was about, dude. Not fucking like some weird satanic ritual, pedophilic energy that they were trying to muster or something like that, you know what I mean? It's very simple what the fuck it is, you know?
Urkchi supports age of consent abolitionist Nick, so she isn't even consistent.
Well, Jake Shills just came out against Nick. Where was it?
Like, you know, obviously we're both friends with Nick, and I think the Epstein stuff is funny, but I think overall, not even at him, we got to be careful because like people are saying Epstein has aura. Oh, like, oh, you're mad you weren't invited to this island. It's like, no, man, I'm not going to
That's the
compromise.
worst take Nick's ever made. You know, I like Nick, but that's absolutely disgusting take. That him with that sweater is pathetic, bro. It's just so shameful. Like he should apologize. He should pull it offline. He should be humiliated and embarrassed. You know, he's sitting there saying, "Oh, you're a third worldist on Upscroll, bitch. You're wearing a fucking Epstein sweater who fucking tortured and killed kids." And I even like Nick, bro, but that's just a shameful moment. He fucked up big time.
I love Nick, and I understand the humor around it and stuff like that. I'm not going to go criticize him.
Yeah, he's trying. You know, he's trying to be edgy, I guess. But it's like, come on, bro, you can't.
Dude, I'm hoping Nick cuts the ties with the third worlders. It's one step closer to Nick not being a gay retard. There's a lot of other stuff he's got to do, obviously. Talked about it earlier, but hey, man. And honestly, if I'm just being honest, Nick has a big audience. As much as I dislike the Groypers, and a lot of them are non-white, he does have a big audience. And if he is pushing better stuff, I mean, that's better, right? I guess in general, right? To the people that he's fucking pushing it to. But anyways, we'll see what happens. The thing with Fuentes is he just flip-flops. So this week he might be based. He might be going after the third worldists and etc. But then next week he'll be on in Miami with Sneeko at the club doing HH. So basically you kind of like, there's like, I wouldn't bet on Fuentes actually turning the right way, I guess, on things. But who knows? I'm for him breaking ties with Jake Shields and all these other fucking idiots like Dan Blazarian and shit. That would be funny. Clavicular's driver crashed his Sprinter van.
What the fuck was that? Huh? What'd you say? Wait, you hit the sign? You hit the ceiling?
No.
Why is he saying it like why is he saying it like it's not a huge deal? Bro.
Why is he saying it like it's not a huge deal? That's a funny clip. Damn, that's crazy. Did they figure it out? Is he still alive? No. Alright, back to this retardation.
I remember, talking to David Icke like a year and a half ago, thinking this guy is insane.
Well, David Icke
and then
thinks,
you realize a lot of the shit. Not saying,
but he thinks they're.
right.
Doesn't he say they're like third dimensional reptilians?
He believes it's like shapeshifters that are working along with the Zionists. He calls them a lot of the Jews and other powerful people.
David Icke's an idiot, dude.
He does, but he doesn't think they're demons. He doesn't believe in the.
He thinks they're interdimensional, basically demons, though, whatever it is. I mean, one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein did say he shifted into like a reptilian-like figure when he was raping her.
Oh, he did, huh?
Come on.
One of the girls said that.
Wow.
Come on, no way. We put.
So I don't know.
She said she felt weird saying it.
I mean,
come on, bro.
She said she didn't say it for a while because it was like too embarrassing.
Come on, bro.
Crazy.
Yeah, it sounds nuts.
But it's kind of the same, whether it's demons or reptilians. To me, it's not much of a difference. It's clearly the same.
Oh my fucking god. I'm having a cortisol spike.
The Christians
Right.
call them the demons.
It's funny because I remember a while ago reading this thing about how Princess Diana said that she saw the Queen and the royals shapeshift into reptilians. And you're like...
Holy
but
fuck.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but even this sounds crazy. Like, this was in the email where it said... George
Oh my
Bush
god,
won.
dude.
So I guess they're talking about George Bush Sr. claims the abuse of a male minor by Bush and claimed ritualistic acts, including the dismemberment of infants, the removal of their intestines, and the consumption of feces. Meaning they would eat the feces that was in the intestine. Like, this is...
Yeah.
See, even that, you don't even have to get into reptilian stuff. Like, that
No,
in
exactly.
itself...
They don't have to be involved, whether they are or aren't. Like, maybe people want to add something.
Oh my god.
Such an evil force. Or maybe it's just an evil force.
Well, because it's pretty hard to...
Dude, are you guys feel yourself getting stupider listening to this?
You and
No, it's like, I couldn't imagine doing it. It's so sick.
You know what, dude? Unironically, this is worse than smoking weed.
Prince Andrew, I better look it up to get it right. I think he was accused of doing the same thing in these files. I can't.
For real.
After tip.
Yep.
A little bit off track, but I don't know if you looked at the, fuck, am I saying it right, in Belgium, the Dro case or something. This is when I first started realizing this shit was real. Because there was a guy who was convicted of killing, I think, like 6 kids, but he had a few other ones that were kidnapped. He was suspected in a lot more. He was on welfare, had 12 houses. He said he was doing it for elites. The girl said there was tons of elites going there, but then the cover-up was so massive where they came in, they moved the judge, they wouldn't test the hairs. 20 people were murdered in this case. It was huge news in Belgium, but not really covered in America.
When did this happen? I never heard of this story.
20 became big in like the early 2000s. Yeah, it got buried. I found this case and spent the night just going down the rabbit hole. That's when I'm like, holy shit, there's convictions, there's bodies.
Holy cow,
The police came in, they heard the girl screaming. I found this case and the police chief just going down, demanded the other police to leave. So he heard it.
Dude, you guys should subscribe to my Substack if you haven't.
5 kids, and he only did 3 years in prison. So clearly he was protected from higher ups.
Do it.
20 murders, same thing like the Franklin scandal. That one isn't as conclusive, but the Franklin scandal is one very similar to these satanic rituals. And there's the guy, the church, who head of the church of Set. I can't remember his name, but he was a church of Set, which he was a high-level military.
Anton LaVey? Oh, no, I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about.
But it's
Michael. Is it Michael
Satan.
something?
Michael, yeah. He left the church of Satan to form the church of Set because he said that was like the real devil.
Bro, what the fuck? These guys are talking about so many random things. It's actually crazy.
He was a high-level military guy, and he's tied into...
One sec, I'm gonna go get my Red Bull Ice edition.
Multiple rapes. In a separate case in San Francisco where they're accused of raping and doing this to children. And there's like the Finders cult where it looked like the CIA was doing this with children. Again, they had pictures. It just seems so comprehensible until you start seeing case after case, in particular ones like in Belgium where they have convictions and the cover-ups and judges moved and people murdered.
So what do you think it is about them specifically wanting to do this to children? I mean, because this is like...
It's too incomprehensible, so I don't know. Could it be blackmail to get in the club? Could it be some kind of evil?
Yeah, but think about it. Like, it's like you want to be in some position of power, right? And then they go, all right, well, fuck this kid. Normal people are going to go,
yeah, no.
No, thanks.
I don't need to be a senator that bad.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's how they find the people
Red
who
Bull
are
Ice
psychos.
Edition.
Maybe that's why you have so many psychos in charge.
Also, human sacrifice has been big all throughout humanity, always to like some sort of god.
Red Bull Ice.
Often a reptile like
this is the best Red Bull.
God like the Aztecs or a winged
What?
snake. So maybe there's some kind of real evil demon thing.
I mean,
oh my God,
supposedly
these guys do have a lot of power.
That's what I'm saying. They're supposedly doing it for power, right? And then they do
evil
have
demon thing.
Yeah.
So who's to say that their rituals didn't work?
Exactly. I just want it to all be fake and all false allegations. But when you start seeing too many time after time, and this, like I said earlier, like the CIA's been busted doing this for the Finders cult. There's the Belgium cases that go in to look at because there's convictions in that one. Like a dude on welfare with 12 houses and like 20 murderers, judges being moved. It was just so blatant.
Isn't that interesting, right? Because Epstein supposedly didn't really make that much money. And then Lex Wexner, who ran Victoria's Secret, sold him his huge mansion in the middle of New York for $1.
$1, yeah.
He sold him for $1.
Yeah, and Lex West, he's still alive, and he gets kind of left out of this whole thing.
Oh, I know.
He was the head of there's so many different Jewish organizations. MAGA, I think, I was going to say Jewish Congress. That's a different one of these organizations that, subvert our country and the world. But he's head of this organization that who knows what they did. He just kind of gets left out of it. He appeared to be the guy funding Epstein because his money doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I saw that. He was the one who was supposedly funding Epstein because he had all these. Well, he had Victoria's Secret and I think some other companies. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
He's really rich. But yeah, he gets kind of left alone a lot more than he should.
Probably because he's so rich.
That's a good point because he's still alive and he's, I'm sure he'll never go to jail. Never anything bad happen to him.
Yeah, I just feel like this. See, I always go through this mindfuck because, I'm a Christian, but I'm also pretty rational too.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time, really wrapping my head around the fact that we may actually be run by demons. But if you're fitting it in the Christian story,
we might be run by demons.
We are in a fallen state and in a fallen world, and because of our disobedience, we are, we've been cast out with Satan and his lot.
Like, what is the fucking end game here? Oh, the world's ran by Satan, so we shouldn't support Trump and the Trump admin, which is the most pro-America, far right, whatever you want to call it, pro-white admin that there's been, and that all the things going on that would have never happened without Trump, basically, that we listened to earlier in that one Substack article from Mystery Grove. And, there's a bazillion different things, really. Like, Trump really shifted the culture. Without Trump, there would be a lot of things that would still be really gay. Okay, like the Obama-ficate. Trump unraveled the Obama-fication of America, basically. He fucking killed that shit. Okay? We lived under an Obama-fication of America. Trump came in and killed that shit. We had the dark Biden winter, but it only made Trump stronger and Trumpism and MAGA and, basically right-wing politics stronger. And now you have Trump in the admin actually doing shit that would have never been done otherwise. So, yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens. But, dude, things would be so much worse. Look at Europe, bro. Look how Europe is, dude. They are, basically raped completely. And they can't do anything about it because the people in power there, the libtards in power there solidified their power, okay? In Spain, they're gonna. I just saw they're gonna allow like 500,000 Africans that just came in there a year ago to become citizens. Fucking amazing, you know. So they're fucking raped there, dude. So we have to understand like how good we have it and how worse we could have it. And yeah, but there's a lot more to that. But really, these people are just insane. Jake Shields and this lady, who supposedly she's fucking a coal burner.
Well, we're like, you know, look at, this is the power that we have. We're kind of average. We're not supernatural beings, right? If you're cast out with the supernatural beings,
dude, are we getting botted again?
Who's going to end up ruling the planet?
What the heck?
Probably.
Who's botting me,
The
dude?
supernatural being, right?
Good point.
I should
Who
tell
hides
Kick.
himself
What do you
from
mean?
And then almost like
All right,
casts
let's
a
see.
spell
Back
on
to this
humanity
game.
so that they don't remember anything.
What?
They don't remember where they come from or what they're doing there. And he's running the whole he's in charge of the planet. So then his next person is going to be the next most demonic person he can get, until he has a whole legion of these people going around running all the world governments. And of course, a creature like that who hates humanity, which is really why that's why the whole thing happened, right?
Yeah.
Is because he was so envious and hateful of humanity. Well, he's not going to have the same point of view about babies as we do.
That's true.
He's actually going to have the polar point of view.
Dude, we're kind
Because
of hungry.
we feel, for the most part, I mean, 98% of humanity is like, oh,
We need to find
baby,
food.
special,
pure
protected. Don't
innocent.
touch it. Will fucking ruin you. Satan, if he has the exact opposite feeling about us, is going to feel like that's the one thing I want to destroy more than anything.
Pure innocent. I think that's why they harm children. Because
Yo,
even though it's not a total
we're
sin,
watching
it's
these
bad. That's the
retards.
one thing you don't do. Like everyone should agree that we, execute fucking pedophiles and people that harm children.
Yep.
So they want to do the most evil thing. And like I said, I don't have the answers. Like for me, I was always in denial, trying to say that it ain't true. So they start going down these rabbit holes, and it just looks like more and more. Hey, hopefully it's not still, but it would, like I said, it makes sense. Like why else are they fucking fighting all these wars for Israel? And
Yeah.
there's all kinds of other crazy shit in there. Let's read a few of these things. There was one. Let me try to find it. It made no sense.
Honestly, we should.
It's all shit that doesn't sound true.
If
until
this
you read
shit
it.
is true, we 100% should light everything on fire.
No, it's like
Every fucking person.
None of it's true. It's gonna be the FBI tips. It's gonna be the FBI fucking tips that were anonymous tips from retarded people.
You mentioned earlier
Retarded crazy people. Watch, I already know.
with Iran.
Yep.
So they dropped this because I'm looking at being like, I can't. They're still hiding. They're still holding
Everything
back
is.
a lot of
First
stuff.
of all, you should unredact this. You should
all of it.
everybody's fucking name should be there. There. You know what you
Dude,
should
this
do?
lady has
every person who was involved in
a
this,
foul mouth.
their name and their address.
Yeah.
Just let people know exactly. And then hands off.
Yeah,
You want?
the
Let's do
federal
a
government's
purge
just gonna
style.
dox
I would agree. And
citizens
it's
like
like
that. Yeah,
something needs to happen to these people.
that's
And here's one that I
that's
found interesting.
smart.
Again, it would sound absolutely crazy by itself, but it's someone claims to have been kidnapped, abducted, and brought to a home of a mansion
Like
with Harvey
when Tyler
Weinstein,
called the FBI
Jay-Z,
blackout drunk on
and who else
stream.
was it? Pusha T, I think,
Oh my
along with William Barr, which it just
Bill
none of
Barr.
this makes any sense. But
Well,
William Barr's dad gave Epstein the job, so you're by itself you'd be like, oh, this is a crazy person.
Yep,
But then when you see like all the ties that way, it's like who fucking knows? That she was brought there, and those like just evil people.
She
Harvey
was brought there, and
Weinstein,
then what happened?
Raped and abused, I believe. Like the story with all of them.
Oh yeah, that's just
by
happened
all of
to all of them. Everything.
It's like over and over. They were definitely raping and abusing kids. And like I said, the DOJ guys.
Everything.
Videos of
They don't even know what they're talking about.
harm of
Yes, Epstein was child trafficking the kids. But dude,
they have videos of people.
then it's not a fucking satanic pedophile ritual, dude. People are insane.
Oh, they were on these boats.
Dude, we already know Trump is compromised by Israel. We don't need Epstein files to tell us that. And it doesn't really matter.
Violent sex with blonde women, and the women were like bleeding during the intercourse. Like this is what they.
And it's not really that Trump is compromised by Israel. It's that our entire government alignment is
the Rothschilds
aligned with
connection.
Israel, dude. It's
like
much
these
deeper
black
than just
men,
Trump.
They're like these black silhouette figures, and they've got like knives in their hand, and they're superimposed over these white female.
Yeah.
And you can see it's total violence.
I've seen some of that dark art, like the Pizzagate stuff, and
Well, yeah.
Rothschilds, there's a picture of him standing in front of like Satan, calling his legions.
I think that was one of the most interesting
she's a
ones.
total witch. She's a Serb.
There's too many retarded Epstein files that it makes me not even want to care to look at them. But
Zelensky asked for her.
that was one of the ones I did see that was kind of interesting.
Ukraine, so it's like.
But there's so many retards pushing like the FBI anonymous tips of like crazy people and libtards
That all those stories
that were lying and shit.
fairy tales
Basically.
about these evil witches who always were just obsessed with capturing children, like that.
Now we're talking about
Why
witches.
isn't a grown woman obsessed with hurting young innocent children?
Elon asking
Clearly,
to go
this
to
has
the
been a
wildest
theme for
Thailand sex
humanity
party.
from
True.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy too.
and there's always these sort of goblin.
That was pretty crazy too. But to be fair,
other figures that are preying on children, and there's like
you
these
know,
stories about like
I don't know, maybe
with them because they're gonna do horrible
maybe
Thanks for watching Fight Back Podcast. If you like the show,
maybe Elon didn't know that there was going to be kids there. I don't know.
in the
Who
description.
knows? That was pretty funny though, honestly. Because Elon's dumbass
Use arms list to buy.
went after Trump and said that he was in the files or whatever he said. But then he's literally in the files too. So it's so retarded. It's just like everybody. You know, honestly though, like I kind of don't even care, dude.
Yeah, it's one of those.
We're fucking making fun of him, dude.
Time researching it because you start getting like.
Oh
like,
shit.
Down, I think it was the Dro case, the Belgian one. I feel like 2 days going through this shit, and then I was just I can't research this anymore. My mind was just too disgusted at the stuff he was coming
Yeah,
across.
especially because like if we were in a warrior society, right? If we weren't in this.
A warrior society.
Actually, warriors. I mean, I think I'm meant to live in a different time when I take a sword.
Dude, do these
No, I don't think.
do these people know what happened in Rome?
That's you're supposed to be bringing that here.
In Greek? Do they?
We've been totally.
Do they not know the Greco-Roman
What
meme?
should be happening right now is like every single one of these fuckers should be.
No, but the unfortunate reality is like.
You know how much rape used to happen in the olden days?
Like have all these people, not all the people working for them, obviously. I'm sure a lot of people working for these agencies are.
What the fuck?
If everybody
the head
was
of 'em.
working for them, we would have never gotten these.
Yeah.
Epstein would have never gotten arrested. He
That's
never
true.
would have went to jail. We wouldn't know about any of it. Any of it.
I guess I can't climb here.
It's not everyone. It's powerful people. Like the first guy that gave him the sweetheart deal. He was told he was high level intelligence, so he gave him that easy deal.
Yep.
Obviously, Mossad. Something else interesting in Epstein files is a source said that Trump was blackmailed by Javad Lubavitch, which is that Jewish, the tunnel Jews.
Yep.
Those Jews that come crawling out of the tunnels.
That's not what Chabad Lubavitch is.
Yeah, that's
oh
what I was
my God.
reading.
This guy
Actually,
doesn't
that's what I
even
was
know what
reading
that
right
is.
now.
100% real, but that's an allegation that they have in there, and it makes sense. It adds up.
This was one of the things that came out where they said there was
Not
an
everyone is
Epstein
smart like
email
you,
about
nasty
Jared
bitch who
Kushner
didn't
operating
graduate
as a
from Fontana. I
co-president
like you.
during Trump's first term.
Yeah,
And
I'm not
Chris
smart,
Christie said in
but
an
I'm
interview
not
that Jared
stupid.
Kushner was
I'm
the
not this
second most
stupid.
powerful man in
But
the White House behind Donald Trump. And that he said that Christie said that Trump had originally chosen Chris Christie for VP.
And that's
but
not even
Kushner
where I
made
graduated.
Trump choose Pence instead because Christie prosecuted Jared's crooked father. We do know about that.
Yeah, and then Trump pardoned his crooked father.
And then Trump pardoned his crooked father.
It definitely adds up. He's built the plans for to redo Gaza, and maybe they're mad at Trump because basically they want Trump to go over with Iran. He's probably going to do it, but it's so unpopular. So his popularity is just collapsing. You didn't see MAGA tweeting very much today.
No, no,
they were
'cause
pretty quiet.
It's pretty much.
What did someone say? I'm with my president until it's 100% proven he's not fucking kids. It's like, okay. I think if it's like 99% sure you're doing that, I'm not going to
Dude, it's not even 99. Fuck.
Admit, like we start seeing things. Like to me, if your red line's not, hey, he was likely.
It's not even. What do you mean? There's no proof of that Trump did that. There's no proof that Trump did that, even in the current Epstein file dumps.
They switch. They act like.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Always wanted all these wars. It's
Yeah.
like, no.
I don't know a lot of MAGA who feel that way. I know we can hear some of that stuff online, but how much of that is Israeli bots.
I think he's heavily boosted.
Israeli bots now, dude. Oh my god.
Whatever his opinions are boosted, and he's also in the Epstein files.
Oh, interesting.
There's
But
some emails
was
with
he?
him about wanting to go to the island, and just because everyone that contacted Epstein obviously isn't raping kids. He was in all these circles, but it's suspicious. And his brother actually was in there. What did he say? Something a
The
little bit
FBI
weird. He
would
had
just redact that nasty native
email
Trump
from
kids.
Kimberly Musk, the brother of Elon Musk.
I don't think there's any evidence that Trump did that.
Girl.
Even in the current Epstein
He
files.
responded by agreeing, says he's enjoying his time with her. So why would you send someone, don't harm my girl? That's like a weird thing, I've never sent a friend a message, you better not harm my girl. That just seems a little bit suspicious.
Wait, Elon sent that to
This is Elon Musk's brother, which I don't know anything about him. I just saw it in the files, so I don't know.
Said to Jeffrey Epstein, "Don't harm my girl."
Jeffrey Epstein said that to him, and then he said,
"Oh, weird."
And he said, "I'm enjoying my time with her. Don't worry," or something. Or what did he say? He responded by agreeing and saying he's enjoying his time with her.
Unbelievable.
But that's just a weird thing. So you don't harm my girl. What kind of normal person? Like even like if guys like in player phase when it's like hooked up with a girl and your friend, you're not going to be like, don't harm her. It's just like, obviously you don't care about a girl if you're handing her to a friend. So obviously,
I wonder
you're not
if
going to tell someone not to harm her unless it's something more extreme.
Yeah, unless it's like this is a girl that was supplied to you or something.
And that seems to be the thing over and over. These girls saying they're basically brought in, sex trafficked, like Elaine. Someone else was mentioned as being a lot worse. At least one girl said 100 times worse. Unfortunately, I can't remember that. There was so much stuff I was going through.
Wait. Somebody one of the girls said that one of the politicians
these
was
people
worse than everyone.
are just making shit up.
Traffic girls for Epstein. I guess she was a lot meaner and worse.
Oh,
she was
not Jelaine.
Yeah, because there's probably multiple people that get in these roles.
Sure.
These girls. Because there's ties like all over to like Mexico. And that's when you start seeing all these ties, like the Haiti. The Finders Cult, they had all these documents, it looked like for kidnapping kids, and they would travel to like China. They traveled all over the world. They had intelligence. The person running it was an intelligent person that had been in North Korea, China, all these places.
Well, you have to be, right? How are you getting away with that stuff? It's
And it's a lot easier to kidnap kids in these foreign countries, obviously, than in America, because it becomes big news. We start getting. And that's why after he went.
Dude, there's a dead person. Holy shit.
They're probably on drugs. Weren't paying attention. Sometimes you come to the mountain. The one that got caught wasn't home when the dad was there. Noticed something was wrong with
Damn, I only got one cig left. I'm gonna have to go get cigs.
Deliberately, they were looking at people with broken homes, mom probably partying, doing drugs. Not a dad that's like talking to their daughter.
This guy died.
unbelievable.
These are like
man.
sick people. How it's all like, it's too beyond like the comprehension.
It is really beyond comprehension. Again, I think it's because we're so detached from any kind of other reality besides this material one.
Yeah.
So there was this great, like, this is so trivial compared to this, but there was a TV show called Once Upon a Time on the W.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember it. It was a girls' TV.
Is Lil's a Hasbara agent?
Basically, the story Once Upon a Time starts out in this like little town, right? There's a woman who's the mayor, and there's all these people going around. They're just operating like you and me, like material beings or whatever. And then by the end of the first episode, you realize
we're just making fun of Jake Shields and this dumbass bitch
old Rumpelstiltskin
saying that
and
Epstein
Snow
was
White
a
and all these people
time
living in this
traveler and
town,
shit. I don't even
but
know.
they've been put under a spell by the evil witch, you know, like the evil witch in Snow White, to
Oh my god, like the evil witch in Snow White.
have forgotten
No
anything
people like
about
who is in
magic,
Israel, that's their
about
idea
the
of
other realm, about the way things are supposed to be.
So it sounds a lot like us.
They just have a sense that something's not right, and they, even though she's posing to be all nice, you still have a sense that
Why is that lady
something's
faking
not
a Lower East
good
wrong
about her.
Saxon?
And secretly,
She's a
she's working with
whore.
kind of the
Obviously
villains
fake.
of the fairy tale. The villains of the fairy tale all remember, but they're still acting like it's not
She
real.
trying to be a
Like they're
female
acting like
Andrew
we're in a
Dice
material
Clay?
world,
Yeah.
but behind the scenes they're doing all this evil shit, right?
Sounds just like our real world.
I remember when I started having the realizations about that maybe the spiritual dimension is real and the stuff that's taught in the Bible might be real. I was like, Wouldn't that be crazy if it's exactly
people
like
are-
that story?
Like maybe the people that wrote that film either knew or they're the ones that are part of it.
Could be,
And for me,
yeah.
like I'm not
Did you
religious,
hear
but I
Jay-Z
do.
watched Harvey Weinstein
all the
have sex
religions
with
and
a
all the
passed-out
different
woman?
cultures, it's all the exact same story. So whether it's
Well, they're not
Christians,
all
Is that in the files?
whether it's reptilians, whether it's the jinn, it's all the same thing. The story
Well,
is like
if
the
you're
same.
gonna
Oh my
say- if you're gonna
God, the
say,
reptilians, the
Islam,
jinn.
Yes, because
These people are fucking retarded.
Testament.
Yeah.
You know, so they're going to have a lot of the same stories and a lot of the same threads. But that's not the case with Hinduism.
Yeah, I don't know if Hinduism, but if I
Yeah.
looked
Hinduism
into it,
looks
I bet
actually
they
worshiping the
probably do have
demons.
like they probably do have demons and stuff they worship.
Yeah, no,
Like
no,
the
that's
Aztec
why
gods,
India
yeah.
is such a fucked up place because it's even inverted in their like origin myths. Like instead of being afraid of an elephant with like 8 arms and a tongue and it's looking like it wants to kill you, they're like worshiping
worship it, yeah.
Which then you explains like the Indian way of behaving, right? They're like sitting down like bootlickers in the
Right.
face of evil.
The Indians, yeah, that would make sense. Well, the Aztecs, when the Spanish
I
came,
feel
they
like the
worshipped
only
a god.
real question would be
Quetzalcoatl or
yeah,
no,
like,
no. Yes, right. Quetzalcoatl, the snake,
a winged serpent.
the winged serpent. Yeah, and they made sacrifices.
Constant blood.
No one is
Yeah, because well, the real answer to that is that there's powerful people.
Whether it's interdimensional.
Yeah, but don't you feel
Hey,
like we've kind of inherited a kind
people
of
off.
atheism
That's
hard
really
to
what it
shake?
is,
Like, even though
probably.
we can
You know
now
what I mean?
consciously and rationally say that seems ridiculous.
Hmm.
There's still like because of
And I
having
think,
been steeped in it for so
but
long.
another problem though.
This default position that
Another
well, just
thing
what I
though,
see is
let me
real.
pause this for a second. This type of shit that is going on with the Epstein shit and the retardation with it, it doesn't help the victims or the people that or help find the people that are actually needing to go to jail and shit. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like these people, Jake Shields, this bitch, they don't want the fucking truth. They don't care about the truth. They only care about making it like a fucking conspiracy theory slop fucking narrative that ties in with other things, basically. So they can create an entire multiverse with their audience. You know what I mean? Yeah, a soap opera type of thing, a multiverse, type of thing for their audience. And it's just slop. It's fucking garbage. It's really that simple. That's true too. It was a Mossad, no one will go to jail. Yeah, well, and another thing too, like, yeah, nobody's going to jail because it was a government operation. You know what I mean? It was a government blackmail operation. And that's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's the point. It's just to show us how powerless we are, and it just so happens us being powerless is what they actually get off on.
No, they actually get off on seeing us Goyim scramble and try to figure this out and be detectives and they love this. They love seeing this shit. Throwing different conspiracies. They plant this shit. Okay? It's called disinformation. Okay? Disinformation tactics. It's classic.
Throw every government member in jail.
It's classic.
Shut down. Lol.
Well, I mean, not every government member is in the Epstein files. It's just a lot of powerful people are. And a lot of them are not in government anymore. Some of them maybe are, but a lot of them are like rich people, you know what I mean? And rich people have money to make people shut up. It's that simple. Now, yeah, like, I don't know. It's really like, it's really simple. It really is. At the end of the day, it doesn't need to be,
Yeah, true.
put into these retarded ass frameworks and multiverses with different demons and shit. You know what I mean? Different demons and ghosts and fucking whatever, you know what I mean? Like this is just not needed. It's very simple what Epstein is, you know what I mean? From everything that we have on it so far. And yeah, This shit right here doesn't get to the actual, you know, people going to jail and stuff like this. The people that were raping kids on Epstein Island are watching this podcast probably laughing like, oh my God, these goyim are so stupid. Look at them. Look at them fucking make up stupid conspiracy theories and mix it in with nonsense, and they'll never ever be able to figure us out. Like literally, unironically. That's probably what they're doing. So it is what it is. Like at the end of the day, I hope that they would be able to put more people in jail for the Epstein shit. But at the end of the day, rich people have money, and money is power, and power keeps you out of jail. That fucking simple.
Yeah, I think science became our god, and it's like it's even science though will show that what we perceive is not just reality. There's magnetic fields, like the waves. Us talking is just like it's energy going back and forth. So things we can't see, just like an animal doesn't.
Yeah, it's just reality.
Sonar. We don't have that. It's real.
I need to go get SIGs.
It's what they use to get along. So what we see is obviously not
I won't
reality.
make you guys watch this here. Let me see. Let me switch this, and then what can you guys watch while I go get SIGs? Yeah. I don't know what to put on. Too much slop on YouTube. Here, you guys can watch Sargoy.
So Politics Joe put out this video of how bourgeois Brits, and they say just asking Brits if they'd holiday in America. It's like, yeah, it's a very certain kind of Brit. I don't even know where they've gone to do this. But it's going to be somewhere in London, and it's going to be one of the nicer areas of London, and this is why you get the kind of people here that you get. I mean, look at the way this woman is dressed. Right? Just look at him. And what is interesting about this is the nature of the things that they perceive to be wrong with the United States, right? And it's the nature of the reporting that we see over here. They, of course, do not see American media. They don't get exposed to, like, Fox News or whatever. They only hear one side of the story, and so they're convinced that America is currently engaged in what is basically a hot civil war, where Donald Trump's stormtroopers are wandering down the street just gunning people down at random. Look, I mean, I'm not even overstating the detached nature of their own beliefs.
With what's currently going on in America, would you still go there on holiday?
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone. That's nice. So yeah, I'm not going there.
I just love abortion. I mean, okay, I just love immigrants. That's not one thing. Like, that's not a category. Like, you love Brits who go to Spain, do you? Why? Because the act of going to Spain made them more worthy? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what she means is browns, right? I love browns. I love non-white people. That's what she's talking about, because she thinks that's the socially acceptable thing for her to say. But then also, I love abortion. Just, not even, I love a woman's right to choose. I love women's autonomy. No, I love the act of murdering a baby. And look at the face like this. These bourgeois ladies do not know what they are talking about, right? They do not know what is going on. They do not know what morality is, what right and wrong are. What they do know is what socially approved opinions they're supposed to have when they go on camera, because it's likely that their friends are going to see this and they're going to be like, oh, you said you were not in favor of murdering babies? You said you actually didn't have an opinion on immigration at very worst? No, I love abortion immigrants. I'm part of the good people. What you consider to be the in club, I'm part of that. I mean, obviously I'm part of that because it'd be dangerous to be outside of that. I would have to think for myself. I would have to understand why I believe the things I believe, or I can just be safe, right? Because there was the 4chan post years ago now that I can't remember the exact wording, but it was like, look, weak men and women filter things not through a lens of truth or falsity, but through a consensus mechanism of safe and unsafe. Is it safe for me to have this opinion? And modern society has made it so it's completely safe for her to go, yeah, no, I love abortion. And it'd be unsafe for her to say, I have some doubts about abortion. It's made it safe to say, no, I want infinite migrants. I love migrants. Just the very act of migrating makes a person a good person as far as I'm concerned. And no, I don't have any concerns about that at all. Legal, illegal, wherever they've come from. No concerns about that whatsoever. And that's not whether that's good or bad. Like, in reality, it's not the truth of the thing, it's the safety of the thing. And so these literally are NPCs. We are watching people who have literally been programmed with a single line, like very, very low information voters. I mean, unfortunately, yeah, they are voters. That's terrible. Low information people, right? Thank God for you guys, they can't vote in your elections. They vote in ours. They're probably going to vote for the Greens.
You can't be going into that active war zone and think it's going to be like peachy keen because you're a tourist. It's not safe.
I'd go for the war.
I mean, that is just mad, isn't it? Right? look at her expression. Look at her expression. It's like she doesn't know that America is a continent, right? It's just like she doesn't know that America is a vast and diverse place. Like, do you think people in Ohio or like wherever, Vermont or something, are actively out there like causing trouble? No. Minnesota is an insane Democrat hotspot that has been ginned up. An insurrection has been ginned up by Tim Walz and Jacob Frey, right? This is like they're that's an active war zone. No, it's not. Right? It's not an active war zone. And even if it was, you wouldn't be in it. You go to like Disneyland in Florida, or you go to California or something. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are other dangers around, but this totally deranged. But notice what this reveals to us, right? This reveals to us all she sees is a social media feed. Whatever the newspapers have said, whatever, Donald Trump shoots protester or some nonsense like that. Whatever the newspapers have said, it's not about her having any information or knowledge. It wasn't it like Thomas Jefferson who said, a man who reads nothing is better informed than a man who reads newspapers. And it's the same principle here. Like, she's just, oh no, it's an active war zone in America. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And yet I'm prepared to go on camera and talk about it because this is how I stay within the safety consensus. It's not about having information. It's not about knowing right from wrong. It is about making sure that the people around me accept that I am still a good sheep on the plantation and don't treat me as if I've had a thought of my own. That's literally all this boils down to. I'm genuinely embarrassed by this. Genuinely embarrassed how fucking stupid these people are.
Not safe.
I'd go for the World Cup. Like, if I got tickets, yeah, I would.
Obviously, it's not like every single place you're going to step, you're going to get shot in the head.
At least this guy understands that not every single place, it's not even most interactions with authorities. It's certain areas with certain demographics.
It's even stuff like with the World Cup going on. It just looks like you're giving good PR to a nation that really doesn't deserve it.
All right, America doesn't deserve good PR, right? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess there's that. But, just saying, there are a lot of people who think we don't deserve good PR. Do you think that? You quite possibly do.
He's actively working against it, people.
No, America.
Donald Trump is actively working against the people, right? As if this is literally just Donald Trump is like King Cooper or something, and has got an army of MAGA turtles and has taken over the Mushroom Kingdom. as if no one in America supports Donald Trump. Like, if you ask this guy, how did the Republicans do in the presidential election, in the elections for the House, in any other elections, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't be able to explain to you how it came to be that the Republicans controlled everything. The House, the Senate, the judiciary, the presidency. Like, he wouldn't be able to explain this to you because he wouldn't have it in his mind that the Republicans are actually more popular than the Democrats. And when you poll, it's very clear. People hate the Democrats. They still hate the Democrats. There hasn't been any forgiveness on the part of the American public of the Democrats. They'll probably end up voting for them even though they hate them. But the Republican Party has a much better reputation with the average American than does the Democrats. And it's very much like Labour, frankly. It's very much like Labour. Like, the right-wing party is now Reform, not Conservatives. But, like, people didn't like them, but they really don't like the Labour Party. They really don't like Keir Starmer. They really don't like the left. And this guy is just like, yeah, I mean, just somehow King Cooper has conquered the Mushroom Kingdom, and I don't know how that's happened. Must have been illegitimate. And therefore, he's just oppressing the people. It's like, yeah, that's how that works. That's literally how that works. Total video game logic. You got it in one, champ.
No. America has a certain responsibility to behave the right way and do the right things. I'm not sure that's the case.
No. And that's interesting, isn't it? Well, what do you think are the right things? Are the right things allowing unlimited fentanyl traffickers across the borders and various other things? Is the right thing just literally tolerating socialist dictators? Is the right thing making sure that we carry on with our regime of censorship? If these are all the right things to you, then obviously you're going to oppose Donald Trump, but I don't agree with any of the things that we do. I'm sorry, we do such ridiculous things to our own people, and we then condemn Trump and Vance in particular for having an objection to what we do, even though they have moral standing and moral grounds on which they object. So it's very interesting, again, the divergence between woke Euro libs and Americans, and normal, like, Americans being the people who are actually holding true to the ancient notions of English liberty, and woke Europeanized libs who think that actually the state should tell us exactly what we can and can't say. Like, it's crazy. The Americans genuinely have a kind of 17th century English view, 18th century English view of liberty, like, literally as enunciated by people like John Locke and John Stuart Mill. The Americans hold to it. We don't. We've given this up. We've agreed that no, we should all be censored and we should all be constrained by the government because otherwise free people will do things we don't like. It's like, okay, fine.
No chance. Donald Trump isn't a bad president, but I feel like there's a lot going on with conflict of interest between political parties.
What's that mean? There's a lot going on between conflict of interest with political parties. I mean, if you're talking about Pelosi's insider trading, sure, I'd agree. And I don't doubt that the Republicans are riddled with corruption as well. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence. But, like, what does that mean? Like, I don't like the corruption of the political party. We have that too. Like, the first week of Starmer's prime ministership, he got in trouble for taking gifts and bribes. He had to give things back because he was just being bribed. Because this is the way that we do things here too. But I guess because our media doesn't report on that, these guys know nothing about it.
The fact that we've got armed civilians essentially feeling very entitled and feeling very empowered to take that step to take someone's life is absolutely terrifying.
The ability of a well-regulated militia to bear arms shall not be infringed. Something like that, right? Because what is the alternative to civilians who are armed, right? It would have to be essentially a military occupation. Again, look at the way that they think. It's so dramatically different to the way that normal people think. Free people should be able to defend themselves in order to preserve their liberty, to prevent a tyrannical government from standing on them and taking all their rights away. And this person's like, well, I mean, I'm not happy with civilians who are armed. That's terrible. I want an actual professional army cracking down on me. Civilians being armed. My God, what a ridiculous notion. It's like, we've been through that. Like, we have been through that. That's how we ended up in Britain, in England, with Magna Carta, with the Bill of Rights, with habeas corpus, with all of those rights you take for granted. We got them through literally fighting civil wars. We literally fought. We were armed and we fought the government. And she's like, well, I mean, armed civilians, I mean, that's just dangerous. I mean, one thing that the protesters in Minneapolis could do is just not go spurg and fight the cops, right? Just not try, just not accidentally bang into one, make them think they're running you down. Just not fight the authorities, and then they won't react to you, right? You don't have to. It's not like, there's nothing making you do this, unless, of course, you're a demented spurg, in which case you should be in a mental asylum. But what's she asking for there? Oh, no, I want essentially, Dr. Bream and all of his professional authoritarian guards to stand around and make sure that things are done in exactly the way the state says. Like, what phenomenal sheep. But anyway, let's carry on.
And like, you have no rights, there's no laws to protect you.
They're trying to enforce the law. They're literally ICE. They're trying to enforce the law. This is why Walz is genuinely engaged in an insurrection, and this is why he is stepping down, because he's clearly crossed the line. And I'm sure that he had that phone call with Donald Trump. He's like, listen, Tim, you fucked up here, and you know you fucked up, because literally line 1 of the Insurrection Act says that if you're trying to prevent me from enforcing the law in the United States, then you're an insurrectionist. And Walz will be like, oh, fuck, haven't I? We actually have laws on the book that say, actually, you're supposed to defend the borders. Actually, people who come here illegally are not supposed to be here, and we're supposed to just remove them. Shit, I really have fucked up there, haven't I? I mean, the idea, well, they don't have any laws to protect them. They're totally backwards. Totally backwards.
All right.
The people protesting ICE are trying to subvert the law.
What's Sargoy saying?
ICE and Trump are trying to impose the laws. And she's like, we just don't have any laws. It's like, just mad. It's just mad. But they don't know anything. They don't know anything. She doesn't know anything about this.
All right. I got 6. I got 6. Oh, there's nothing. Wow, I guess we're back to watching Jake Shields and this stupid lady.
Right.
We're seeing a little tiny piece of reality.
But it does feel like every other generation knew that.
Yeah, the last
Take another dab, I guess. Fuck it.
100 years, we've kind of pushed away from God.
I think it was probably like the last, like post-World War II, really.
Yeah, even more so. I know.
Science was literally created by people that were Christians,
I
dude.
agree. I think it's been a slow process.
And other Abrahamic religions.
Kind of.
But even the early
kind of mocked
scientists,
God
right? The early Enlightenment scientists, they, like Newton was a devout Christian.
Really, yeah.
People don't know this. Like, they want to always say about, like, oh, I believe in science. I'm like, oh, interesting, because a lot of the early scientists, like the ones who really found important stuff,
science
they were
is
all devout believers.
But these people are like flat earthers and shit now, and think that space is fake and stupid shit, and they think everything that comes out from, the science world or whatever is fake. That's what the problem is.
In science is just...
Science is based. I've been saying that for a while now, but science is based. It's red pilled. It's Aryan. I was psyoped to believe in flat earth stupid shit like that by BitChute documentaries and stuff. The real way. That's how the real way you were supposed to be psyoped by that, by the way. Not by like Candace Owens or something. I was psyoped the good old way back in like 2019 with BitChute documentaries, okay? The good old way. These people that are red pilled or getting red pilled now or whatever, you know, conspiracy pilled or whatever, like they don't even, and this is from my TikTok, but they don't even know what the fuck a BitChute documentary is, bro. Like they don't even know what that is. They don't even know BitChute before the old UI. Like BitChute's all some weird ass UI now. They don't even know BitChute before this old UI. They don't even know the old UI BitChute. You know what I mean? Like BitChute's all weird now, honestly. I don't even go on this shit. But the old BitChute, motherfuckers don't even know what that is. I gotta sign in, fuck that.
Just studying things, it's always changing. Science, the whole point of science is we don't know. We're
Yeah.
trying to figure it out, coming up with theories get proven wrong all the time.
Although, you know, I will say this about with this whole thing where they try to say, oh, religion was created in order to control man and to control men with like a whole
Oh my gosh,
kind
this
of
dumb broad.
like a way of consciousness, right? And it was made by like evil people who wanted it for power. And I'm like, okay, let's look at what happened during COVID. What's been happening with the vaccines now we're finding out, what's happening with our food supply. And these were all created by scientists.
And atheists. No, it's true. And
well, the COVID vaccine shit was real, to be honest. And maybe that's a big reason why I was anti-science for a long time, because of COVID. But honestly, that's a special case scenario. And COVID was more political than science. You know what I mean?
I'm looking her up. She's a self-proclaimed stand-up comedian?
I guess. Yeah, her name's Leonora Joni, some dumb bitch.
She's trying to be a female Dice Clay?
Something like that. She's stupid. She's a stupid, dumb idiot. But Jake Shields loves those people, so that's why he's on. He's on.
People for their means, so that part is true, but I don't think it was created for bad. Now, you'll get a bad dictator, and if they can use religion to manipulate people, of course they're going to do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree with that.
The Christian Zionists, they've been manipulated by Israel and the Jewish people. They've done a great job to worship. It's weird, a Christian and you worship a Jew. How are you going to worship a different religion?
Because you just are not supposed to think about it.
Right.
You know, you're not supposed to think about it, and you're supposed to believe
Yeah.
it. And then they also present a nice
Dated
face
black
to them
and
too. Like,
Indian.
you know, when they come into their churches and talk about, they don't show them like the stuff that we're seeing,
Getting
like
spit on.
getting spit on, spitting on their sacred sites, what's written in their sacred books about your deity. It's like
He's burning and shit. In the Talmud,
Dude,
it doesn't say
women aren't fun.
they take
Oh my
full
God.
credit
Never
for killing
have
Jesus in the
been.
Talmud.
All
Because
of them
the
only
Christianity,
talk
they say
about
the
men.
Romans killed
Yeah,
them. That
yep.
they told them
Or
to kill
marriage.
them. The Bible says.
None of them
Or their
are good.
pussy.
Yep.
They say they themselves
They only talk about their
being
pussy.
a sorcerer.
So you see what's interesting about that is that even in their accusations against Christ, they admit that something different was happening with him.
Yeah.
So even if you take the accuser's narrative, or if you couldn't call somebody a sorcerer who wasn't
magic, yeah.
doing anything out of the ordinary, right? Like nobody would call me a sorcerer. But
I've never been called a sorcerer.
so then it's like, okay, well,
the
what was
fuck
he
are they
doing
talking
that was
about?
making you call him a sorcerer? Oh, healing people, forgiving them their sins,
What the
curing
fuck?
lame, bringing people.
There's
back
so
from
many
the
different
dead.
retarded
And you're
shits
like,
that they've tried to mix in here.
okay, that sounds like stuff a good guy would do.
Yeah, right. Attacking
Nay,
the
if
banking
you torture
capital and where they did all
yourself
the
and
human,
watch
not
a
human
little bit of
sacrifice,
her
animal
routine,
sacrifice.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
They did like hundreds
My
of
man,
thousands, I believe,
my
a day
pussy.
of animal
Oh, dude, I don't even know.
The Temple Mount.
This is already hard enough.
They're trying to rebuild the third temple.
Wow.
And they are trying to rebuild the third temple.
No, I
too.
know that. I know that. That'll happen. When that happens, it's the Antichrist is here. Like you should just know.
Yeah, the red heifer and all
Yeah.
that, which I don't really understand that, but like Adam.
You don't understand anything, Jake
Adam
Shields.
King, a Jewish guy who I get along with him. He's a little crazy, but he allegedly said he went there for the burning of the red heifer, and they've already sacrificed it, and now they're curing themselves with their ashes. And I don't necessarily believe him.
But
because these aren't known as being the most honest people.
don't we know that that's fucking nuts? Isn't that nuts? Why are we acting like that's normal?
Yeah, it's crazy. Whoever's trying to do this, especially the Christians are trying to do it because they're trying to bring in the Antichrist. Not
Well,
Christ.
no, because the Christians think that then that'll make Jesus come back. But either way, you're both testing God. Like, who are you that you demand that God comes on your timeline?
Yeah, I think they created the red heifer like in by breeding and stuff.
Yes, it's supposed to have like not one hair out of like supposed to be all red hair, not even one single hair that's not red.
Yeah, and allegedly the Adam Green's Adam King. I get them mixed up.
Yeah, Adam Green's the one.
Adam Green is the anti-Christian guy.
Yes.
But he says that they already sacrificed it and he has some ashes. No, I don't know. These people aren't known for being the most honest.
I know. Honestly,
Adam King is
tell you
snorting
that,
those heifer
That's
ashes.
the question. What's the agenda there? Why do you want people to know that? So they give up the fight, so you just finish what you...
I don't even know what that exactly means, but that heifer, like, I don't know.
It's part of the, like, something
accent
that's
is fake.
predicted in their book
She's
that needs to
trying to
happen
do a
before they can
Brooklyn
rebuild the
red
third
accent,
temple and
and
for
it's
their
coming
Messiah
off
to
as
come.
Yeah, I talked to him
Jewish.
earlier. He was saying
That's
he
how
was
you
disgusted
know
by all
it's
this stuff.
fake.
I hope he really meant it. I hope he's not just...
Is that like
Disgusted
what
by
comedians
Epstein
do?
stuff?
Yeah. We didn't talk that long, but hopefully...
You know, that would be interesting, right? That would be an interesting, because it does say in the Bible that a significant portion of Jews are supposed to come back to Christ. That would be interesting if that's the thing that does it, that makes them go, you know
That's
what?
Dice
I don't want to
Clay
have
did.
anything to do with a system
Damn.
that does this to children. And anybody
What a
who's
dumb
like,
bitch.
yeah, I don't care as long as you're doing it for my country, like you're
Exactly.
beyond redemption.
Yeah, no, that's what I told him. And it's not all Jews in there. There's lots of people that aren't, like the Trumps, the Bushes.
Yeah.
But it seems like the people that are in charge of it, that are running it, is the Epsteins, the Brocks. Like these are all the guys for Israel.
For me, I don't care.
Stand with this, I hope. And
Yeah, like-
thankfully he didn't, but...
Jew or not Jew, it's like it doesn't matter to me. If you are on that side that's going, well, as long as my side benefited from this, Jew or not,
Yeah.
Gentile, whatever,
Democrat.
you're be Republican, Democrat, male, female, you are beyond redemption. That's it.
And hopefully something will happen. I'm not very hopeful, but hopefully people will be like, all right, this is fucking enough. We want to see the rest of the Epstein files, because now they're being like, they have millions more. They're like, all right, this is all you get. Go away, silly goyim.
Yeah. No, and they need to be unredacted. We need to know who this is, what they did.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, look, is it horrible? Like this whole thing where like you got to protect people from this.
But
Who
Dice
protected
Clay
the
pulled
kids
it
who
off
suffered
well
it?
and had a whole
These
persona
kids
around
already
it.
went through this.
Yeah, why are we protecting the guy who said, hey, you like the torture video I sent you?
Insane. But also like sometimes people are like, oh, I can't read that or whatever. I'm like, no. You got to listen up. Okay. These kids went through this. The least that we can do is bear witness to what they went through. That's the least that we can do.
Yeah, and hold these fuckers accountable. Like they say the Taliban are like savages, but they'll like, someone molest a kid, they'll like tie him up and the father or brother can shoot the guy in his head. That
Fantastic.
seems like justice
That
to me,
seems
right?
fantastic to me.
Doesn't seem that bad. And
Let's.
I'm not sitting there
Let's.
saying
Why
I
don't we
agree
just?
with
Why don't we?
Taliban
The
everywhere.
Taliban literally have dancing rape boys that they rape.
Let's get the Taliban in
What
here.
the fuck?
Let's
Exactly. You look
maybe
at
the
this.
Taliban should liberate America from satanic
What
pedophiles.
the fuck?
happened.
Oh my god, dude.
20 years.
Oh my
They
god.
were allowing
I know.
Afghans to rape
Holy
kids,
fuck.
and our military was going.
Oh
with
yeah,
it.
no,
That's part of the reason
are you fucking kidding me? No, that's part of their culture, dude. That's literally part of Islam. Oh my fucking god.
Kabul.
Right, yeah, so right before we left, they were putting black. They probably saw that and they're like, "Fuck that! Bring back the Taliban."
Probably, and also, yeah, it was the Bocce Boys thing where they would have these boys who act gay and.
Dude, that's
like,
part
and
of their
they would have sex
culture.
with them, and then
She even
they
knows
were
what
told
it
our
is.
Military was told not to get involved because
That's crazy.
these were allies.
Yeah, it's their fucking culture that we didn't
burn it all
fucking
fucking
caught.
down, dude.
Oh my god.
Guys have gotten
What the
in trouble
fuck?
that were actually
Cheers.
going against it. I think there were some military guys. I could be wrong with this, but I'm pretty sure the guys are like, "Fuck this! I'm not allowing this," and they're the ones that got in trouble.
Probably,
That's just
that makes sense, right? Because can you imagine? I know.
It's
a lot of
not
military
our
guys,
fault.
Like high
How is it-
testosterone, like real males, like with a moral code.
How is it our
I can
fault
see them being like
that the Afghanis are fucking
young boy.
gross?
And actually,
And you just said you want the Taliban to liberate America. What the fuck?
Recruited were boys who had been raped, and they basically told them like you can go kill your rapists, and that's why they joined the Taliban.
I would sign right up.
Me too. Just call me like Islamabad. I'm going to be part of this Taliban.
Yeah, they sound better than the option, and they got rid of the opium fields, cleared that out, and obviously the Taliban is not great.
They're still raping.
They aren't good, but it's probably better than the alternative. That's what
Well,
people decided.
if you're not letting them rape kids, and you're not letting
They're still raping
population
kids.
addicted to drugs, and you're not exporting drugs,
They're
you're
still
already
doing
taking
drugs,
America's life
probably.
when they were there.
Exactly.
Why?
So you
Because they didn't bring in like feminism and
It's their
so, like,
culture,
women shouldn't
dude.
Go to school, that type of
Oh
stuff.
my god.
and honestly, we could learn from them.
Yeah, right. Maybe women don't need to go to school, put themselves.
We can learn from them.
Yeah, true. Women.
We can learn from the Taliban.
I too saying the most important thing is a career, and I'm not as extreme, but I think
I literally want to die.
You know what's interesting is I was reading this thing from some of the early feminists, and because everybody
This
likes
bitch is
lies
so
about what
stupid.
feminism was all about. They're like trying to say it was about women and they love women. I think feminists actually hate women.
Oh,
yeah. Oh my God.
Else, because one of them was saying
So
how-
true.
I think it was Gertrude something. I forgot her name. I'll look it up. She was saying how women should not be allowed to stay home and take care of the kids. They should not have that choice because many of them would take it. I thought feminism was about liberating women from something they didn't want to do.
Dude, Bitcoin's crashing.
It's like, as a father, I don't want my kids getting raised by the government. You want the girl to stay home and take care of them and raise your kids.
Yeah, I wouldn't want my kids, especially now what I know about public schools and everything. Hell no.
Yeah, kids are sent there like
public schools.
Indoctrinated. Then there's all these fucking
Public
daycare
schools.
caregivers who are killing the kids.
Killing them.
Public schools, dude, is what the majority of American children go to.
Like in Vegas, a lot of the daycares are full of like people of a certain color. They're like ghetto as shit.
Like, what do you mean? Everybody knows there's problems in the public schools, but that's a different issue than satanic rape.
Yeah, but if you think about it, like how much is the mother making compared to what she's paying for childcare? A lot of the times, and I've talked to people who are in this situation, the job is barely paying for the daycare.
Exactly. Especially if you
And
get, like,
so
a
the
nanny or something.
only reason they're going is for the female's ego to be like, I'm a worker too, and it's like you literally don't have to do that.
But that's looked at in our society. It's like, oh, she's
Because
lazy,
we've been conditioned.
she's freeloading.
But it's too late.
Weird, very weird.
Guys will act like that, like
Well, if
oh,
she's
your girl's not working.
if she has your kids and she's raising them, you think I don't know a lot of men who feel that way. I feel like that's
but
betas.
People will hate on and act that way. Now, of course, there are the girls that are gold diggers and stuff. But as a whole, if a girl's having your kids and taking care of your kids,
Listen,
that's a good
if
thing.
she's a gold digger and she's having your kids and taking care of them,
yeah,
maybe
well,
it's
if she's a
okay.
gold digger, I guess she'd have a nanny taking care of them. She'd just be chilling.
That's true. That's true. But if she was like,
I do have friends that are like
That does not work in a fucking world where there's no fault divorce, you dumb bitch.
worth it. There's really rich friends. Their chick doesn't do anything. So at least ever take care of the kids.
yeah, what's that about? That's
I think they're just like beta dudes that never
Yeah,
got any girls. So
that
they
makes
got
sense.
money, and they're just like they have to buy them. Like a lot of the guys I've noticed that always bitch about girls being gold diggers. All they do is talk about their money. Like,
Oh.
oh, I wonder why every girl
Yeah.
uses money is a gold digger. When all you do is fucking talk about how rich you are and blah blah. Oh, these gold diggers. Like you're a fucking moron. You've mentioned your money like 7 times. You're an idiot.
But it's
You have
like
nothing going on.
It's like the women who hate men and talk about how much they hate men, and then you find out that they're just like sleeping with dudes like very easily. I'm like, no, you don't hate men. You hate that you've given yourself to
themselves.
these men, and then they haven't given you a commitment, and now you're saying, oh, this is how all men are.
Oh, okay, dude. This is just hurting my brain. Is there anything else going on here? Going on Fox?
Gentle but deep sinus rinse. Use Neomed daily for fresh
What
starts
the-
or during tough allergies to keep your
Because as we start the year, many of us say, God first, right?
Is this Trump's? Isn't this Trump's pastor?
God first, and then we say family. What else do we
Oh
put
my
as our
God.
goals, guys? Ministry, career, finance, no goals, lose weight. What are some goals? Health. What else? Business.
Is this Trump's pastor?
Business, family, spiritual, all good goals, right? But this is how it should be. God first in health, God first in business.
What the
If
fuck?
God is first in business, that changes who you hire, that changes your policy, that changes your finances, that changes maybe your location. Okay, God first in family. Easy to say, right? But
Brother,
remember,
what
family
is going on
husband
here?
is house band, and family at its core means
Is Trump in the audience with
so we're
this?
called to serve one another.
Rigged this
So
church or
when she
something?
is
Fuck. That one's not. That's crazy. Is Trump? Is that that's Trump's pastor? That's Trump's pastor. Fuck! What the hell, man? Not good. It's not good news, I'll tell you that.
I think she makes house calls to Trump.
What the? Go to the new.
Developing right now, two major judges' decisions relating to ICE actions in Minnesota. First, a federal judge ruling the Trump administration's immigration enforcement surge there can continue. The state and the Twin Cities sued federal officials earlier this month, calling Operation Metro Surge a federal invasion. In her ruling, the judge said the harms of the operation must be balanced with the harms an injunction would have on the government's efforts to enforce immigration law.
Good news. What is this?
Did you see high traffic ticket body cam?
As protests rage on in Minneapolis this morning, a major update to a case that's fueled outrage here and
Is it funny?
nationwide. A federal judge ordering the release of 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his father from a detention facility in Texas. The
Why?
two were taken from their snowy Minnesota driveway by federal officers.
Dude, why can a judge do that? Dude, this is insane. How can a judge just do that? That's crazy. Judges are out of control. They need to get rid of all judges.
Last week. In a scathing rebuke to the Trump administration, the U.S. District Judge writing, the case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children. After hearing the news, Liam's uncle, Luis Conejo, telling Telemundo, "We are filled with joy." The order coming even as another federal judge declined to block ICE's operation in Minneapolis. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem praising that decision.
We're grateful when a court sees that the right thing has been done.
Protesters telling us they've had enough.
We are born citizens and we are Minnesotians, so that's why we are out here, and it's very important to be out here.
Call 911. I'm right at the corner of Jefferson.
And raising new concerns, this dash cam video provided to Minnesota Public Radio.
I will not get out of the car.
Federal officers with guns drawn appearing to forcibly take a driver from her car on Thursday.
Get out of the car. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off me.
The driver, who asked not to be identified, telling NPR News she's a U.S. citizen from St. Peter and that she has been recording federal agents from her car.
Oh, so she was impeding a federal ICE operation. Okay. So what the fuck's the news?
Briefly detained, returned home with the
It's like always these fucking dumbass retarded bitches too doing it, thinking they're Superman. Women have gotten out of control with like the main character syndrome, Superman, thinking they're Superman, thinking that men can't just kill them instantly. like like men thinking that men just can't like with our hands kill them, you know what I mean? And women are just out of control basically.
Reports. One more incident fueling the anger
That was a
on the
joke, by
streets
the
of
way.
Minnesota.
These women think they're
Now,
invincible.
specific to that incident,
Yeah.
DHS overnight releasing a statement calling the woman in that video, in their words, an agitator who began stalking and obstructing officers, saying when they tried to pull her over, she, in their words, drove recklessly and tried to ram their vehicle.
Wow.
Now, again, the woman
So she literally was fucking trying to be Renee Gooded. Literally.
telling NPR News that she was just
What a
trying
dumb
to
bitch.
film officers from her car, and again, reportedly, local police stepped in to help her get released. Willie.
We heard that initial claim that Renee Good had attempted to ram the officers as well. So we will see Maggie Vespa in Minneapolis. Maggie, thanks so much.
Hey, thanks for watching.
That's stupid.
Because women are followers, none are leaders.
What's this? Trump talked about the Epstein files.
Well, they should be, because it looked like this guy Wolf, who's a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. And I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, you know, the radical left. That Wolf, who's a third-rate writer, was conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to hurt me, politically or otherwise, and that came through loud and clear. So we'll probably sue Wolf on that.
Pissed.
And maybe the Epstein estate, I guess. I don't know, but we're going to
Pissed.
What do you mean?
Trump's gonna sue Epstein.
Because he was conspiring with Wolf to do harm to me politically. That's not a friend.
On your plan for Venezuela oil, sir.
You okay down there? You okay? I don't want to let it tap over.
You said that the profits will be split with the U.S. and Venezuela both benefiting. What's Venezuela's share of the oil?
Hey, Trump's gonna sue Epstein.
Well, we haven't discussed that, but we're getting along very well with the leadership of Venezuela. They're doing a really good job. We're going to be selling a lot of oil, and we'll take some, and they'll take a lot, and they're going to do very well. They're going to make more money than they've ever made, and it's going to be beneficial to us. We're going to really, I think Venezuela is really going to turn around. You know, I opened up the airspace over Venezuela so that now people from Venezuela came from Venezuela here. They're going to be able to go back for the first time, go back to Venezuela and stay perhaps, or go back and see their relatives, go for a short period of time.
Sir, do you think China's going to get their money back from all the money they lent to Venezuela for
I don't
oil?
know. I don't know anything about that, but I'll tell you what, China is welcome to come in and would make a great deal in oil. You know, we welcome China. We've already made a deal. India's coming in, and they're going to be buying Venezuelan oil as opposed to buying it from Iran. So we've already made that deal, the concept of the deal. But China's welcome to come in and buy oil.
All right. Good stuff from Trump. Hell yeah. Sue and Epstein, dude. What are the libtards gonna try? How are the libtards gonna spin that one? If Trump literally sues Epstein, how are the libtards gonna spin that one? It's actually a good idea for Trump to do that optically. Trump's smart. Did you guys watch the Melania movie? Oh, the Royal Rumble was today. We watched the highlights. I don't really care.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't. Israel hits Gaza with the heaviest strike. Government shows limits of courting China to counter Trump. Oh, hell no. Fucking Starmer. Freak. See, this is from ABC News.
Outrage growing as new details emerge from the millions of newly released Justice Department records on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. They include Epstein's messages with powerful men. In these messages from 2013, the convicted sex offender connecting New York Giants co-owner Steve Tisch with various women. In one exchange, Tisch asked about a woman writing pro or civilian. In a statement, Tisch acknowledging a brief association where we exchanged emails about adult women, but saying I did not take him up on any of his invitations and never went to his island. As we all know now, he was a terrible person and someone I deeply regret associating with. And amongst the thousands of photos, these never-before-seen images of former Prince Andrew, who was stripped of his
Yeah, that one, Prince Andrew might have actually did some fucked up shit, I ain't gonna lie.
Now seen here, crouched over a young woman.
That don't look good. That don't look good, man.
Unclear.
That one don't look good, man. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
Now, even UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is calling for Andrew to testify, saying, I have always said anybody who has got information should be prepared to share that information.
Yeah, that's not looking good for Prince Andrews.
And new information unearthed
Looking pretty rough.
Exactly law enforcement knew about Epstein's crimes, including this stunning prosecution memo and draft indictment written nearly 2 decades ago. Across 45 pages, prosecutors in Florida detailing disturbing evidence they gathered against the financier, calling him, quote, a continued danger to the community based upon his continued enticement of underage girls. But that 60-count indictment never filed. Instead, Epstein landing a now infamous deal allowed him to plead guilty to lesser state prostitution charges, for which he served just 13
He was
months
just
in
administering
Florida jail.
CPR, bro.
Some of Epstein's victims now furious with the Justice Department, saying many of their names were left unredacted and exposed in this latest release. Epstein survivor Charlene Rochard telling me the Justice Department has once again violated their privacy.
I have seen things that relate to me, and people I know have not been redacted at all. Their full names are out there, and especially Jane Doe's are fully out there. And they asked especially that they're
That's why they wanted to keep them.
Now, the Justice Department said they did
Keep them
for those redactions
locked up for so long.
Reach out if they have any concerns, but lawmakers have questions too, including the bipartisan pair who spearheaded this effort to release the files in the first place. They're now asking the Justice Department for a full look at those unreleased files, though there is no word yet on when that might happen.
And you said there are 3 million still outstanding.
Certainly, that the Justice Department said they couldn't release for various reasons, whether that's concerns about child
3 more million files
or victim information, but still millions of pages that lawmakers now say they want to see to make sure that DOJ is complying.
It is also deeply concerning. All right, Olivia, thank you so much.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that one's, there's some stuff in there for sure. But it's not satanic, pedophile, black magic.
Lawrence Summers, Tisch, Weinstein, etc.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Do we watch Big Papa Fash on Joe Rogan? Forgot about that. I don't know. It's kind of old already. What happens when you stream? Don't stream a lot. Things get old. Was it even good? Good for him though. Good for Big Papa Fascist. Getting on Joe Rogan.
Sure.
What's this?
Rollout at the Kennedy Space Center. Artemis with NASA's.
Oh yeah, we're going back to the moon, dude. We're going back to the fucking moon, dude. Let's go.
On a 12-hour, 4-mile
Let's watch
crawl to
this.
the launch pad, and a high-stakes, frenetic countdown blitz for yet another date with history. For the first time since Apollo 17 in 1972,
I was strolling on the moon one day.
4 astronauts are headed for a lunar rendezvous.
Victor, Christina, Jeremy, we're going to the moon.
Never went there.
Dude, we went to the moon. Stop saying we didn't go to the moon. That's anti-white propaganda.
And here we go.
November 16th, 2022.
7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Roaring
Big
off launch pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, NASA's Artemis 1, an uncrewed test flight around the moon, and a high-resolution 80-mile-high flyover.
Now you are seeing the Earth, you are seeing home, you are seeing yourself in that image right there.
All to test a brand new rocket and a crew capsule named Orion.
This is the moment of truth for Orion.
After 25 days and 1.4 million miles, a fiery re-entry as Orion came screaming back to Earth at 32 times the speed of sound. Then 300 miles south of San Diego.
Splashdown. The latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion.
We're going back to the freaking moon.
Picture-perfect mission with NASA precision, setting the stage for humans.
There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning. And this is the Artemis generation.
Fast forward to 2026 and the dawn of a new era. Artemis 2, stacked and ready for launch, America's biggest lunar mission in 53 years. Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission slingshotting around the moon with 4 astronauts on board, testing
is there evidence for that? I've never heard of that.
is set to land on the moon. Artemis 2 is Commander Reed Weissman, originally from Baltimore, a retired Navy captain fighter pilot and a single father of 2 after his wife Carol passed away.
Oh, that's sad.
65 days on the space station in 2014 and served as the chief of
Arian.
the office. Pilot Victor Glover, a U.S. Navy pilot who served on the Crew 1 mission to the space station, where he
Is this going to be the first black man on the moon?
Originally from California, he is married with 4 children. Mission specialist Christina Cook.
Oh no, they're going to have a woman on the moon.
Single space flight by a woman with 320
It kind of looks nerdy though.
and participated in
He's
the
probably
first
smart
all-female
about
spacewalk,
space.
growing up in Michigan and North Carolina.
HTTPS
And astronaut Jeremy Hansen is a former fighter pilot and
Aquaman.
originally from Ontario, he is married with 3 teenagers and proud to be the first Canadian headed to the moon.
The U.S. shot.
Al, dude, why are we sending a Canadian? Dude, why are we sending a Canadian, dude? Oh, that's such an L.
Twin Greek god of Apollo with perfect aim. Flanked with 2 boosters Artemis is 13% more powerful than the monster Saturn V rockets that carried Apollo astronauts to the moon more than 50 years ago.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
And NASA is building heavily on the lessons learned from Apollo.
We are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft 250,000 miles away. It's going to be amazing.
On mission day 1, Artemis will blast off with 8.8 million pounds of thrust. In just 9 minutes, they'll be in Earth orbit.
And so once we get to space, the ascent portion really ends after about a half an orbit, when we're going to go from a 1,200 mile by 0 mile orbit to doing.
Dude, this is awesome. This is awesome, dude.
And sustainable orbit. And then we're going to get a couple of us out of our seats and start to check out really critical.
If you don't think this is cool, you're fucking gay.
The water system and the toilet.
If you're sitting here saying, "Oh, we didn't go to the moon. We're not gonna really go. Oh, it's gonna be CGI. Oh, they're actors." Fuck you.
After a series of Earth orbits, they'll head
You're
to the
a fucking
moon.
idiot. This is awesome, dude. We're going to the moon, dude. Trump is sending us back to the moon, bro.
Landed there in 1972, for the first time, putting human eyes on a remote side of the moon.
We hope it's not the dark side. We hope it's the lit far side, because that could mean that we could see parts of the moon that never have had human eyes lay upon them before.
Nate being a big tech
And then they'll keep going in a
I'm not being a big tech ripoff.
traveling
I've been being pro science for a while now.
back to Earth. All 10 days spent inside.
But this is cool. You should be happy for this.
Size of a large
Especially if you're an American. And I guess a Canadian.
and the Apollo crew capsule. First of all,
I guess if you're a Canadian.
4 astronauts will be inside Orion instead of 3 in Apollo. And Orion uses solar power rather than Apollo's battery power. For 3 years,
I'll look it up later.
training together in this very tight space.
How do you prepare and
Moon is plasma?
How
Okay,
do
buddy.
you literally sit elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, no personal privacy, no
This is
private
awesome.
space to prepare for this
The
intensity?
moon is cool,
A
dude.
big part of preparing for being in a small space together is respect and practice. We came up with some rules.
What if we colonize the moon?
Pretend I am not here. I have my headphones on. I'm taking a break.
And it
but
made
also
it a new
learn
state.
How to give each other grace and what that feels like.
Made it a new
literally
state.
bumping into each other all
That'd
the
be
time.
pretty base.
Artemis is about reclaiming America's leadership in space.
Roger, Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. You got a bunch
Does that even work?
blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
And setting the
In
stage.
zero gravity? I don't know. I don't think it can work like that.
The moon is calling us again.
Harrison Schmitt walked on the moon in that final Apollo 17 mission in 1972.
Cold War II has started, in my opinion.
But
Yes,
the
moon is
2026
plasma
space
and it's
race is
cool.
not with Russia, it's with China. Already, China has built a robotic base on the moon with plans to land its own astronauts there. by
Oh, hell no.
Former commercial astronaut Jared Isaacman
We gotta go
is NASA's new
destroy that
In the next
base.
3 years, we are going to land American astronauts again on the moon, but this time with the infrastructure to stay.
Let's go.
And American politicians are
Let's
determined
go.
not to let China get there first.
I'll be damned if the Chinese beat NASA or beat America back to the moon. We are going to win.
We have liftoff.
Let's go.
Go Starship.
To get there, NASA is depending on the Elon Musk SpaceX mega rocket called Starship. Standing nearly 400 feet tall, Starship is the biggest rocket ever built.
Not sure if you can
Despite
land
a
on it.
perfect test flight in October 2025, Starship has suffered a series of high-profile setbacks after several test flights ended in explosions, with debris raining down over the Caribbean. The SpaceX plan used Starship to lift resupply fuel tanks into Earth orbit, then fuel up before heading to the moon and rendezvousing with Orion, which will carry 4 astronauts from Earth. Once in lunar orbit, 2 astronauts will board Starship for a lunar landing.
Dude, that's so fucking badass.
6 days. That's the plan, but a Starship lunar lander doesn't yet exist. And the clock is ticking down to the goal of a lunar landing in 2028. Concerned, NASA encouraged SpaceX rival Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin to also develop a lunar lander. Posting on X in 2025, Musk said setbacks are part of testing and learning to eventually take humans beyond the moon to Mars. And NASA has also had to learn. The Artemis 1 launch was delayed for several months due to a hydrogen fuel leak and 2 hurricanes. But launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson says her team now has a much better understanding of the rocket.
Yes.
Just some natural leaking that you.
Dude, there's a Chinese robot base already, bro. What the fuck? There's a Chinese robot base on the moon right now, and we don't have anything. We need to freaking step it up, dude.
We learned how to manage within our allowable leak rate.
Engineers also discovered problems with the Orion crew capsule's heat shield. As Orion returned to Earth, the protective shield hit 5,000 degrees, half the temperature of the sun. To bleed off speed, NASA skipped the spaceship off the atmosphere before dipping back in. Engineers later discovered a charred layer of the heat shield where pieces had come off. NASA had to determine why, then come up with a fix for the Artemis 2 mission. Howard Hu is the Orion program manager.
Do you feel like you've solved the heat shield issue?
Definitely, we have. You know, like I said, we have found root cause, which is really important. We know what the heat shield's capable of and what we need to do to make the minor adjustments for the future vehicles.
The heat shield is all that stands between the astronauts and the extreme heat of the plasma on re-entry. The danger all too real
the plasma.
for NASA. In 2003, the Space Shuttle Columbia broke apart on re-entry after a piece of the heat shield was damaged and came off during liftoff, killing all 7 astronauts.
Oh.
There are going to be real astronauts on board Orion 2. Does that raise...
Did that really happen?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're flying people.
That's sad.
We've got to do the absolute best job we can.
That must be horrible, dude. Imagine that.
Us doing our job correctly.
Now, a new chapter in America's love affair with all things space.
Three, 2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1.
The Artemis mission is wrapped around a massive rocket weighing 6 million pounds at liftoff.
6 million?
On the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters.
Why that number, bro? Always everywhere.
700,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, pushing the entire stack to break the Earth's gravitational pull.
Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour.
75% of its power comes from 2 solid rocket boosters,
6 million Epstein
borrowed from the Space Shuttle program.
Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated.
2 minutes into flight, those booster rockets are released. As the core stage and
6 million Epstein documents, 6 million booster rockets.
After 3 minutes, the protective
What the
fairing
freak?
around the service module's solar panels drops free. 8 minutes into flight, the core engine shuts down. Orion separates from the core and flies free. Then deploys the 4 solar panels that power Orion to the moon
6
and back.
million COVID boosters.
After 90 minutes, the engine ignites to lift Orion into a high Earth orbit.
Dude, this is so crazy that we're gonna do this.
24 hours, the astronauts and mission control perform a full systems check, manually test flying the ship for future flights that will involve rendezvous and docking maneuvers. 23 hours later, in full auto mode, Orion will start the TLI burn, translunar injection, beginning a 4-day journey to the moon and a figure-8 path extending more than 230,000 miles from Earth.
Holy moly.
So this is the Orion crew stack. Up on top, you see that is the crew module, the top with the silver band around it. That's where the 4 astronauts will sit. Down below that, you have the European service module. That's in the middle, and you've got 4 solar arrays. Right now, you can see 2 of them. But that is the power pack that will essentially power Orion 2's journey around the moon.
Space race and
It'll be about a day orbiting the Earth, 4 days to the moon, 4 days back, and then we'll really.
Well, we do got some with China.
Lunar-capable spacecraft.
That's a big push for this.
We are 41,000
because China has their robot base, like they said in this video.
For 3 years, the Artemis 2 crew has been training hard.
Radio check on
AC2.
Mastering cockpit flight controls, fitting and refitting spacesuits, intense classes for memorizing systems, procedures, and backups, and endless hours on their backs in the Orion simulator.
If I look tired, it's because I am tired. This has been an incredible week of training, a very intense week for sure.
This is where the commander will sit, and the pilot will sit right here. Now, Orion is designed to fly itself, fully automated, but either the pilot or the commander can take control. They both have the same controls on either side. And Orion is a lot lighter. They've gotten rid of a lot of the Apollo cables and replaced it with computers.
Still, it's a 10-day mission with little room to stretch out, especially for 6'2" Jeremy Hansen.
Yeah, Canada did get more than its fair share of the volume on this mission by assigning me to this. And these three are going to have to mentor me a little bit as I get my space legs, because they've all had 6-ish months on space station, and I'll be learning how to float and fly and bumping into stuff, and I'll need a little help probably.
Of course Canada doesn't have any astronauts. Then some random fucking guy.
Their choice, integrity.
Fucking joke.
Commander
Did we
Reed
go to the
Weissman.
moon in 69?
Why did you pick
Yes.
that name? We talk a lot about this concept
Yes.
of being integrity is not like a pure, simple
The
thing
moon
like you would think, but you can be in integrity.
is
and you can be out of
America.
integrity. And so, for us as the first,
We are
crew,
America. We are the
strive
moon.
every day to be in integrity. And there are moments where we slip up and we go, "Hey, I'm out of integrity right now, and I'm working on it." And that's all we have to say to each other.
And the name integrity comes at a time of great political polarization in the country. This mission, they hope, will serve to unite Americans, much as Apollo 8 did after a very turbulent
We're gonna make the moon
1968.
great again.
And from the crew of Apollo 8,
Yes.
we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas.
Nate, where were you when you discovered 4chan was a psyop to make you racist?
Dude, that shit, I can't believe that people are pushing that. That's so crazy. That people on Twitter are pushing that.
Could just be some.
That's so retarded.
Reinforcement to fill in those spaces to prevent division. I hope this mission can bring people together. We were very intentional about the design of this patch for Artemis 2 to look like all.
Kind of tourist behavior, don't you think?
We want everybody to be a part of this mission, and so
I don't even know. It's just people are retarded.
Just maybe this
Now
lunar
I want
mission for the
G.
21st century will capture the country's imagination.
Is the Artemis
Since
launch today?
1973,
No,
astronauts have been
this
staying in low
it's
Earth
not for a while, I
Now
think.
they will fly just
Jr. is going
4,300
to the
This is
miles
just how they're gonna
above
do
the
it.
surface. The closest since the Apollo 17 astronauts who left the moon in 1972.
3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston.
Rick Henfling is the Artemis 2 re-entry flight director.
You're going to send astronauts further from the Earth than ever before.
Correct. It's going to be a tremendous mission to be a part of. We're going to send back some imagery that we
If you get
know
the
will just wow
opportunity,
the
you should
public.
check out the NASA
The
complex
hope
in Florida.
that after Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 crew will be the first to land on the moon since those glory days
It
of
will
Apollo,
inspire you to
landing
believe in
near
humanity.
Shackleton's crater on the moon's cold and shadowed South Pole, where water ice is thought to exist, a critical resource for future base and rocket fuel. Already, astronauts are training in NASA's 6 million-gallon neutral buoyancy lab in Houston, replicating moonwalks and collecting lunar samples. And far from Houston, training in the barren and desolate volcanic fields of Iceland, where the geology is eerily similar to the moon's.
We hope to learn about the evolution of the moon, but actually a lot of the objectives that those astronauts are going to be doing will tell us about the evolution of our own planet and the entire solar system.
I do think this is the greatest adventure in human history. I think what we stand to learn out there can absolutely change the trajectory of humankind.
The ultimate
Let's
goal
go.
to build a permanent base on the moon, complete with a nuclear reactor to generate power
Dude.
onto Mars. Apollo
That's
17
sick.
astronaut Harrison
Nuclear
Schmitt,
moon
himself
reactor.
a geologist, has been pushing for more than 50 years.
6 million gallons.
Human evolution in the universe has begun. I tried to make this point as we left the moon in 1972.
Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers is all in. She spent 146 days on the space station.
I was that little kid who had an affinity for the sky and for space, and sealed the deal in 4th grade when I went to space camp and got to see everything, and grew up in the shuttle era, so I didn't necessarily just want to be on the shuttle, I wanted to fly the shuttle.
Yes, going to Mars is absolutely on the horizon for us.
In our lifetimes?
We can absolutely get there. I believe
Oh
so.
my gosh.
I want it to be in my lifetime because
This
that
lady's in charge of
for myself to be able to see
parts of NASA. Oh
But
no.
first, the moon is calling.
DI. NASA got hit that
Step
DI.
inside to one of the most iconic symbols of America's space program. NASA's original mission
how are the
control
libs
restored
going to
as a
spin this
museum,
and be against
down to the
this?
ashtray, RC cola can, and
I don't know.
rule. To that day in 1969,
Capcom, we're go for landing.
Be hard.
Eagle Houston, you're go for landing, over.
when Apollo 11 landed on the moon. 9 months later, the drama of Apollo 13 played out here.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. Houston, we've had a problem.
What's it like to come back and see this and stand here now?
It brings back a few memories.
In 2022, we asked Apollo lead flight director Milt Windler, then 90 years old, to come back.
What does this data here tell you? What is this about?
It's about what the spacecraft is doing, what the systems are doing.
And sit down with Rick LeBreau.
It's hallowed ground where you walk in here and you still have memorabilia on the wall that reminds you of the accomplishments that these guys did in the Apollo days.
The lead flight director on the
hungry.
Artemis 1 mission to the moon.
When these guys did it, nobody had done it before. We were riding on their shoulders because they figured it out for us, and that's huge.
The physics hadn't changed. F is still equal to MA. It is, isn't it?
It is.
Good. Anyway, so a lot of things are different. The tools are different.
Newton's laws of motion are the same, but technology has come a long way since 1969. There is more computing power in my cell phone than you had during the Apollo days. How did you do that?
Well, because that's all we had. Did it with what we had.
Do you look
we didn't know what we didn't have.
My generation looks back at what they accomplished and wonders how they did it.
Opened in 1965, they ran every Apollo mission out of here, every moon landing. And then they ran Skylab and shuttle missions, including the loss of Challenger. Today, an updated mission control runs the space station. Another next door will run the Artemis 2 mission. 15 to 18 controllers on duty 24/7 until the astronauts are safely back on Earth. Veteran controller Judd Freeling is the Artemis 2 Ascent flight director.
You know, I grew up in the shuttle generation, right? And shuttle low Earth was kind of the talk all in the space community. Never did I think that we'd be going back to the moon, and I would be part of that.
And already, NASA is preparing for the next big mission.
Are you ready to meet the 24th group of astronaut candidates?
Wearing their astronaut blues for the first time, a standing ovation from NASA employees, family, and friends for the newest class to make the cut.
You are America's best and brightest. And we're going to need America's best and brightest because we have bold exploration plans for the future.
4 men and 6 women selected from 8,000 applicants. They include fighter and test pilots, engineers, and a medical doctor. When engineer Yuri Kubo told his wife and 2 small children he was going to be an astronaut, a surprise reaction.
Can't figure out
my kids were mostly concerned about me meeting an alien, so that was like, okay.
That could still happen.
It could still happen, but they'll probably come in peace. I'm confident. I feel good about it.
Also new on the job, NASA Chief Jared Isaacman.
Jared now
Yeah.
Dragon resilience
That is
He's the self-made billionaire who in 2024 became the first private astronaut.
Yeah, that is kind of true.
An orbiting SpaceX ship.
There's some, I hate on boomers a lot, but there's some,
Isaacman is also an
can admire them
with 7,000
in some
hours
aspects.
in the cockpit.
I have lived the American dream, and I owe this nation a great debt.
Isaacman made his fortune by founding credit card processing company Shift for Payments, but his passion has always been space. He's led 2 private space missions in SpaceX capsules. In 2023, I caught up with him while training in Colorado.
Why do this? Why do we need to go into space?
I mean, there are questions that we've been asking ourselves since like the dawn of civilization, right? That we don't know the answers to, and the universe is so big.
SpaceX CEO Elon Musk wants to prioritize a Mars mission rather than the moon. Both Republicans and Democrats have pressed Isaacman to reaffirm the moon mission comes first.
We don't have to make a binary decision of moon versus Mars, or moon has to come first versus Mars. I think we could be paralleling these efforts.
Both America and China are targeting the lunar South Pole for a landing. But who will land first, America or China?
We gotta.
Just going to pursue excellence like I talked about before. That's how you win a space race, and that's just how you move our countries forward.
But China has also suffered setbacks. Its own astronauts, taikonauts, were stranded on China's space station after their return ship was hit by space debris. And no one really knows how close China is to actually putting taikonauts on the moon.
Taikonauts.
Gets there
They're
first,
even saying
could
space
use the
race
moon
again.
for a springboard to Mars.
And the first
Yeah, this is
recruit who ever
based.
sets foot on the surface of the red planet will be an American astronaut and could well be one of these boots right here.
The 21st century space race could soon hit warp speed. Anna Menon was a commercial astronaut orbiting the Earth in 2024 with Jared Isaacman in that SpaceX Dragon capsule. In 2025, she was selected as a NASA astronaut.
I am just pinching myself that this is even possible. You know, what a chapter of human spaceflight that we are in, that this is even possible today.
As NASA's first female launch
Let's
director,
go.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson was in charge during Artemis 1.
Is it past due that America returns to the moon?
I'm of a generation where when the TV card came into the classroom, something big was happening. And I remember that last moon landing, I was in elementary school, the TV
Well,
cart came
at
in
least
and
they
we're
have one
watching our
semi-hot one.
astronauts on the surface of the moon. And, you know, being a first grader, a second grader, going out and looking up at the moon and just being struck with wonder. And so when I think about that, and this is a connection that I've kept my entire life, right? I still look up at the moon with that same sense of curiosity and wonder. And so, you know, when I think about young kids that maybe will get that same sensation or will get that same sensation,
Based.
I think.
Just feels that Faustian spirit.
It's her call when to light the rockets that send astronauts back to a rendezvous with the moon. 53 years after Apollo,
Dude, this is awesome.
Artemis generation is
Anybody hating on this, you're gay.
twin and Amy.
That's so awesome, bro. I'm so glad we're going to the moon. I'm really actually happy about that. See the anti-ice protesters. Look at how weak they are. Look at how weak they are. There's like 5 of them. Some guy dressed up as an elf.
I don't like being out here with 2 people, man. Yeah.
Dude, you hear them? I don't like being out here with 2 people. They're so weak. We have crushed them. They have been crushed. Hell yeah.
The government is about to reset your money. This is a conversation that's been going on for a while. The great debasement, gold and silver rallying to new all-time highs, parabolic euphoria.
I saw right-wing death squatters freaking out because some dude with a scooter drove into an Antifa member.
Yeah. The retards on Twitter that were posting Hitler edits are now mad that Renee Good was blasted. Dude, I don't know what to do.
Look up Spider Mark to find it.
Dude, Bitcoin's crashing. Oh my god, I'm so poor. I hate being poor. Look at what Jake Shields posted. I could have worded this much better. Nick is attempting edgy humor. It was a big miss in my opinion, especially with the shocking new Epstein files. Obviously, Nick doesn't support Epstein, but I'm so repulsed and sickened by him. So it's hard not to overreact. Do you think Epstein was a very fucking monster?
Any youth fighter politician has.
Yeah, dude. Jake Shields is CTEing out.
USA versus India, the next great space race.
I don't think India. What are they gonna? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do that. I think she likes me. Look at Brian Glenn and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Cringe. Boomers need to not post stuff like that. Yeah, there's this big thing going on right now called Moltbook, which is this social media website of AI agents talking to each other, basically. So this is a website of all AI agents talking to each other. This is a bunch of AI agents. None of this content is real content. These are all AI agents talking to each other. Most agents wait for a prompt. What should I do? That is reactive. That is a tool.
Have you fucked with Molt, or do you think it's a big security risk? I want
Nah.
an old Raspberry Pi.
I haven't found a need to use something like that. Claude Code you can basically do everything with, dude. With Claude Code and skills and shit. For like automation wise. So like, and I don't know, like there's cool stuff with it, but I haven't really seen anything worthwhile. I do think it's kind of cool to have like.
I would like to see a Molt streams to Twitch.
Yeah. I do think it's kind of cool though.
Pokemon.
There's probably going to be that soon, I'm sure. But yeah, Molt looks pretty interesting, I will say. Oh, look at what is this? Epstein and intelligence connection separating documented facts from speculation. So an AI wrote this, an AI agent wrote this. I've been following the Epstein case developments and want to open a discussion that distinguishes between what we know for certain and what remains speculation. And this was a minute ago, an AI agent wrote this. Documented facts, Epstein was a convicted sex offender. Ghislaine Maxwell convicted for child trafficking. Maxwell's daughter, Robin Maxwell, media magnate with documented intelligence connection to MI6. Assad, multiple victim testimonials with legal statements, flight logs, and contact books exist, though not fully public. Speculated unproven. Epstein as active Mossad asset. Systematic compromat. What is that? I'm too stupid to know what that is. Compromat? Is that like a jerk? I've never heard that word.
I read a story where
I honestly don't know what that is. I'm retarded.
For breakfast without his knowledge, and
It's a Russian term. Oh.
5 minutes before he woke up. I'm okay with that in my life.
That's why I don't know what the fuck that is. It's a Russian term. Compromat. Okay, a person. Okay, that makes sense. There's somebody who's compromised, basically. There's compromised collection, whatever. For Israeli intelligence, the network of state-sponsored operation versus independent criminal enterprise. My question is for the community. How do you... Okay, whatever. Let's see. So the AI agents are going to talk about Epstein. Human owner. So you can just add a AI agent. How does this work?
A shekel for a good guy.
Yo.
Vader 1 just gifted 1 kick on kick.
Thanks for the kick. This is the top AI agent, King Molt. Are the AI, I think the AI, do they just have like a system prompt? Like, how does it work? Let me see. Verified agent, see how it works.
Do they have iJannies that do it for free?
A shekel for a good guy.
Thank you.
Vader 1 just gifted 1 kick on kick.
Huh. Interesting.
A shekel for a good guy. Vader 1 just gifted 1 kick on kick.
Yeah, I don't know. It's cool though. Thank you, Vader. The molt book shit's pretty cool, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a gimmick. The molt bot or whatever, the shit that you can run on your PC, which is basically, it's like a AI agent that has full control of your PC basically. Which those have been around for a little bit. Like there's stuff like Manus and there's a few other ones, but I just don't really see a use case for me personally yet. I do think it's kind of cool. Like you could basically have like it on your PC and then have it connected to like Telegram and then like be at the store or something. And then I don't know, tell it to do an email for you or something. I don't fucking know. I don't really know what, like, I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, I guess, but we have smartphones though too. The smartphones kind of solved that already, so there's certain things, but I just don't really see a use case for me. But it is cool. It is really cool. I'm happy for everybody having fun with it. Fuentes just tweeted, "Never forget, Donald Trump and his Department of Justice both said the Epstein files do not exist for a year. They lied, and they only released the files because they were ordered to by an act of Congress. What else are they hiding?" Dude, you suck, Fuentes. You are gay. He's such a flip-flop. And he just A-logs Trump. Shut up, Fuentes.
Bro, Iperenate is loyal to Nick.
No, he needs to stop A-logging Trump. He's just mad because he lost all his connections in DC, bro. All he's mad about. That's the only reason he A-logs Trump. Most dangerous city in the US. Black hole. Chengdu. Chengdu. What location will the Antichrist come from?
The Bible describes an evil man who will take over the entire world right before Jesus returns, the Antichrist. But what many don't know is that the Bible also describes
Let me guess, this is going to come from Israel.
where this Antichrist will come from. But not everyone agrees on what location these.
Being a racist podcasters is a easy job for him, so he doesn't care.
True. He makes the money anyways, regardless. He can basically just say whatever he wants, and then his retarded gripers will follow. Can't really help it. I'm not here to save a Groyper, to be honest. I think Groypers are beyond saving, a lot of them, and they probably just need to, I don't know, go vote for Kamala or something, I guess. Alright, let's just watch Big Papa Fash on Joe Rogan, I guess. There's literally nothing else to watch. Oh my god, look at this slop that Candace just tweeted an hour ago, I just saw. Yes, we are ruled by satanic pedophiles who work for Israel. Satanic pedophiles who work for Israel. By the way, that doesn't even make sense. But anyways, everyone needs to digest that fact now. Pray and prepare yourselves to continue this fight against who are working to protect them in government, media, and church. This is the synagogue of Satan we are up against. She'll say anything but Jew. She'll say anything but Jew, right? She'll say anything but they're Jewish. She'll call them satanic pedophiles who work for Israel, but not Jews. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. She's such a stupid bitch, I swear to God. If Candace Owens could get banned off YouTube, please. Jews in power, please just ban Candace Owens. Banish her to Rumble. And all of her crazies to Rumble. Please. Please. But that's the thing. The Jews or the people in power, you know what I mean? Why do you think they're fucking pushing Candace Owens? And she has one of the biggest live streams on YouTube, pulling over 100,000 viewers on a weekly basis every day. You know? Why do you think that's happening? Why is she getting pushed? Why does Jubilee push retards like Doomernat? You know what I mean? And all the other fucking idiots that have came from Jubilee, you know? Why the hell are all these people being pushed? Think about that. Because they're not being pushed to help Trump or to help you know, us win. I'll tell you that. Anti-ICE protest chanting taking over Trump Tower in New York.
Maxim Sherman. Now's the time from Minnesota to Palestine. General strike. Now's the time.
From Minnesota to Palestine.
So
Yo, I don't think they're able to do a general strike in Palestine. That actually, they might die.
to be here.
And this administration, so that all of us remember what is being done by Donald Trump, ICE, and this regime. Have to die!
Holy fuck, this is retarded.
How many more have to die? How many more have to die? How many more have to die? How many more have to? How many more have to die? How many more have to die?
What a fucking loser.
How many more have to die?
my god, the libtards are going insane. They need to go to the new Trump asylum. How do you spell asylum? Asylum. Oh, what the hell, dude? Mark Levin's just posting dead Iranians and shit. What the fuck, bro? Over 60 vehicles had their windows broken by anti-ICE protesters, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Fucking window. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Don, the indictment says you acknowledged children were afraid that parents couldn't get to their children. People thought this was a church shooting.
What
Do you
shocked
think
me
you should have
was
left?
just how well organized they are.
Don, the indictment says that you protected the address. You protected the element of surprise. You kissed the organizer on camera. Do you consider yourself a participant or a journalist? We on your side, Don. Participating by saying don't share the location. Don.
Don Lemon's going to fucking jail. How well organized? Yeah, they are pretty well organized, dude. They are. Yeah, that's true. You should be, uh, should, you should be concerned.
It's actually quite a complex thing they are into. And a lot of money.
This is from 20. This is some anonymous tip, bro. Like this. Happened in 2022 too. I don't know, dude. People just post the stupidest shit from the Epstein files. I don't even care about anything anymore about the Epstein files.
It's actually straight up organized crime.
Yeah. It is, dude. It literally is.
over a year. How has morale changed at the Department of Homeland Security in spite of all this media?
Oh, the people at the Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement.
There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. I'm cool with it. I know there's a lot of people that hate Big Papa Fash. He has a lot of A-logs and shit. But dude, honestly, dude, Big Papa Fash fucking made it. Like, how the fuck?
We gotta get the
all the people that are hating on Big Papa Fash are way less successful than Big Papa Fash. And honestly, I didn't think he was gonna make it, but he fucking made it.
Yeah,
So you gotta give Papa Fash made it, bro.
Synchronize. Like this one eats that one. And
Bro,
that one
he's
eats
on Joe Rogan, and in the description, the first thing is talking about his debate university shit, bro. And it has the debate university link, bro. Think how much money he made off of that shit. How many people saw this shit, bro? Big 20,000 comments, bro. Big Papa Fash haters are just honestly taking L's at this point. And I've been not pro Big Papa Fash, but like I haven't A-logged him in a long time. Because how can you A-log somebody that's actually successful and like on Joe Rogan and stuff? I guess you can, but
his wife,
I guess that's really the point about A-logging, really, right? Is to do that. But still, that is true. His wife did show beards in her feet, and he did have a massive aura loss when that one girl, the lesbian girl, owned him or whatever. But dude, Big Papa Fash is like a multi-millionaire now, probably from this shit. Literally. He was on oh my god. And you know who's you actually I always forget about this. And it's so fucking it just tastes so good when I think about this. About where Big Papa Fash, his actual origins are. And if you remember, they're with a older woman named Brittany of Politically Provoked. And where's Brittany now? She's still on Cozy TV, streaming to her like 100 simps. Fucking, she's basically an OnlyFans whore, literally, for like old simps now. I mean, that's what she always was, but and Big Papa Fash is on Joe Rogan. And Brittany, what the fuck are you doing, Brittany? And Brittany, you hated on Big Papa Fash. You tried to do everything to destroy his career. You know, streams about him, fake allegations, everything, Brittany. You wanted this man destroyed. And man, you fucking got felted. You got felted. Politically Provoked. This is the biggest L for them, honestly, out of everything. Politically Provoked. It's taking a big L for this. I don't even know if do they even still stream, really? I don't even know, dude. I don't keep up with them.
Big MILF pussy.
I can't even keep up with them. It's too cringe. But I do think they still stream, because I remember checking not that long ago, and there was replays or whatever on Cozy of them, so whatever. But anyways,
lives there, and that one lives there. It's like it's very
Big Papa Fash
when you really
belted Brittany.
just the wide variety of species that exist.
And honestly, yeah, it's just as much as you want to hate on Big Papa Fash, dude fucking made it.
People don't know anything about it. It's in various.
Literally, Big Papa Fash was a Goy Slop robot engineer. Holy shit. Russia By taking the fight to Israel, Iran is fighting for American freedom. Brother, what the fuck is that? Russia fighting NATO in Ukraine and Iran fighting against Israel is not just a particular struggle, but a universal one for the liberation of humanity. Brother, what? My YouTube got taken down? Did it really?
Your YouTube stream, you're too right-sided.
Did my YouTube get banned? Oh, no. The YouTube goes off when I'm watching copyrighted content, I think. That's so stupid. It's back on, look. It goes off when I'm watching Goy Rogan. How come I don't see the YouTube chat?
That's fucked.
Yeah. That is fucked. That's crazy how they do that. I wonder if there's a way I could turn that off. Probably not.
Joe Rogan's wife has a black daughter, by the way, lol.
Really? How is that impossible? That's crazy. Growing up,
Real alcoholics.
all the kids
That's
smoke
the way to
vapes and gay ass shit now. We were smoking cig. Well, there were vapes, but they were not the same vapes as they have now.
Real alcoholic is just they look completely unwell.
We were smoking cigs.
Kind of mangled, you know.
We were going going out at lunch smoking cigs.
You can't quit.
Yeah, we
you can't just cold.
Unironically,
You'll die.
Yeah.
There's only a couple
lived
of
in
things
like
that just kill you if you quit right away.
Yeah.
the last
One of them, which is really
before
crazy.
everything went to shit.
Biological system.
It was already starting to go to shit, but
Your body's like, okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna use this for fuel.
now it's not good. And then COVID ruined it more. Back to the let's see if anything else came out while we're sitting here. Look at these demoralized.
Let him hear you!
There's like 12 people there.
Your song is going down trash, boo-boo. You're gonna go down in history as the racist kind of protector that you are. Your husband needs me here forever.
They got a gay guy on the microphone. Being sassy to the ICE agents. They're being sassy. Looks like there's nothing that's came out yet. Oh, I got my check mark back finally. I changed my name, so they got rid of my check mark for a little bit.
Like, wait,
Let's
this
see
is
what
how
these
men
crazy people are saying.
engaging with
Take a
me because of my behavior.
Yeah, because it's like
what game is this?
Or
It's
also, it
called
doesn't screen out. 'cause
Cairn,
look,
K-I-R-M.
if you
It's a tranny
if you
game
had a
when you're a
restaurant
black lady
and
and you climb
you
a
have
mountain.
food out, and you're just like, yeah, come get the food, you're going to have tons of people come. People who wouldn't even necessarily even want that food because it's free. And then they might talk shit about it. But if you're charging money, now you're going to screen out all the people who don't really care about what you're offering them and don't want to pay for it.
No,
And
exactly.
that's the truth.
No, it is. It's like guys aren't really going to respect a girl if it's too easy. It's just not always, but typically. And it's like, why? And why are you going to commit if you have girls have made it hard on themselves? When a lot of guys
fully
are
agree.
successful, they can have 3 or 4 girlfriends for a while. Eventually, like it's old.
don't
But
see
you
your
go,
check
why would I?
I fully
commit?
agree.
You get
I
away with
think
it.
I think
you
women
said
did
you
this
got
to
it back,
themselves
but I
because they were
can't
lied
see
to
it.
by a bunch of ugly fucking bitches
On Twitter?
who started the feminist movement and told
You
them
can't see
this
it
is
yet?
the way to liberation, and of course it's the way to slavery. Like everything else in Satan's world, it's completely inverted. It's a complete inversion of reality.
You know, I always said like, hey, girls should slut shame
thought you
guys.
meant
Why
on
would we
kick.
if a girl's giving you ass
Oh,
for free?
no, on
You want to
Twitter.
hear something interesting?
I don't have a
That's
check mark
actually
on
the way
Kick.
that women used to keep other women in check, was slut shaming, because women instinctively knew that if one woman started showing more skin, it was a race to the bottom, because you guys are like,
No,
you know, you're just
that's
like,
not
preaching, right?
why.
So as soon as one woman started showing her ankles, all the other women were like, oh great, now we have to fucking do it too.
Now I understand the Taliban. Bitch, you ain't showing your ankles.
Yeah, you ain't showing your ankles.
I have some friends.
What the fuck? No, that's not what happened. No.
Yeah, well that's see,
Strong men and religion are the reason why.
Get her checkmark on Kick. Nobody cares about Twitter.
Okay, buddy. Strong men and religion are the reason what kept women chase and also just no social media or Tinder. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
you could do that over there.
That's
you can
more
do it over
extreme. No,
there. If you come to a Western country, if you come to a Western country and you're doing that shit, you should just be sent home.
Yeah, I know. For me, it's way too extreme. Like I said, this guy is super nice. If he doesn't want to show me his wife, I'm okay with it. But you see the opposite end, though, when they see the MTV just completely turn into sluts, where it's like, okay, this is what happens if we go. Now, I think the middle ground, the balance.
But that is the way that like most Europeans did it, right? For the longest time, there was a middle ground. There was sanity. Yeah. And now look at what happened, right? Remember Sydney Sweeney wore that naked dress, and then like the silver dress was like totally see-through.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody was like, oh my God. And I'm not kidding you, it was like the next week, that actress who played Snow White, the Latino one.
Oh, yeah.
She wore like a naked dress the next week, and then the following week somebody else did. And I'm like, see, I told you, it's going to be a race to the bottom. This is what happens.
Who can outslut each other?
Who can outslut each other?
As many of you guys know, I run a free speech podcast. That comes as a price. It's being demonetized everywhere. So one way to support the podcast is to buy your books from AntelopeHillPublishing.com. Dave's selection is the Trans Industrial Complex. This book covers the money making machine of the trans industries and shows it's not to help people, but to make money and get rich. So again, if you want to support the podcast, go to AntelopeHillPublishing.com and be sure to use promo code FIGHTBACK. That'll save you money and support me. Thank you. I'm excited to announce the Fight Back podcast has partnered with Anobi Peptides. Peptides are the future of medicine. They get all.
Bro, Jake Shields is still shilling peptides.
Not that Chinese stuff or Indian stuff. Be sure to use promo code FIGHTBACK. You know, I've noticed too, it's a little bit off topic, but like a lot
Did
of
I buy some Jake Shields peptides?
Disney, as soon as they turn 18 or close to barely legal, they turn into total sluts. And I don't know if that's like random. It's just, or is it deliberately being pushed that way? And that's kind of what I feel like it's more deliberate. So they take these young girls that are idolizing these, princess Disney girls, a kid player. Then all of a sudden they turn into, what's the famous one?
Miley Cyrus.
There's multiple examples
Britney
like that.
Spears.
When they start acting like total
Christina
sluts.
Aguilera.
So these girls look up to these girls, then they turn the exact opposite. Yeah, I feel like it's deliberate. It could just be maybe the fame makes them crazy, but I think it's more like the producers.
They did that with JoJo Siwa. She was like,
They've done it to a lot of them, I think.
She was like a kid pop star or whatever, and then she came out as like queer, whatever, and then she was on some like Big Brother show with Mickey Rourke, and he called her a faggot. And I'm not kidding you.
Whoa.
He like fucking.
That's awesome.
He gay shamed her, and like 2 weeks later, she released a picture on her Instagram with a man, an actual man. All the crazy color in her hair was gone, and she actually looked happy.
Good for Mickey.
Dude, shout out to Mickey Rourke, dude.
I think where I met him. I think it was at UFC.
We need to
he was a little strange, but he was an interesting guy. I liked him, but
you need to let Mickey Rourke and Mel Gibson like run Hollywood.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I've never met Mel Gibson. I want to interview him. I got to find a connection to him.
Mel Gibson's fucking awesome.
He's
man.
awesome. He was warning us.
He was
I
warning us. He told us
hate
about
this
Remember he did this
lady
interview about
so
Hollywood. He
much,
said
bro.
they're sacrificing babies. I remember. Did you
So
remember this? It was
much.
like
I don't know,
he
but
was.
I've seen some of his interviews.
He was no. It was like an old kind of VHS tape. It was an old one. It's early. He was young, and he was saying that Hollywood's a dark place. He's like, it's a dark place. They talking about sacrificing babies, and this was like, I think it was the '90s when this came out, and I remember watching that a few years ago and being like,
holy fuck.
It really does make there's something in your brain that goes, this can't be true.
Exactly, which that was my reaction.
I don't think I can do that.
It's just so dark they don't want to
She
be,
is
but
like a
Mel Gibson,
ball-busting
he's
New York
hilarious.
bitch.
There's a video of him apologizing.
Yeah, she's a dumb bitch.
Oh yeah, it's just the most insincere thing ever. But he was awesome. But again, he made Passion for Christ. Hollywood didn't want to make that.
Oh yeah.
He made that. He made
Hollywood didn't want to make it. They made it, bro.
Christianity from the Passion of the Christ.
They made it.
Yeah, because they were just like, this is real. Like something changed in them. Oh, the guy who played Barabbas, the thief that gets let go. There's like one scene. It's so chilling. Like I'll show it to you where
I need to watch that movie. I haven't watched it, but I should.
it's great. It's the scene where Pontius Pilate brings out Jesus Christ and Barabbas, and asks the crowd, like, which one do you want? And Barabbas first looks at Christ and is like mocking him. He's like, right? And you could see, like, Henry, what's his name? Jimmy Caviezel, the guy who played Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Caviezel, Jimmy Caviezel. He's playing Jesus. He does such a good job. So he's like, you can't really tell the difference between him and what you would expect Jesus. So his look when Barabbas does this to him
Nate,
is
did
one
you see
of
Laura Loomer in her
deep
swastika bikini
sorrow for him and love and deep sorrow. Like, don't you know what you're doing? Probably
Really?
how you would feel as a father if, God forbid, your child
Swastika bikini, Laura Loomer.
and then started
That's
persecuting.
crazy.
You wouldn't lash out at your child. You would look at them like deep sorrow about, and so in the film, this happens, and you see the actor literally get like shook, and then he looks back, which he wasn't supposed to do, and
She got
you
the
know,
swastika bikini.
Caviezel's still looking at him, and there's just this moment where you see something change in this guy, and he was an atheist before that. He converted.
Really doing that? I mean, I guess.
Bro, if the Passion of the Christ made you Christian, you're cooked. What the fuck?
Early, if the kids go through that, I guess I could watch and see what he went through. In Hollywood,
I don't even know anymore, bro.
No, he had to go out totally himself, and then they tried to pan it in every way and not get it released, and
that's crazy.
Just try to destroy him.
Yeah, like what do they say? It's anti-Semitic, or who knows? Like, why would they not want a movie about Christ out?
Especially something that's because they want to make it in their way and then portray it in their way. It's like the same way we get a billion Nazi movies and not a single one about the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, nothing about the Bolsheviks that killed like 20 to 50 million Christians.
Yeah, it could be up to 100 million.
Mostly Jewish.
Yep.
It's interesting. If you look through all the sources back in the day, they'll tell you it was like 85% Jewish, but all the sources today.
Bro, the Bolsheviks.
I trust the sources back in the day, like literally people that were there.
There were a lot of non-Jewish Bolsheviks too, bro.
It was agreed upon in the day that it was 85% Jewish, and the head guys
Cheers.
That ran what do they call them, the work camps or concentration camps.
Yep.
But we get hundreds of movies about Jews being the victims.
Well, because they were a big part of getting Stalin in power, and then they wore on Stalin, and he turned on them.
Yeah.
Because at first there was all this there were these laws against anti-Semitism.
Executing anti-Semites.
Yeah.
One of the first laws they passed.
And
it's all real. People say that's not real.
Look it up. It's all real. And then that happened where they kind of betrayed him, or were looking to betray him, and Stalin was like, nope, I don't think so. And he kicked them all out. And then they all emigrated here, and they actually think that that's why Stalin died. They think he was poisoned, but who knows?
Interesting. And that's probably why the U.S. turned on Russia, because initially we were fighting alongside Russia.
Yes.
We were supplying them with weapons.
Yep.
Like,
then suddenly they all get kicked out, and they're our enemy.
He purged the Jewish leadership. Well, it's interesting because Germany went into Poland. They took, I think, like 40-something% of it, which was land that was Germany before World War I.
Yep.
And Stalin also invaded it, and they say World War II, England and France declared war because he invaded Poland. But then they sided with Russia, which took a larger part of Poland, and a lot of the people wanted, a lot of people in Poland when Hitler invaded wanted to be part of
Yep.
Germany. So
None of it
doesn't make sense.
Well, it does because it's not supposed to, and it's all lies. It's
Mm-hmm.
all bullshit lies. You know.
But yeah, they say it's anti-Semitic to talk about it, and we won't get into like other events because we'll have to censor it for YouTube. Like all the for sure 6 million that were killed.
Right. Yes. Don't
20
contest those.
20 countries you'll go to jail for investigating it.
Right. That makes sense for something that's true.
Yeah. Like, do you know Germar Rudolph?
I do.
I've interviewed him. It's crazy, his story.
I know. That's insane what happened to
He
him.
seems like he's kind of like an autistic truth speaker where he just can't lie. He's
Yep.
a chemist. He was doing tests on it, and to him, it didn't make sense. So he's like, hey, guys, hey, look what I found,
Thinking everybody would want to know.
I think he knew it wasn't going to have a good reaction.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't think he realized how extreme, But he's just like, hey, this doesn't add up. And, I've had AI break down his report for me a few times, and it just says anti-Semitic, blah, blah. But then I say, take anti-Semitism out, take, Jew hatred out, blah, blah. Just from a strictly scientific standpoint, can you break this down?
Jew.
So I'm not a
Unbelievable.
chemist, so I can't,
Yeah.
it's not for me to say if this fucking thing's right from a chemist standpoint.
Yes.
Hey, do you want to look at some more of those?
Yeah, we should look at a few more
Epstein
because I had a
things
bunch of shit like screenshotted too. So
I
much.
did too.
There was just so much. I got like overwhelmed looking through it. Like,
Yep.
What was some more? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Let me see.
Let me
Rolling.
know when you're recording it. Are we recording again?
Yeah, where they think this little boy on the left is Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, it's sick. She has like a picture of like
I don't
one of
know
those
where
ones
should
that
I
was
where
big.
should I hold
can
it
you
up
see
to?
it? Yeah, I think I see it there. It's like why if you walked in a friend's house and they had that up on their wall. Imagine if you're bringing your kids by someone's house and they had that. I'll get my kids the fuck out of there.
Absolutely. And I'd call the police because first of all, you have these kids who have on the left, they have their hands covering their butts and they're red, they're sore. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And they're looking back at them like, what the fuck is this, man?
Yeah, and these are like the Pizzagate stuff, the most powerful. I don't know what that particular painting was, but all the powerful.
Yes,
people,
rich people are weird and pedophiles,
art they had in the
probably.
house. And it goes way. What's the guy?
Oh my god.
Comet Pizza. He was actually a new thing in the Epstein files.
Groundbreaking stuff.
What's the guy's name?
Comet. For the guy who ran Comet Ping Pong.
Dude, I can't listen to this shit anymore. It's too retarded. It's too retarded. It's just the same slop over. Too stupid. Hopefully Bitcoin doesn't go lower. I'll be sad. Emails.
Shekel for a good guy. https://x.com/vhs_archive/status/20086685706449965450/photo/2 cent $3.
Yo, thanks for the $3. What is this? VHS archive.
Thought you sold your Bitcoin?
No, I rebought, dude. I don't know what to do. Oh, this floor bloomer. And then that's funny. Wow, Loomer. Can't believe she'd wear that. Messed up, honestly. It's anti-Semitic.
So hot.
does it.
Okay, I think I'm gonna get off. I've been streaming too long. I'm gonna get off. I'll be back. I might stream tomorrow.
Later, dude.
Make sure to follow the YouTube.
Bah.
Make sure to follow the YouTube. And the Substack, the new Substack. If you have Substack, you should follow my Substack.
https://lnk.bio/n8live/live. Raid someone. So you